Alrighty. Are we alive? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, in about 9 minutes, you will be getting the CPI. Now, a lot of people are already saying this is the most important of the year. And like we brought up yesterday, the market makers are pricing in 0.9%. Believe it or not, this is the most we have priced in on a CPI since April of 2023. So it was almost 1 year ago today that we expecting a CPI to move us like this. So there's a lot of expectations. We talked about it yesterday on the watch list. Again, that average annualized. So pretty much the main story of what's going to happen today, it's going to happen on the month over month. If that month over month comes in hotter than 0.3, it's probably going to be negative. We will have a problem. If it comes in any lower, that will be good. Why? Because if month over month comes in a little higher, that annualized will end up being very good. And then another thing today is going to have to do with rents. That one went up a lot last time. People are expecting for that one to come down. And then finally, and we're going to go over a little bit more of this, but I'll just tell you right now, after the last print, I brought this up right when we started the watch list yesterday. Last CPI, we dropped the most since September of 2022. We were down by 1.5% on the last CPI. So coming into this one, relief is kind of priced in because everybody is a little bit cautious. Essentially, since a month ago, last CPI, everybody thought it would be a little bit hotter. So in a weird way, everybody does have their guard up. So in it, as weird as it may sound, it may be a little bit easier to get a bullish reaction today as long as that month over month does not come in hotter, all right? So Chad, are we on the same page? Are we feeling good? That's just a little recap. I hope you guys are feeling good, though. Good morning, baby. I'm going to get you with the good mornings in a little bit. We're here bright and early, man. It was kind of rough waking up this morning. You know that? That daylight savings, bro. It's mad early. So, Chattadonia, get locked in. Like that video if you are early bird, baby. Say what's up, bud. Let's see what we got. I got a couple of updates. So economists are expecting a 0.4 month-on-month rise, the most in 5 months. 0.3 for core, which excludes food and energy. 3.1 on year-over-year, same as January, and 3.7 gain in CPI, the smallest since April of 2021. The consensus is pretty big, around a 0.3 forecast for the core monthly CPI gain. Some 51 out of 63 economists surveyed have that penciled in. There are just 4 predicting 0.2 and 8 are predicting 0.4, so it'll be a big surprise if we indeed don't come in at 0.3. Bloomberg is expecting headline to go to 0.4 and core at 0.3. They think headline will stay at 3.2. A 3.5 seasonally adjusted increase in gas prices should drive the brisk headline inflation. Core goods will continue to be the primary driver of disinflation, led by car prices, and then primary rents and OER should both rise at 0.4 month over month. Anna Wong and Stuart Paul, Bloomberg Economics, say they expect headline for February to accelerate while core CPI should slow slightly from January's hot pace. The first month of the year typically sees higher inflation because of seasonal effects that aren't fully adjusted for, so risk of the core reading are tilted to the high side. More importantly, the report should confirm whether the unusual spike of owner's equivalent in January was an aberration or a signal of stickier housing inflation. Ultimately, we don't expect CPI report to provide clear evidence of disinflation to boost the Fed's confidence. However, they could have that confidence by May. Our base case is the first cut as both inflation and the labor market cool further. There's a lot of focus on February's inflation data given the upside surprise of January numbers. Was January a blip or a warning of what's to come? Is there another surprise that would suggest that inflation is more entrenched than it would be expected if it was a narrower scope for the Fed to bring rates down? If the data comes in or around consensus, then it will be a green light bets on a Fed rate cut. As Edna points out, CPI came in hot for January. That was also true of PPI as well as PCE, which is the one that the Fed uses. A big question was whether that was all a bit anomalous, influenced by one-off increases to the start of the year. For what it's worth, the jobs report for January was also hot, but what we got in February release on Friday came in all but softer. Let's see what extent, if at all, if that's repeated with the February CPI. Inflation has been surprising to the upside since early February, pressing an index back to the positive range. A brief run below zero is associated with a dovish shift in Fed. Recent surprises have had a hawkish effect instead. There's been a lot of confusion about the months since the last inflation numbers released by the Bureau of Labor Statistics tied themselves up in knots when it told a small group of analysts that a change in a key measure of rental inflation was partly responsible for January's acceleration in CPI. Most attention today will be on shelter costs, which was the single largest contributor for January inflation, and then on services such as medical care and transportation. Fed officials sometime have highlighted the so-called supercore of inflation, which strips out not just food and energy, but goods. Has seen disinflation thanks to supply chains normalizing in housing. Supercore service prices are thought to be tied closely to labor costs and have been pushed up by the tight labor market over the past couple years. Unfortunately for the Fed, this measure jumped in January. Let's see. Ira Jersey and Will Hoffman will be looking for any downshift in lower volatility sectors of core CPI, which have been propping up inflation. Lower volatility sectors tend to be stickier and trend for longer. If the downtrend in those sectors resumes, that adds odds of a May or June Fed cut could increase. Live, baby. We are live, yes. We got about 3 minutes until the data. Again, month over month, that's going to be the big one. What happens with real estate prices, and then again, just month over month and how that factors into the 6-month annualized rate. That is what we will be looking out for. And again, you could go to BLS.gov and then go up to economic releases, and then it should be under inflation and prices, and then CPI. This is where I'm going to be reading from right when it comes out. Early birds, baby. Like the video. Amen. All right. I should be getting final comments in here. And then we're going to be good to go. We're going to be good to go. Again, a lot of people after the last meeting, they are expecting this one to be a little bit negative. So in a weird way, people are kind of on defense. Even though the S&P's at like 5,100, people do feel a little defensive. But then again, too, any big surprises here is going to confirm things for Powell, a.k.a. a big miss or a big beat. Should be very exciting, ladies and gentlemen. So today will be one of the most significant inputs for the Fed makers before they assemble their new projections for the economy. Back in December, the median estimate was 3 rate cuts in 24. Tuesday's release could potentially shift that after today. Thursday's producer prices and retail sales and Friday's surveys could argue the remaining notable inputs. There's a risk of reading too much into today's data, says economist at Citi, noting a lot is riding on February CPI, maybe too much. Market expectations seem to be leading towards another strong increase in core CPI, but we would caution that recent volatility in data implies greater than usual uncertainty and suggests not reading too much into any 1 month of data. Even a softer increase, while likely very encouraging, who seem on cutting rates by mid-year, would not necessarily change our view on the remaining underlying inflationary pressures. All right, Chatadonia. 1 minute. 1 minute. So like that video. Get locked in, loaded. Let's see what happens. I will have the BLS website. We'll go to that in a little bit. So again, 3.8 is for the core, 3.7 on the core, and then 3.1 on the headline. Anything higher, not good. I would watch the core. That's what people are going to trip on. And then month over month, again, anything hotter than 0.3 might get people a little bit jumpy. So let's see what happens. 10 seconds. Good luck, Chatadonia. Good luck. Let me get up the dollar. Let's see the dollar. All right. Oh, came in at 0.4. So core came in at 0.4 versus 0.3. I think headline came in at 0.32. Yeah, month over month, and core and headline both came in at 0.4, 3.2 year over year. And then where's the core rate? I think core is up by 0.12. Yeah, core. Yeah, 3.2. So core came in a little bit higher there, and so did headline. I don't think that's good. Let me read the thing. But so far, I mean, the reaction is kind of small. Remember, this is the biggest we were pricing in. It came in line, but a little bit to the hotter side, which, again, I do believe that happened last time, March 12th. I already got the report. So let's see. CPI for all indexes increased by 0.4 in February. Seasonally just basis after 0.3 in January. Index for shelter rose, as did the index for gasoline. Combined, these two indexes contributed over 60% of the monthly increase for all items. The energy index rose by 2.3, as well as the components of all other of its components rose. Food index was unchanged in February, as the food at home, food away from home rose by 0.1. Index for all items less food and energy rose by 0.4, as it did in January. Indexes which increased in February included shelter, airlines, motor vehicle insurance, apparel, and recreation. Index for personal care and index for household furnishing and operations were those that decreased. The all item index for 12-month, a larger increase than the 3.1 over the 12 months ending in January. All items less food and energy rose 3.8 over the last 12 months. Damn. So the 12-month average now for headline is 3.2, which is good. But at the same time, again, all those 6-month, 12-month annuals average, even the 3-month, they have remained very sticky. So again, slightly hot is the reading on this one. Let's see. So food was unchanged in February. Food at home, both of these index rose by 0.4. 3 of the 6 major food grocery store groups decreased over the month. The index for dairy and related products decreased by 0.6, led by a 1.1 decline in those related to cheese and related products. Fruit and vegetables decreased by 0.2, as did non-alcoholic beverages. Cereals rose in bakery by 0.5, following 0.2 decrease in January. Meats, poultry, fish, and eggs rose by 0.1. Food away from home rose by 0.1 after rising 0.5 in January. Index for full-service meals rose by 0.1. Food away from home, 0.1. Food at home rose by 1% over the last 12 months. Index for other food at home rose by 2.3 over 12 months ending in February, as did index for non-alcoholic beverages. The cereals and bakery products increased 1% over that period. The index of fruits and vegetables rose by 0.8. In comparison, dairy and related products fell 1.8 over the year. So bonds are still down. I want to make a bond play like last time, but they haven't even moved too much. So, again, we're slightly up, but I think today's going to be a little bit more bouncy all over the place. Yeah, again, it's a slightly hot read, but remember, like we told you, everybody was preparing for a little bit hotter because of last time. So, essentially, the last two CPIs have both came in slightly hotter. You do have the chips all moving around right now, so we'll see where that takes us. But, again, food at home rose by 1%. The food for food away from house rose 4.5 over the year. Index for limited service meals rose 5.2 over the last 12 months. Energy rose by 2.3 after declining 0.9 in January. Gasoline increased by 3.8 in February. Before seasonal adjustment, it was 4.3. The index for natural gas rose 2.3, and electricity rose by 0.3. Despite the monthly increase, the energy index fell 1.9 over the last 12 months. Gasoline increased 3.9. Natural gas declined 8.8. All items less food and energy rose by 0.4, as did the previous month. Shelter rose in by 0.4 in February. Damn, so shelter went up a ton again. Was the largest factor in the monthly increase versus all items. Index for rent rose by 0.5 over the month, while index for owner's equivalent by 0.4. Lodging away from home increased by 0.1 after rising 1.8 in January. Airline fares rose 3.6 in February, following a 1.4 increase in January. Index for motor vehicle insurance increased by 0.9 month over month. Among the indexes in February, apparel, recreation, and used cars and trucks. Medical care was unchanged after rising 0.5. Index for personal care fell by 0.5. Index for all items less food and energy rose 3.8 over the last 12 months. Shelter increased 5.7 over the last year, accounting for roughly 2/3 of the 12-month increase of all items. So literally, shelter was very hot again, both owner's equivalent and just rental prices. Non-seasonally adjusted. Let me get you some updates. So before this release, Stephen Stanley at Santander has indicated a point forward force of substantial tone shift at next week's meeting. Food was unchanged. Bond yields moved up. Shelter and gasoline were behind the cost increase, accounting for 60% of the monthly increase on the index. This isn't good news for the Fed. The second straight 0.4 reading suggests that January wasn't a one-off monthly. Probably notable that core beats estimates for both monthly and annual readings. So again, still slightly hawkish read so far. People are optimistic. This market's holding up here. Couple names are going crazy, but again, these calls for a little bit more of a hawkish read are continuing. And then that's non-seasonally adjusted. I think that's it. I mean, we could go index by index. SPY breaking out now. So again, we're up by 0.5. We have 0.1 in the system, but honestly, I think today's going to be a little bit volatile. But for now, you are going up there. Again, slightly hottish read, but you are moving up. And again, literally, I think housing and gasoline were the biggest increases. Food didn't move as much. Healthcare and insurance, they didn't really get in our way. The BLS says core measure was boosted by items including shelter, airfare, motor vehicle, apparel, and recreation. Is this good or bad? I would say this is bad a little bit, just because now 2.4s kind of show us that we have inflation ticking up, but I do think the market was kind of preparing for a hot print. But in general, I do think this does make Powell a little bit harder to read. So I'm leaning towards slightly, I think this is both, I think neutral, but I'd lean more to the hawkish side. However, first reaction is literally straight up. Bonds are down, dollar went up, and then again, Nvidia, Meta, and a couple of other names are already running. Only thing you can say is no landing. Yeah, I mean, because again, until inflation starts ticking up, at the very least, this is just showing inflation at lower levels. Maybe it comes back up, but this is all in this environment, which has not been too bad. Dollar back to red. I don't think my UUP's loading up. Bonds are trying to catch a bid. Again, some tech stocks are already moving. Gold already bounced a decent amount too. We'll take it. Teaching my 12-year-old son, 13 Fridays, CPI, his first time watching. Oh, man. Well, welcome. Welcome, young DA. Get that long term. This is big. I mean, the irony, I don't know if you want a fun fact being, like, young, is that, like, a couple years ago, we never cared about CPI. That's, like, the crazy part about the market is that every couple of years, you know, depending on what's going on, the market gets really caught up on a data point. You know, we didn't really experience inflation until recently. And literally, like, you know, I remember when I was 13, I was trading 14, 15, 16, 17. Nobody ever brought up CPI. So it's a very cool experience you're getting now to be familiar with it. So very, very wild. Good morning, my friend. So again, BLS says super core was pushed upwards by expenses in real estate, travel. Yeah, Treasuries pair post CPI drop, revert to little change. So again, SPY is like barely moving. That's the crazy part, is that you're up less than a quarter. Remember, we were pricing in 1%. This was the biggest pricing in since April 2023 CPI. But I mean, we're barely up here. Again, it's a slightly hot read. Again, I wasn't the only one. People were kind of a little nervous by that 0.4 measure. But so far, the market's kind of taking it in stride. But like I'm saying, I think hawkish neutral or bearish neutral would be my stance on the day. But then again, we're going to have a long 7 hours. So average monthly gain for Supercore was about 0.2 over the 3 years before the pandemic. So we're running more than double that at February. The so-called Supercore, core services excluding shelter, rose by 0.47 month on month. That's down from a super hot 0.85 in January, but still too fast of a pace for Fed policymakers. You think we'll ever go to not caring about it? CPI, yeah. In a couple of years, CPI is going to come out, and you're not going to react. Once we get over this inflation story, once everybody gets over the politics and the Powell and all of that, eventually we'll fall back into a time where nobody really cares about CPI. As Chris says, this isn't good news for the Fed. It's hardly good news for the Biden administration. This year was meant to be one of disinflation, but today's data really leans into the idea that the last mile is the hardest. Biden may take some solace from the fact that the food index was unchanged given his administration has been going hard on the theme of shrinkflation. Still, overall inflation is looking stubborn. CPI is Consumer Price Index. They just take a basket of goods and measure the price changes every month, right? You go, if you bought the same items every month, how would the price changes increase? And they use that to get an idea of how consumer price inflation is affecting people. Well, you're going higher. You're hitting another high again. You're up by 0.6. I don't think that's 0.6 from the move. I got to get another Thinkorswim open. News on 3M. They were running pre-market there. But not bad. It hasn't even been 15 minutes, so wait for the first 15 minutes, see where the market goes from there. I think that will be an interesting shift, to say the least. This move doesn't make sense. It doesn't, kind of, for now. I mean, I'm glad that it's small, but, I mean, this very well could, like, pick up fast is what I'm aware of. But for now, I mean, this does... I want to see the Fed futures. This makes Friday... or this makes next week a little bit more shaky. I mean, that's all. Just we've had 2 months in a row now of inflation, like, legitimately hotter than people are expecting. There hasn't been anything very negative that people have been expecting. It's not like the hotter inflation has led to a massive decline or a massive wave, but this is the second time in a row where you are getting a very hot print versus what people were expecting. And, I mean, I don't know. I think there's an elephant in the room, is that real estate is reigniting. I don't think everybody's been talking about real estate coming down, but, again, super core's the hottest. Owner's equivalent, that's running hotter than the actual core inflation. Real estate, 12-month annualized, 5.7. So I do think that's kind of the problem, but we're taking it good. I don't think we're like going too nuts here. But surprisingly, I mean, 2 back-to-back hot inflation prints. The market is doing reasonably well. Maybe this is why people were saying the other day that if we don't even cut rates, maybe the market will still hold up, because even in this environment, your CPI isn't really affecting it. So give it 2 minutes here. It'll be the first 15 minutes. Get ready for a little shift, and then we'll go from there. Interesting to see a disconnect between price trends for new and used cars. Prices for used cars and trucks rose by 0.5 in February from a month earlier after falling 3.4 in January. Meanwhile, new cars fell by 0.1. The market rallying on the back of higher than expected headline and core. A little surprising to Bloomberg rate strategist Ira. The rates market looks to have been set up for an even worse inflation print, but we do think this print warrants us. We don't think this print warrants a sustained rally from these levels. So, yeah, Ira's thinking bearish as well, too. He's a little shocked by the first reaction. So, usually it takes like 30 minutes to start bouncing, but we bounced within the first 15. So, let's see what happens here. But, again, surprisingly a little bit higher. All right, 44, 45. Yeah, disconnect. Prices, again. Less analyst comments. Again, a lot of people, most of the comments prior, is like that one dude who was saying, you know, anything at 0.4, people were going to get worried. So, again, even bonds are coming up. If the bonds catch a bid, that gets even crazier. So if we rally, stocks go up even towards the 1%, and then the bonds rally, that'll just be mind-blowing. We'll see where the dollar goes, too. The JPM say short the bonds still. I'm not sure. Only thing, I mean, JP Morgan, Diamond, he came out today, said something about a recession still right around the corner. But I don't remember what they have said about bonds. Yeah, same. Well, last month was a lot hotter than this month. So maybe that's the silver lining. So January's numbers were really, really hot. They surprised. Again, Supercore went up by like 0.8, 0.9. Last month was really hot. This one was hot like last month, but it wasn't as hot as last month, if that makes any sense. So it is better. It's an improvement from January, but still an overall deterioration from like October, November. And then again, 12-month annualized inflation is high. 12-month annualized inflation, 6-month, 3-month annualized inflation, they're all going up now. So if you looked at a 6-month inflation gauge on core, that has to be climbing now after a print like this. So you're going up higher here. So again, a lot of people were kind of caught there expecting some downside. We'll see, though. It's been 15 minutes, but so far I'd say you're up like, what, 0.25% off of the hot print. Again, slightly hotter CPI, 0.1 month over month. Well, this makes things a little tricky. Core CPI beat expectations, rising 0.4 on the month, well, 0.358. It beat, but it was very close run thing. Shelter prices nudged back down to 0.4, but with overall service prices up 5. What are these guys saying? It looks like core services was punchy again. Services excluding rent, for example, were up by 0.6, and the broader core services excluding housing were up 0.47. That should be interpreted completely hawkish, but thus far has not been, which speaks to the asymmetry. Still, when the dust settles, I expect yields to rise some more, if for no other reason than to clear the decks for today's 10-year auction. You have to think the increase of the risk that the Fed policymakers remove one of the three rate cuts that they had projected in December. Next week, Fed policymakers will release their updated forecast. The median dot will be one of the first things, if not the first things people will be looking for. Treasury yields are now a tad lower. If it goes to show markets can move surprising, only 10 of the 70 economists surveyed by Bloomberg had anticipated a 0.4 core gain. Everybody was at 0.3 or lower, but treasuries are slightly up on the day and stock futures are climbing. AKA, none of this was priced in, but we're still going higher. Yeah, you do have a runway till Thursday. There's PPI on Thursday. Today's only Tuesday. Alrighty. First 15 minutes. Not too bad, though. So, again, I still think neutral hawkish, neutral bearish, but you're up for now. We'll give it a second. I'm going to go get ready here for the morning. Let me get your news together. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. And I'll be right back, baby. Good morning. Happy CPI Day.
Euro 8%, and the euro is stronger. At least the dollar's weaker. Euro dollar right now 109.37,
which is confounding to me. And it goes to this question: is it the David Kelly version of things, which is essentially that this is just a bumpy road down to 2%, or is it a Steve Rasciuto form of things where nobody wants to fight the Fed and the Fed wants to cut rates, and frankly that's what they're going to do, and that's going to support things no matter what, and nothing in these numbers is strong enough to derail that?
David Kelly and Steve Rasciuto with us right now. David Kelly, let's talk about the Federal Reserve. Governor Waller, what's the rush? President Kashkari, why do anything? You've got an answer to that. David, what is the answer?
Well, I think the answer is, to be honest, the Federal Reserve should not be trying to micromanage aggregate demand in the economy. If we've got a federal funds rate between 5.25% and 5.5%, that is a tight policy. It is designed to slow the economy down. It can cause, it's given us an inverted yield curve. It's causing problems in the pricing of assets and in regional banks. I don't want the Fed to cut aggressively, but I think they should gradually move back to neutral if the inflation rate is heading towards 2%. And so I think they'd be right to start in June, cut again in September, cut again in December, take it easy, but bring rates back down to a neutral level, which I regard as being somewhere in the 3.5% to 4% range for the federal funds rate. But they ought to do that because there's no reason for them to be interfering with the economy, which is actually going in the right direction with inflation, in fact, heading towards where they wanted to go. And on the issue of auto insurance, I realize that auto insurance prices have gone up. I have to pay higher auto insurance too. My real issue is it's up 20.6% year over year now. And whether the government is measuring that wrong or correctly or incorrectly, I'd be willing to put money on the table that won't be up 20.6% a year from now. In fact, I wouldn't think it'd be up as half as much as that. So if it comes down over the course of this year, it's going to pull the CPI inflation rate down. So I do think that inflation is coming down. And if the economy is moving in the right direction, the Federal Reserve shouldn't have its hand on the tiller either way. That's why they should move back to neutral.
Which raises this question, David. Before we go to Steve, I am curious, though, about the oven and the cookies, just because there is the sense that if you have easier financial conditions, as we see today in the market on the heels of a hotter than expected CPI print, that this will actually keep these multifaceted areas, continue to make them hot. Basically, the wall of money isn't going away because real wages are actually increasing. How do you fight against that idea?
Because we've had, for years, we've had an economy which, before the pandemic, before we had all this fiscal policy, we had an economy which was quite capable of producing low inflation. Yes, it's a tight labor market, but how many major strikes do we have occurring right now in the United States today? I think the answer is zero. We're not seeing a very vigorous labor force demanding high wage increases or they'll quit. And so I think you can actually run this economy relatively strong at high levels of capacity without generating higher inflation. And what's wrong with that? So I do think this is not an inflationary economy at its core. We got inflation because of the pandemic, the policy response in Ukraine. That's fading. And has really faded. And because of that, I think inflation comes back down to 2% anyway.
This is fascinating, Steve, because ultimately this is one of the big disagreements. Are we entering a new normal, or is this going back to the old? I mean, is that essentially the breach between yourself and David Kelly?
Well, there's this concept that because we were there before COVID, we're going to go back to there. Okay. It's a simple argument. The reality of the situation is the world we had before COVID had two very big differences. One, Larry Summers was talking about secular stagnation, okay, which clearly was not correct. Alan Blanchard, on the other hand, I think was 100% correct, talking about the fact that we had a debt overhang. Well, COVID corrected that debt overhang, okay? The federal government bailed out all the state and local governments. The lower interest rates allowed everybody to refi all of their mortgages and all their corporate debt at much lower levels of interest rates. Interest expenses are actually no problem for corporate America. That's a big difference there as well. The other fundamental difference that's taking place is before COVID, people were uncertain in their jobs. Okay? There was a high degree of uncertainty in employment. People were always convinced this whole concept of double-digit earnings, corporations' earnings, was going to bring down their employment. They could get fired any moment. Now there's a lot more security in your job. And when there's a lot more security in your job, it doesn't mean we're going to get accelerating inflation. The question is, does inflation come back from 3 to 2? There's a big difference between the two of them. And the big difference is not necessarily an equity consideration. It's a bond market consideration. Because fundamentally, where should the 10-year note be? The 10-year note should take the inflation target, or the long-term outlook for inflation, and add the underlying trend rate of growth to the economy. So if you have 2% inflation, you should have a 10-year trading range of 3.75 to 4.25. We're basically in the middle of that range right now. If it's 3% inflation, then it's 4.75 and 5.25. We're nowhere near that range. And this is the fundamental difference. And this is the problem for the Federal Reserve. They have a 2% target. Okay, they don't have a 3% target. They have a 2% target. Now, markets right now are allowing them to continue to be patient. At some point, the markets may say, we're not going to allow you to be patient. And that becomes the concern. When the bond market begins to turn around on them and say, you know what, we're not dealing with this, that you're going to get back to 2% inflation. That's the risk if they move. If they move and you wind up seeing the dollar go down dramatically, you could reverse a lot of the goods inflation, disinflation that has been taking place. And if that happens, they then have an inflation problem on their hands. And this is why they have to be patient, and they're probably going to have to be patient throughout the balance of this year. But it's not a negative equity story, because this Fed does not want to set this economy back. It's a positive equity story, and that's what's happening in equities. My consideration is the yield curve could stay inverted a lot longer. And just because the yield curve's inverted doesn't mean it's a problem for the economy, because nobody borrows at the front end of the curve anymore like they used to. And that's a critical differentiation.
You're asking a balance of risk question around the Federal Reserve, and I think it's an important question. David, help us answer it. The biggest risk right now, is it cutting too soon or holding too long? And why do you still believe it's holding too long?
Well, I don't think the biggest risk to the economy is actually the behavior of the Federal Reserve. I think they should, as a matter of long-term strategic policy, move back to a neutral rate because the economy doesn't need them to be tight. at this point. But the bigger risks to the economy are really from outside of the behavior of the Federal Reserve anyway. Geopolitical risks, environmental risks. If something happens to oil, then our entire view of the world sort of changes a bit here. So I think the Fed ought to begin to cut. I think they will begin to cut. But my main point is that as we look at the data month by month, category by category. Now, we do build up to the pieces of the index because that's how we forecast. We have to look at the individual pieces. And what I see is a global economy, which is relatively sluggish. China is sluggish. Europe is sluggish. It's not generating enough demand to push up core goods or even food and energy in any way. So without some supply shock there, the whole goods part of the global economy is not going to give you inflation. I don't see a labor market is particularly inflationary either. And so that allows you to come down to 2%.
Let's agree on one thing. We do this again next month. David Kelly, Steve Rasciuto, to the two of you, thank you. Inflation data just a little bit hotter in the equity market. The green light is still on, apparently, to carry on rallying. The S&P 500 positive, 0.4%. Big day to follow up tomorrow. Looking forward to that coverage from New York City. This was Bloomberg Surveillance.
They got rid of him.
Welcome back to another BNP Paribas Open update for Bloomberg TV and radio from Tennis Channel.
All right, Chattadonia. We came down a little bit. You are barely, I guess, a little bit unchanged from the data release. Again, the data came in hot. We had a positive reaction, surprisingly. So we'll see how it plays out. But for the most part, inflation came in hotter. Core and headline month over month. Super core was not a good look either. There was a couple of negative things, but I think we're going to have an interesting day of volatility. Remember, you were pricing in 1%. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're feeling good, baby. I hope you're blessed, but happy Tuesday. Good morning. What's going on? What's up, Carissa? Oh, she said we could hit 1150 before open. I know you could do it. Positive berries, baby. Hit that like button. Say what's up. Good morning, baby. What up, Nelson? Good morning, Tony, Zoraz, Tim, Laurie, Nazi Wolf, Laker, Jay. Good morning, baby. What up, Ken Sam? What up, Days? What it Loser, Jeremy, El Chapato, Matt B, Devlin, Daniel Westerain, baby, Monica, Hobby Life, Mark J. Good morning, baby. What up, Bino? What up, Alex Lozano? What up, Troy? What up, Mariano? White Shits, Brian Fierro's, baby, Sankey, Candy, brother, Jay Samuels, baby, Brian. Oh, good morning, baby. How you living? Happy Tuesday. What up, Shamik? Lenny, Sarah, Nelson, Kelvin, Ramiro, the burrito, baby. Good morning, Kenny, Sway, Venus, Doppler, Nathan, Kennedy, Michael, Joshua, Ray G, rest assured, Eduardo. Good morning, baby. What up, OCK? Good morning, Stuart Cameron. What up, Damien? How you living? Michael Pila. What up, TS Trading? Mr. Nice Watch, baby. Gary Avari, Schofield, Jamar, Battleborn, baby. What up? What up, Awaz? What up, Eric? Lucky Soldier, baby. Good morning. Mo, Sam, Burlap, Forbes, Johnny Benz, Farticus, baby. Good morning. Oh, my goodness. What about that Twitch? What about Nikki on Smash? What about Cooler Vortex, Sidonian, Braxton, Mr. Squeeze, Robo Handtech, Uncle Nick, Smealy Dinero, Shiz, Big Carly, Charlie and the Tree, baby, Unam, Feed Me Seymour, Lightning Blue GT, S. Jones Jack, Gaines for Real, Smealy Dinero, Thumb Solo, S. Jones Jacks, Gaines, baby, Steve Lozano, Young Pickle, Young Nick Pie, OVO Juice, Gaines Real, Solomon, Dev Patel, Progressive Trance, and 297, and Ibex, and Solomon, and BDA, and Uncle Nick, and Midwest Finest. Oh my gosh. That's it. We had a lot of time, baby. Again, we've already been here a little bit earlier. So, Chattadonia, I hope you guys are ready. I hope you are locked in. It's a pretty simple morning. Again, if anything, I think the data came in. It came in easily hot, right at the numbers, but hot. But now everyone's like, wait a minute. I thought this was bad and we're doing good, but we're not doing too good, but we're not doing too bad. So wait for the bell. But on that note, Chad, I hope you're ready for it. Like that video. Let's get those likes up. Let's have a great day here, bright and early in the morning. But now I'm going to get my news assistant. He's going to give you some news, and then we're going to go from there. All right, and I'll close it out with a couple of other things. Amen? Amen, amen, amen. All right, stock futures. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop.
Stock futures whipsaw after U.S. inflation report. Stock futures whipsawed after inflation data did little to alter bets the Federal Reserve will be in no rush to cut interest rates, with traders still betting on a first move in June. S&P 500 contracts rebounded after sliding in the immediate aftermath of data showing underlying U.S. inflation marginally topped forecasts. Treasury 2-year yields, which are more sensitive to imminent Fed moves, were little changed around 4.5%. The dollar fluctuated. The core consumer price index, which excludes food and energy costs, increased 0.4% from January, according to government data out Tuesday. From a year ago, it advanced 3.8%. The so-called supercore measure, core services prices excluding shelter, rose 0.47% on the month. That's down from a superhot 0.85% in January, but still too fast a pace for Fed policymakers. The Fed is widely expected to hold interest rates steady for a fifth straight meeting when policymakers gather March 19 to 20th. Much of the focus by investors will be on the Federal Open Market Committee's quarterly forecasts for rates, including whether fresh employment and inflation figures have prompted any changes. Corporate highlights. Oracle Corp reported a spike in bookings in its cloud computing business, showing progress in its bid to capture more of the competitive market. Kohl's Corp reported same-store sales in the fourth quarter that missed the average analyst estimate, suggesting the department store chain struggled to attract shoppers during the crucial holiday shopping season. 3M co-named aerospace veteran William Brown its new chief executive officer. Ending a turbulent run of nearly 6 years for Mike Roman marked by a declining stock and growing concerns over legal liabilities related to so-called forever chemicals. Deutsche Bank AG chief executive officer Christian Soing vowed to meet previous cost targets, saying he's working on additional measures. Southwest Airlines co-plans to cut flying capacity for the full year. Halt most hiring and rework schedules after Boeing co-slashed expected 737 MAX deliveries as the plane maker faces regulatory and criminal investigations over safety issues. Archer Daniels Midland Co. revised its intersegment sales for the last 3 years following an internal probe into its financial reporting and disclosed a $137 million impairment charge related to its animal nutrition unit. The shares rose in early trading. Scholastic Corp., the biggest publisher and distributor of children's books, has agreed to acquire 9 Story Media Group, as it looks for ways to broaden the audience for its library of children's stories. Not so fast. Still, Bloomberg Economics says today's print is unlikely to enough to convince Federal Reserve officials it's safe to begin lowering rates. While economists Anna Wong and Stuart Paul say the annual core reading may drop to the lowest since April 2021. That won't provide clear enough evidence of disinflation to boost the Fed's confidence to cut rates. However, they say the Fed may finally ease as soon as May, which is their base case for the first cut, as inflation and the labor market cool. Earnings hopes. Away from inflation, analysts are turning more optimistic on the outlook for 2024. Bank of America strategists say U.S. equities are entering a virtuous cycle after another strong earnings season, prompting them to raise their S&P 500 EPS estimate to levels that imply 12% growth year-on-year. They also see the U.S. economy growing 2.7% in 2024, almost double a previous forecast. The upgrade comes after the strategists said Monday they see little evidence to support the worriers on Wall Street, who say the stock market has risen too far, too fast and is approaching bubble territory. Dimon pessimism. This kind of optimism hasn't rubbed off on JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon, who said today he wouldn't take the prospect of a recession in the U.S. off the table. The world is pricing in a soft landing. At probably 70 to 80%, he told the Australian Financial Review Business Summit. The chance of a soft landing in the next year or two is half that. The worst case would be stagflation. Dimon added that economic indicators have been distorted by COVID-19 and he takes them with a grain of salt, saying the Fed should wait for more clarity before lowering interest rates. BOJ in focus. Away from the U.S., the big questions in markets are swirling around the Bank of Japan. Toru Fujioka and Sumio Ito report today that officials there are edging closer to raising interest rates and will decide whether to move this month at next week's policy meeting, with the outcome currently too close to call. Regardless of whether the first rate hike since 2007 comes in March or April, the assessment of officials is that the bank is close to liftoff, our team writes. Top overnight news. The BOJ is mulling a March hike but the outcome's too close to call, people familiar said. A final decision will come after the initial tally from spring wage talks is released Friday. The yen paired declines made earlier on comments from Kazuo Ueda that highlighted weakness in consumption. BBG. Samsung and SK Hynix, the world's leading memory chip makers, have stopped selling used chip-making equipment for fear of falling foul of U.S. export controls on China and Western sanctions on Russia. FT. China's exports are surging as the country's factories seek international buyers amid weak domestic demand. But the Russia products is set to raise fresh tensions between Beijing and the world's major economies. NYT. The United Steelworkers Union will ask President Joe Biden to open a trade investigation into alleged Chinese unfair economic practices in the shipbuilding and maritime logistics sectors. FT. ECB leaning toward keeping the minimum reserve requirement at the current 1% level, a positive for banks given concerns the figure could rise. BBG. UK jobs report for Jan is soft, with employment -21k, versus the street +5k and versus +72k in DEC, while wage growth cools. RTRS. President Vladimir Putin has sacked the commander of Russia's navy after it suffered a series of humiliating losses in the Black Sea, according to Ukrainian officials with knowledge of the shakeup. FT. Jamie Dimon said a U.S. recession isn't off the table, but the Fed should wait for more clarity before it cuts interest rates. The worst case would be stagflation, he warned. BBG. Oracle plus 13% in pre-MKT trading after it reported 3 cents of EPS upside for FQ3 thanks to higher op margins, and management made very bullish comments on the call about its cloud infrastructure business. Demand for our Gen 2 AI infrastructure substantially exceeds supply, despite the fact we are opening new and expanding existing cloud data centers very, very rapidly. Our Gen 2 cloud infrastructure business will remain in a hypergrowth phase, up 53% in Q3, for the foreseeable future. RTRS.
RTRS. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Couple of headlines. Again, you got a bond auction coming up later here today, too. So we'll see. CPI was a little bit hotter on the month over month. So we're almost break even. Had a little bit of a head scratcher bullish reaction. Bond yields have gone higher, TLT down. But S&P futures are up by 0.4 Tuesday morning, despite a hotter than expected February core CPI report. Follow stocks finishing mostly lower in a quiet Monday that saw momentum names, including semis, underperform. However, select Mag 7 laggards fared better, and S&P equal weight finished higher. Treasuries firmer with a bit of curve steepening after yields backed up on Monday. Also lower yields in Europe with some focus on softer UK wage and labor data. Dollar index little change, while yen giving back some of the recent strength on Ueda comments. Gold is down by 0.1. Bitcoin futures off by 0.2. WTI little change. Market shaking off another hotter than expected core CPI print. Street had already been talking about some upside risk in recent days. Broader disinflation trend is still intact, though slow, and economists likely to keep rolling out forward calls of some of their reprieve on shelter costs. In addition, market has already priced out a meaningful chunk of expected Fed easing from earlier in the year, and several more inflation reports before June meeting when the market is looking for the first cut. Stocks have managed to withstand the hawkish Fed pivot repricing with the help from better earnings growth backdrop, stable 24 consensus earnings, high-profile secular growth themes, particularly AI and GLP, and buyback and passive flows. Headline February CPI printed in line with consensus for 0.4 monthly rise, but faster than January. Headline up 3.2 year over year. Core CPI a bit hotter than expected, rising 0.4 month over month versus forecast of 0.3. Shelter, airlines, used cars, auto insurance, and apparel components all up higher. Core up 3.8 on the year from 3.9 follows hotter than expected January. That put more traction behind concerns about sticky service inflation and drove nearly a 1.5 sell-off on the S&P. However, some firms partly blamed start of the year price increases. Not much else in headlines today, though there will be some attention on today's auction of $39 billion of 10-year notes following yesterday's well-received 3-year auction. Oracle up big following fiscal Q3 results, with takeaways highlighting unexpected acceleration in CRPO growth as supportive of renewed cloud momentum. ADM earnings seemingly overshadowed by completion of internal investigation and $2 billion buyback boost. ONON hit by slight revenue miss with some focus on FX headwinds. Kohl's Q4 comps light, GM better, and guidance mixed. MTN laggers, softer fiscal Q2 results. Reduced full-year guidance chalked up to unfavorable conditions across its North American resorts. On guidance, Delta reaffirmed Q1 revenue guidance with midpoint still below street. Southwest cut full-year capacity, citing fewer Boeing deliveries than previously expected. Outside of earnings, Reuters reported some time necessary before Tesla can resume full production at the Grünheide factory in Germany. Citing comments from the plant head, New York Times reported Boeing failed 33 of 89 FAA product audits, with 97 cases of non-compliance recorded, and Advanced Auto Parts reached a cooperation agreement with activist investors, including Third Point, added people to their board of directors. Wow. Don't worry, there's a little more. Core inflation set to ease as good prices continue falling. That didn't happen. Trump implied he would reinstate tariffs on foreign goods if reelected. UK unemployment rate rose for the first time since July as wage growth eased, adding hopes of overcooling inflation. Australian businesses conditions back above long-run average, but inflation pressures persist. Bank of Japan seen ending NERP in March. If pay raises are well above last year. Bank of Japan Governor Ueda reaffirms economy recovering, but also highlights some signs of weakness. Sources say Bank of Japan will likely offer guidance on buying upon ending YCC to avoid causing market disruptions. Bank of Japan's surprising lack of ETF support seen as another sign of impending policy normalization. ECB leaning against every immediate change in bank's minimum reserve level from current 1%. Hawkish Bank of England members, Mann says UK has a long way to go for inflation pressures to be consistent with 2% target. Leverage long NVIDIA ETF experiencing record trading volumes and inflows. Bank of America strategist boosts S&P profit forecast for 24, citing economic growth and AI investment cycle. S&P option traders positioning for the largest post-CPI swing since April of 2023. Chinese equities finding favor among some global investors. Crypto assets experiencing huge inflows with $10.3 billion received so far in 2024, almost matching $10.6 billion over all of 2021. Oracle Cloud revenue tops estimate provides upbeat guidance. FAA Boeing 737 audit finds dozens of issues with the company failing 33 of 89 exams. AAP reaches deal with Third Point. Traders continue to close out short positions on U.S. crude. Spread between OPEC and IEA oil demand projections widest in 16 years. U.S. targeting TikTok. China's access to advanced technology as tensions simmer. House moves TikTok divestment bill to floor as Trump voices his opposition to banning the app. Biden urged to open investigation into Chinese shipbuilding by U.S. steel unions. U.S. Intelligence agencies warn of increasingly fragile world order that is challenging U.S. primacy. And then Biden weighs conditioning future military aid to Israel if it proceeds with full invasion of Rafah. Wow. SPY is right back to where the data came out. We've gone through the news. Again, I think every 15 minutes kind of been somewhat accurate, but that's all the news for the data. Again, a lot of people were waiting for today. Even the reaction left some people scratching their heads a little bit, but we're going to have a lot of reaction, a bond auction coming up later in the day. And then remember, this is going to give you a little bit of runway into Thursday with more data on the way, but we got a couple of pre-market movers. Oracle is up by 12.6 on earnings. 3M is up by 4.4. Bill Brown appointed CEO effective May 21st. MSTR up by 3.8. ADM is up 3.4. Earnings update on audit committee-led investigation. Path up 2.9. Carvana 2.4. Jefferies upgrades to hold. Coin 1.7. Raymond James upgrades to market perform. GLNG up 9.5, ENFN 5.6 off earnings, Manu 4.0 off earnings, IBRX 3.5, MDGL 3.4, NYCB 3.4 closes $1 billion investment announced last week, HCP up 3.3, IonQ up 3.1, Sound 3.0, KNX is up by 3.0, AAP up 1.5, reports 3 new independent director and discloses cooperation agreements. CLRO is up 76%, 50 cents special dividend. RGLS is up 59.6. RGLS S8429 top line data, oversubscribed $100 million private placement. LISI up 32%, 765 senior convertible debt. HRTG up 21.6 off earnings. MSAI 14.9, ALSE up 14.8, ROIDE up 11.7, SIGA up 11.4, special cash dividend of 60 cents a share. LFMD up 13.11 off earnings. VTYX 10.0, Oppenheimer, Wells Fargo upgrades. SMXT up 9.2, BVS 6.2 off of earnings. BTDR 5.5 initiates buy at B. Riley. RXT up 1.9 reportedly nears restructuring deal with Bloomberg. Chinese ADRs all trading higher. ONON trading lower, down 12.8 off earnings. Love down 7.4, guidance comments on Boeing deliveries. Roblo down 2.6, TKO down 1.9, Boeing down 1.6. Boeing MAX production failed 33 FAA audits. Delta down 1.1 off guidance. ACAD down 16.8 off trial results. Arlay down 9.9. KLIC down 8.1 Project W update. OCOL down 3.9 earnings. AAL down 3.8 guidance. ASON down 3.1 earnings. SPR down 2.3 Boeing Sympathy. ATMU down 2.3. IGT down 1.8 off earnings. RNLX 10 million equity private placement. NRXP down 19.1, seeking shareholder approval for reverse stock split. CTMX down 17.1 earnings. XPDB down 17.0. STI down 10.0. BLDE down 8.5 off earnings. AMLX down 5.6. LXRX down 3.6. And then Alto down 3.6 earnings. LOI for CCS project. Wow, not too big of a list. Yeah, 3M, new CEO. New CEO. Their last CEO was in charge for 6 years. Not bad, baby. So, Chattadonia, I got a couple plays, not anything crazy. Oracle, 3M, ADM, AAP, and then RGLS. Also keeping an eye there on gold and oil once again. Again, RGLS, they had data and then oversubscribed placement, but they're already up a lot. So we'll see how that plays. And then Oracle, maybe we get lucky on a post-earnings. 3M might have already went a little crazy, but that one could be good if that continues. Again, it likes to make a move towards $100. So we will find out. But Chattadonia, we are so early, bro. Oh, former Bank of Japan. Let me play. I'm going to go grab me another water. I've already down 2 this morning. I'm feeling good, even though I was getting beat up by daylight savings this morning. Yeah, we got like 15 minutes. We could talk about anything.
That could be a catalyst. That could justify
I want to hear what Takahide said.
Move next week.
Bank of Japan officials are moving closer to raising rates. Bloomberg
all right, well, give me a second.
Final
we'll go over plays here in a sec. I'll answer some questions. We got a lot of time. Again, we're right back to where the CPI came down. Bond yields lower.
So, Enda, where
so let's see what
at this moment? Does it seem like essentially a coin flip that they normalize policy?
It really does, Danny. It sounds like it's a very close decision. Our colleagues in Tokyo reporting, as you mentioned, is that it sounds like they're 50-50 at best on this. Now, there are a couple of things at play here. First of all, there will be the trade union wage negotiations with those results due on Friday. And by all accounts, it sounds like if that comes in, say, on the higher end of the pay scale, then the BOJ will be green-lighted to move ahead. That seems to be the signalling. And then, of course, the question becomes, what do they do? Do they, pull out of the negative rate and bring it back to 0, or did it push it higher up to maybe actually increase it up to 0.1, go in kind of a one move and done type scenario? And also, of course, what did it do with yield curve control? So even if we'll say the wage data comes in on Friday, there are question marks over what exactly policy levers they will pull. And of course, if the wage data doesn't come in on the hot side of things, well, it probably will put the focus back on April, because either way, most analysts watching this story are saying that Japan is edging towards its first interest rate hike since 2007.
Even so, we did hear from Ueda, who said that there's still some weakness in some household spending data. That in itself seemed to weaken the yen this morning. It is weaker by about 0.5% versus the dollar. And I mean, that kind of language, it still seems like a tepid BOJ.
No, absolutely right, Danny. And I think we know with the BOJ, they always want to move somewhat cautiously. They certainly won't want to be seen to create a policy error. Remember, the BOJ in the past has raised rates at times, only, of course, to have to reverse gear on that. On the fiscal side of things in Japan, remember the famous move to increase the sales tax a few years ago that ultimately was blamed for kind of putting a stop in the Abenomics momentum. So the BOJ will be very careful. But nonetheless, though, people watching this story closely have been making the point that the BOJ are keen to at least get out of negative territory, to pull out of it. They're the last major central bank in the world pursuing negative interest rates. That is having a skewed effect on their markets. They are keen to get out of it. They're just looking for an excuse when to do so. And, of course, they want to pull off the magic trick, which is, of course, doing that without blowing up the markets and without setting back the economy. That's why it is a pretty tricky task for them, and that's why there's so much focus on the wage data on Friday. If the wages come in hot, then that would give them pretty good cover and a green light to say that they have to pull out of where they are.
I think that's the magic trick every central banker wants to pull off. Fix things, don't blow up the market. Enda, thank you so much. Bloomberg's Enda Curran. Kathy Jones and Zachary Griffiths are back with us. Zach, does the BOJ need to move now? Is this their window of opportunity before we get Fed cuts, as you and Kathy say, in the second half of this year?
I think it is the BOJ's opportunity. You've had inflation come up quite a bit and had global inflation at really elevated levels over the past couple of years. So we are expecting the BOJ to move this year. And when we think about it from our perspective, it's important from a hedging cost perspective and how attractive U.S. assets become to Japanese investors. But we do think that the time is now for the Bank of Japan.
See, this I find interesting, Kathy, because if the BOJ moves, we're talking about a 10 basis point hike. In terms of yield differentials, it's not that big of a difference. So what impact does signaling have in this case if we are moving towards policy normalization in the BOJ?
Well, the difficulty for the BOJ is...
BOJ, again, that's on March 18th. That's going to be good. You have something on Fitch. Liquidity tightens at smaller U.S. banks as larger banks hold steady. Liquidity coverages of uninsured deposits decline noticeably at banks in 23, particularly among smaller banking institutions. And then again, Apollo reached out to Para. Yeah, I put it up right when I left there. But they already jumped up 6%. So Chattadonia, not bad at all. We have a lot of time here. We haven't gone over plays yet. I went over mine. We went over the pre-market movers. I have yet to ask you. I'll ask you here in a little bit, but we got a couple of minutes here. Is there any questions? Again, core CPI came in hotter on the month-over-month. That was the real issue. Headline came in about in line, but still a little stickier. But for the most part, today was a slightly hotter inflation print. We have not moved at all. I mean, we did move down and then go up, but it was pricing in 1%. We have not moved anywhere today. So we'll see. Yeah, we have time to get the likes to 1,000. I think we're going to hit it. Oh, yeah, we're close to 1,000 likes before the bell, baby. Amen. So hit that like button. I like Oracle. I think Oracle may have a lot of AI hype. Again, what they were talking about, hyper growth on their AI segment, that was really good. Again, 3M I have on my list. New CEO, that's going to be good news. And really, it likes going crazy above 100. So watch for like 101, and then if it could fill that gap, getting back up there, that will be very interesting. Other than that, though, we'll see off of the open. And then again, like I said, I do like Oracle a lot. I may want to go shares. We'll see what's up with the options there. But Oracle is already up a decent amount. I think 136 is the all-time high. So we'll see. Is there any other questions, though? We got a lot of time. We got like 2 minutes. We got 2 minutes, and then we'll go plays, and then plays. Anything? 3M already, I guess it is at 100. It wasn't there. It was at 95 and then like 98, but I was looking for a 100 move. 101 will be the earnings gap up level. Dollar, I mean, I think the yen pulled back a little bit. So the data kind of moved things around, but Ueda he was talking things yesterday, but he didn't sound as aggressive. So the yen pulled back a little bit, kind of helping out the dollar or adding strength to the dollar. Neutral rate, I mean, it's supposed to be where inflation minus like interest rates. So, or it should be where both the economy doesn't like, it shouldn't both, it should be growing or it shouldn't grow it and it shouldn't restrain it at the same time. So things should be neutral. And then you're restrictive if rates are higher than inflation. MasterCard introduces subscription management solution. Wow. All right. No, we haven't done the play. We got some time. We have some time. We got like 2 minutes, and then we're going to do the plays. Or 3 minutes, and then we'll do the pledge. PDUFAs, I think there's a couple this week. There was a little bit of data. I do think you even get Pfizer today as well. I think Pfizer is going to be speaking at a conference either today or tomorrow. So I'll have to double check. And then again, there was like 2 sets of companies, RGLS, and another one had bad data. RGLS had good data and then oversubscribed private placement. Yeah, gold came down a little bit. We'll see how that ends up playing out. Also, Fed futures, those May odds dropped a little bit. So I'm waiting to see if the ZQK, if that could drop a little bit more, I'm down to buy that to the upside. But then again, I don't know if today's data really supports it. If we get a bounce on bonds, I may be down to short that again. 1 p.m. today, you are going to be getting your, what's it called? You are going to be getting bond auction. So keep that in mind. Reddit, I think it'll be a cool IPO. If you could get shares and, want to go for the flip, that'd be nice. But other than that, we're going to wait till it comes out and play the earnings criteria. Chattadonia. That being said now, I don't want to waste any time. I want to make sure we get right to the pledge, and we're ready to go on this beautiful CPI day. So, Chadadonia, happy Tuesday. You're here right now. What is your first play of the day? Post it in the chat. Like the video. Post your first play. What do we got, baby? Oh, you hear that? The coin dropped right at the time. CLR, SIGA, special dividend, bow inputs, arm call, spy puts, Oracle, Eli Lilly flip, selling JD, spy puts, bow inputs, holding Apple call, selling MTN, Baba shares, Tesla shares, puts on BA puts, arm puts, spy puts, Tesla puts, KRE, Nvidia puts, Boeing puts, Coinbase puts, Tesla, DWOC puts, SMCI. Anybody want to call? Nvidia calls, there it is. Meta calls, Ater earnings, Riot calls, Bally calls, holding targets, spy daily, Apple calls, Google, IWM dime, lots of Boeing, watching Oracle, Meta, spy calls, Celsius calls, Hood May, Tesla calls, Spy calls, 3M, Beetle calls, Neo calls, Soxel puts, Google puts, Apple calls, selling JD, UEC long, Google puts, Google calls, ARM puts on everything, Google puts, MSTR, Beetle call, ARM is dying, Spy calls, Spy puts, Mara, why is everyone so bearish, Soxel, Meta put, Nvidia, QQQ, good morning, baby, Wall, WB11 calls, watching gold, FBTC, puts on puts, IWM, ARM, Nvidia, QQQ, Apple calls, Google, Tesla, GameStop calls, Spy puts in the final plays. Euro close, CVX calls, Chad calls, crackheads, and MNQ short, baby. Let's go. Wow. A lot of puts out there, Chad. A lot of puts there. So let's see. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, there's something I have calls on every day. Before I go to chase a dollar, before I try to enrich myself here at the Colt, before we do anything, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Colt, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out. All the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families. Thank you for your service. Thank you to your dedication. Whether or not your peers and fellow citizens have given you that love and appreciation, I hope you know we love and appreciate you. And thank you for your service, baby. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches. You're making your community run. That's where it all happens, baby. So thank you as well. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Say the digits! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn. Let's go. Oh, Chadadonia. Chadadonia. The Jets have been sent. Designer is back in the Chad. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. So, Chadadonia, happy Tuesday. Again, I think there's going to be a lot in store today. You're already having a couple of tech names move. I want to know what the balance is going to be, but bond yields are already coming down, or bond yields are going up. Bonds are coming down, and then SPY, you are like barely right where you were when the data came out. So that's pretty wild. Yeah, 3M's already above 100, but the fact is, I mean, we're practically unchanged from the data. So, again, that data, too, came in a little hotter. Last time we had a move like that, it was straight down on the January or the February CPI. So, we'll see how this one plays out. But I would strap in today and get ready for a crazy 7 hours. Again, we have more data on Thursday. Shouldn't be much. Again, big 10-year bond auction. That's going to be the next thing we're going to watch out for. And then that's it. So, Chad, you got less than 1 minute to like the video. Make sure you're subscribed. We already hit 1150, baby. Oh, yeah. Carissa would be proud. Hey, man, that's what I'm talking about. So thank you for liking the video. Thank you all for holding it down, showing love. You have any questions, you let me know. You call out any plays, interact with the chat. Let's have a good time. Oracle's already up 10% still. Damn. So we'll see. Yeah, and then 3M. 3M is going to have a pullback eventually, but that one should be exciting. So we will find out. All right. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding! Round 1. Fight. Let's see. 3M options are still closed. So that's it. We are green for now. We're like barely. Russell's red. We're like barely where we were at when the data came out. So that's the thing. I mean, you're practically unchanged on the data itself. Let's see. Let's go. I like the oracles, but they're hard. Let me know when the 3M chain opens up. Intel moving. Oracle's chain is open, and actually some of those oracles didn't go that great. That's sad. Oh, dude, they fucked the Oracle chain up. Yeah, so again, I think it was the 130s. Those only went up 40%. That's crazy. So, yo, those Oracle contracts didn't even hit. Again, Oracle is pricing in a lot. 3M's good. Again, the option chain is still closed on 3M. I do think at like 101 is the price you want to look at. But like 101 on 3M, if it gets above there, that'll be good. Otherwise, it might top out around 101.5. All right, now the oracles are trying to come up. But, bro, that option chain, they added like 10 different options on the Oracle. So, again, Oracle was pricing in a lot for yesterday. But, like, literally, they added all of these options. So, like, these options would have been close together, and it just clapped everything. But I'm surprised. All of the premiums. And if Oracle takes off, though, all those premiums are cheap. So 3M already came down. Again, I think option chain is already closed. Literally, there's Oracle out of the money's break even. ARM 124. Isn't today the lockup? 3M is out. The options are open. Yes, it is. The 3M option chain is broken. There's options that didn't even exist on here. Most of these, nobody's even trading them. And then all the bids are up at $2. So, yeah, even 3M. I don't know. You could go with shares on any of these. I like the Oracle options the best, though, just because they're cheap. You just need Oracle to actually go up, but you're not really even paying a premium. .3M new CEO, JD. Oh, I don't know if our options went up. Remember, we had one. That was all over. ARM is still selling off. Oracle trying to move here a little bit. Oh, well, there it is. There's Oracle. Just woke up. That one went up 17. Wait, what? Oh, they just scammed. Bro, what? Oh, those might hit. Right when I put in an order, they changed the bid on me. And then they filled one of the other ones. That's crazy. I got scammed on Oracle. Well, I made an Oracle play right now. But that was kind of scammy. I wanted the cheaper one, but whatever, I'll take it. No, they scammed there and won. There was one option on that chain. It was going to fill, and I thought my order got filled, and then it didn't. So I already got clapped on one of the options there. It already came down. All right. So not a recommendation. You will lose money. Be very careful. I grabbed an Oracle April 19th. I grabbed a 150 call for 40 cents. Those contracts were dead, and then that little candle woke them up. But I was trying to get the 155s for 20 cents. And then they just, like, right when I put in the order, the market makers started being hella weird. So $40 for April. It's kind of pricey, but the good part is you didn't really have to pay too much of the premium compared. So you got, it's like a little bit where it was at yesterday, but now the stock is 13% closer. Oh, Oracle. I'm sorry. I said Oracle. My bad. I meant Oracle. Forgive me. Yeah, Oracle. They're in an all-time high. Tesla, SPY coming down now. So are we now below CPI? Yeah, you've faded CPI level now. So you are going a little lower. Even gold dropped here. What is that? AbiVi or BioVi? And then where's that other one? RGLS. Damn, that one's still holding. So that one hasn't came down. If RGLS drops to like low twos, call that one out. MO call is up 200. Oh, really? No way. That's what you meant by 200? Damn, mine's only up 100, but it's the spread. Yeah, MO's spread is literally 7 cents to 16 cents. The spread on MO is 100%. But yeah, MO is up another 1%. Thanks for the early morning helping understand. Hey, man, God bless. What's up, Rhino? Bright and early, baby. Bright and early. So, again, SPY coming lower. You are below CPI. Someone remember, what, 512.60 to 512.80. Someone just remember that number for the SPY. Because, again, that's literally the CPI level. I wouldn't be surprised if VWAP is there. But, yeah, like 512.60 to 512.80. This candle right here is like, that's where CPI was. So that's going to be important here. Again, NASDAQ starting to sell off. Tesla. Again, MO, that's what you guys kept saying, 200. I was like, what do you mean 200? But the MO plays are up, but the spread is just vicious. Well, that's good if it lasts. And then again, I like RGLS if that gets cheaper. Did the Oracle, that one still go? I think Oracle's going to do well. Anytime the options get cheap and then they scam me on my orders, those are the ones that take off. But I'm only put $40. Hopefully we get lucky on that one. Oracle. Oh, those HPQs too. CLRO, Mara tanking, Boeing, 3M came down too. Again, that $100. Very, very stubborn. MO, the bid went up on the MO contracts, but my goodness. Or no, just to ask. ADM on the high now. Again, they had a buyback too. I thought ADM, it's up 6 now actually. If ADM starts moving, it might break out of there. I don't know. Did our contracts do anything? ADM starting to break out. Yeah, our contracts are up 23%. No shit. So ADM plays actually ended up holding up a little bit. ADM. The SPY still going lower. I'm watching the NASDAQ drop. It's live. That's not going. TSM pop. Netflix dying. TSM. Meta trying. Meta was crazy in the morning. And then even then, like I told you, I think Meta, if it sucks. If today was like really good, Meta would have been the easy one. I think yesterday was just a crazy sell-off on that Trump shit. That made no sense. Costco's coming back up. Boeing new lows. Oh, they give me a good price on that. Nice. I'm down. Oh, there's no news thing? Well, thank you for reminding me, my brethren. Thank you for... Oh, is that... Oh, that's BW. Macy's on the high. I thought it was 3M again. Macy's up 2%. Going crazy. Meta going back up. Damn. Kind of bad timing on that, unless they went up. Yeah, a little bit. All right. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a ADM play. I actually went a little bit bigger. I'm planning to sell and make these free, but I like this play yesterday. I was just telling you. So the fact that it actually had good earnings and is starting to climb up. It already gave back some, so I was hoping it broke out from here. That's going to slow it down, but I did ADM, April, $70 calls. I grabbed 10 of them at 15 cents, 16, and then I'm planning on making some of those free. Airbnb, we got to get back to 168. But yeah, Archer Daniel call April. So a little bit of time, around $70 is where they fill the gap, but again, I just like that they're up after all of that. Yeah, Airbnb is doing good. NVIDIA on the low. Disney's on the low. Where's Baba? Again, China stocks were actually doing amazing today. JD's at 27. Fuck. Oh, I wish I held those shares. Damn. JD calls are up 58%. We have till April on that. So those are actually still riding. Oh, and then those Kroger calls came back up to 3M back above 100. JD's doing very good. Yeah, 3M options were kind of difficult. I couldn't really find anything there. I do like, but 3M's kind of like, it moves hella weird. Because it likes to hit those levels and just sell off out of nowhere. MO came down. Pfizer sold off 1.3. Macy's is still going. That's now 3% on Macy's. That's a very, very big move. ADM play went to 10 to 15 after you said it. Yeah, but after I bought it, it went from 15 to 10. So usually right when the options, I mean, that's welcome to the option scamming game. Those market makers run it up. So I either get a really good deal or a really bad deal. And then if there's more liquidity, it just moves things around. So like I bought that play, and then right when you guys started buying it, the price went down. So I took a loss, and then now it's back to 10 to 15. But that's also because the stock moved a little bit. I'm still in PTN, yeah. I'm going to give them a little bit. Again, they have a little bit of that GLP-1 exposure. Again, JD's up. The MOs are up too, but they were doing a lot better yesterday. Oh, Marvel at 72. So they still haven't even bounced yet. And then where's Oracle? Oracle calm down. SPY going lower. So again, you are negative. You've filled the gap now of yesterday. SPY is negative. NASDAQ going break even. Dow is red already, and then Russell's down 0.5. But you are now negative from CPI release. So you're getting into the lower end. Again, bonds have already sold off. They're not really moving too much, but everything else is getting dragged with it. CPI numbers, core was hot. It was really, honestly, I'm surprised the market went up for a little bit, but it was hawkish. You had a hot inflation print once again. I would say it's due to the data, but then again, I mean, you did go up a little bit. But generally speaking, I think the data is a good one to blame. Yeah, NVIDIA was given up earlier. Some names more than others are holding. Again, Nordstrom's and Macy's. Those ones are interesting. And then again, a lot of bad guidance in airline land today. All of those are trading lower. Tesla's even down. Oracle's holding up. 3M as well. Ultra even coming down. And again, SPY going lower. Rum sold off. Yeah, again, I think you're starting to feel the hot print. I mean, we are down, 30 points from the open? And then, again, you are trading now near the low end of the wick right when the data came out. ADM, I grab April calls. It's at 13. I think that's it. I overpaid. Like I was saying, when I bought the contract, they were wider spread, more price, so they came down. But that play, you got to be careful. Yeah, ADM stops right here, you're going to lose all your money. As it ADM breaks out and we get above this level, you're open back up to the gap fill. You got enough time to get lucky on it. So that's generally the whole idea with that play. But again, they increased buyback. They took an impairment charge of $118 million. Wasn't that bad considering they had multiple years and another little investigation. But that is the general idea. Again, JD's running and your MO plays. MO plays were up 300% earlier, but no, not anymore. Oracle's coming down. Ten-year is up a decent amount. Kroger's running, so we still got those calls. Those are working up a little bit. But SPY's going lower, so we are selling off here now. Again, it's barely red. Don't let me be so dramatic, but, the fact was you had a hot print, and then we went up, and now we're finally going down. So I think it's just balancing everything out. You're near the low. High ticker still has a couple of names. Low ticker, I'm seeing Amazon's, Microsoft, DraftKings, Tech, ServiceNow. So a lot of names there. Yeah, Amazon's about to go red. Google's actually, damn, these names are all in the red or in the green. So literally all your big tech is in the green right now, except Apple maybe. Apple and then Micro. Yeah, all big tech is holding up. And then NVIDIA's even still in the green. ARM down 3%. I mean, holy lockup. Federal Reserve to start tapering quantitative tightening program from June, said 14 of 26 strategists. So just a survey. That'd be good. That's bullish. DTSS, ELF on the high. Again, Ulta has earnings on Thursday, I believe. CPI hasn't been good all year. That's kind of the whole point. So to start off this year, every inflation print has came in hotter than expected. Last month was really hot. And it started getting people thinking about it again. But now this has been the second time in a row. But you're looking at this whole year of 24. The idea has stayed the same. The narrative is still intact. It's still very slow moving, but in general, all inflation data this year has been bad, whether it's PCE, PPI, or anything, and then especially CPI, and then core and super core. All of them have been fairly negative in the sense that they have gone up and been hotter than people expected. All right, little bounce. I don't know if that little quantitative tightening survey got people moving, but again, it is early morning still, and we just made a 30, 40 point move off the data. CCJ climbing. Come on. Yeah, ADM just chilling. Where's Square? I like how Square's at 80, but they slowed down. NVIDIA, Oracle still up, man. Marvel, I'd like a little bit more out of you. FedEx. Well, the crazy part is FedEx got earnings in a couple of weeks. So remember, they start off the earnings season, but they're like really early. But like you're gonna have FedEx earnings before you know it. TSM dumped. Yeah, they're up 1.4 still. Again, all of big tech, and then NVO again. Wegovy got approved for heart disease, I believe today. So NVO, some GLP-1 names starting to run. Again, SPY 4 candles off the bottom. Bonds right back to opening candle, which was still down. SPY right below VWAP and still below CPI level. Again, NVO waking up. There's CCJ now. Finally. That thing's volatile as hell. IBM moving. And Kroger. Costco mooning. Yeah, up 2%. Remember, they sold off a little bit after their earnings, so they got a little bit of room they could make up. CAR-G, where's CART? CART's at 35, bro. Meta's running now. Microsoft. Meta's doing the best, but all of big tech is in the green. So NASDAQ is already back to 0.1. AMAT flushing. AMAT on the low. SoFi. I don't really like SoFi. I never really have, but, you know, if you want a bank, I would go grab like a Wells Fargo or a JP Morgan instead. The VIX down. I mean, VIX is down, actually, yeah. It's crazy, though, bro. They're scamming heavy. You guys got to realize, like I wasn't tripping out yesterday. That 0.9 that we were pricing in, that was the most we have priced in for a CPI since April of 2022. That's wild. But the crazy part, we're not even moving that. So I think like top to bottom, we've already moved 1%. But like if you really look from yesterday and you made any of those plays, bro, like right now this is just cucking. So even though we were expecting more, got surprised. The market literal move is below expectations right now. So again, we have 6 more hours, and what time is it? 6:50. It's only been 30 minutes. And again, Euro close is a little later today. So SPY coming back up here to VWAP. Oracle holding. 3M came down. ADM came down. Good thing I took straddles. You would still be losing. That's kind of the idea. So it depends on how much it's moved. But remember, a 1% break even, that means you're buying at the money straddle, and just to break even, the market needs to move 1%. So as of now, it's moving a quarter of that. CPI did come in bad. I mean, it was a little hotter. I think I honestly want to say it was really bad, but in general, it was bad. The only thing that's good is that there's still several more events, right? And it's just it's still, even if this number was hot, it's not like it has totally dismantled the entire narrative. Bro, you're up 20 points off the bottom there. So you are definitely getting CPI-esque moves. I don't know if you guys are witnessing right now. If you want to, I'm already in that old MNQ, but bro, these swings are fat right now. Yeah, NVO, we had that up earlier. Back to VWAP, back above CPI level now, slightly above. Again, remember that 512.80. You're right back above where CPI came out. Bro, it's crazy, bro. These moves, you're selling off 30, and then you're bouncing up 30 in a couple minutes. That one's pretty wild. Again, the big tech names are holding. Baba, Altria, Abercrombie's on the high. They were selling off the last couple days. THC, Microsoft's climbing. Again, SPY, healthcare's all up. Wasn't it Humana and UNH? They were going off yesterday. So literally, you're back above CPI now. So we've barely moved since the CPI was released, technically. So again, this little 1/3%, you were already there pre-market. Abivai's doing great. They're near 181. Airbnb back to 165. What is this, bro? What a wild dude. It's a very, very wide day. So again, I know the Russell's down, but very surprising what's holding up. There's bigger cap names. Let me give you a breakdown. So what, 30 minutes? Actually, no, we got to wait. Give me 3 more minutes. 30 minutes is better to check up. We're almost there. Sava on the high, FedEx on the high, SPY going up. Again, you have recouped CPI level. So to give you an idea, CPI, drop, pop, sell off till the bell. Bell comes out, we go up a little bit, dump 30 points, and then we're back up 20 points right above where the level came out. What a damn day. No, it's just CPI. Again, I mean, I would say CPI, big data. I'm telling you right now, we're pricing in a 1% move, or at least that's what we were ahead of the data. And then you're watching these wild swings, So I think we might get that volatility. You may even get a bigger move higher and then a bigger move lower when it's all said and done. What an hour. SMCI over. I don't know. SMCI is in a weird world. Remember, it was just at $700 and it went to $1,200. If anything, ARM has my attention because you're getting the sell-off there. You got the lockup. And I think a lot of people were worried about it, but that might be a good time. I like Oracle, too, because it has AI news. And then I still want to play the Marvel dip. I haven't got into that one yet. I want $72. That's what I said last time, but now that it's at 72, I'm getting greedy and I want 70. NVIDIA pop, bro. SPY just literally just the way you sold off. You just got bought up. No headline, no news, just sheer momentum following data. And again, bonds have not moved at all on any of that. So that whole entire move, bonds just sat there. Whole entire time. Yeah, NVO, I called it out on the first one. NVO was only up like a quarter. Now they're up 1.5. Again, Wegovy had good news today. Heart drug approval for the Ozempic stuff. So now they're going to get better insurance, I believe. CCJ still going. So that's good. And then JD options are up, but JD China name stopped moving. SPY back at the high of the day. Not the pre-market high, but you're right under. Damn, 51.43? Oh, wow. So we're 40 points off setting a new all-time high off of hot inflation data. $3M, again, 101.50 is your level on $3M. If that shit gets above there, it's going to look good. And then Oracle as well. ADM kind of ticking back up here as well. It was going negative. It's a weird one, man. I think today's a head scratcher. Like I say, and I still think today was hawkish. I think today was neutral hawkish off the data, but literally within 5 minutes of the data coming out, even like Ira Jersey, some of the brightest minds in the bond market, everybody was confused off of this. This reaction is very odd that we're showing this much strength, considering you have not, I mean, again, it's all of 2024. You have had not one good set of inflation data. So I'm still leaning. I still think today is hawkish, negative, but generally, I mean, these moves are kind of already mind-blowing. So I got two ADMs. Airbnb. Altria. If those Altrias go up 200-300% again, that'll be nice. Apple. Maybe everyone's just overall YOLOing their money. It may be the way I'm looking at it is everybody is, they're looking at the full story again. This data, I think the data, inflation data has been objectively not good to start this year. You know what I'm saying? It's like that. It's not what you wanted to see. But the fact that it's been almost a quarter, even though the data is not what we want to see, it's moving very slow still. Are you guys with me? That's where I think the crackheads are still thriving. I think everyone's staying very still with their narrative, and they don't want to move too much because they're like, well, it's slow. So as long as inflation's ticking up a little bit, they're like, well, until then, we still have strong growth. We still have all these other factors. And I think that's what's giving people a little bit of slack to not be so, violently sell off every single bad indicator. April. $3M, $30M. Oh. My 3M in my Walgreens don't show up. I need to see the fidelity. It doesn't show up on my long term. I want to see how 3M is doing. MPC on the high. Hold Apple. Oh, shit. It says we're up a decent amount today. Hey, man, I'll take it. Yeah, 3M. See, it doesn't show me my... I don't know. Something's not updated. 3M and Walgreens. I don't know if they had events, but on Fidelity, it's not showing me my full position info. Damn, and then we're almost break even on MO. So I was down like 8% when we bought it, I think. And after that average there, we're almost break even on our whole entire MO position. And that's not including dividends. My E-Trade is working. It was tripping out yesterday. ADM coming down. Tesla going lower. MSTR is breaking out. And then I'm seeing a couple of Bitcoin ETFs. Is Bitcoin running up? Coinbase catching a candle. 260, CART breaking out. GBTC, Microsoft now. Big candles on Microsoft at the high. So hold on, you may get number 2. So again, SPY's like dancing around near the high of the day. But I'm watching a lot of tech on the high ticker. And bonds trying to ease up a little bit. Remember, bond auction at 1 p.m. Eastern. Airbnb. Vanny's even moving up. I have no idea with tech. Again, I mean, tech was underperforming the last couple of days unless it was chips, and then they gave up. But today is like big name tech is holding up. Let me give you the breakdown now. It's been 30 minutes. So right now, Dow Jones, 15 names red, 15 names in the green. Boeing is the worst on the Dow. 3M is the best. NASDAQ 100, 47 red, 53 names in the green. Pinduoduo is the best on the NASDAQ. Tesla is the worst. And then S&P 500, 235 in the red. Airlines are the worst. And then 263 in the green. 3M and Oracle are the best. So 50-50. Today is literally 50-50. And then the bigger names, I think, are doing a lot better. That's why we're up a little bit more. And then EK, because equal weight's like break even right now. So this is just the bigger tech names doing a lot better. I think they had a little bit more strength. Bigger candle, ARM breaking out now, 128. So ARM breaking out on lockup day. Bonds are catching a bid, and now SPY is about to hit a new high of the day, but still below pre-market highs. But again, anything above here, you'll open up the door to reaching those pre-market highs. Bitcoin's starting to break out now. I think you're getting a new all-time high on Bit. Yeah, Bitcoin 73,000. Yeah, but just tick 73,000. It's going up now. So literally new highs on Bitcoin. New all-time highs nominally. Cooking premium. I mean, we have moved less than 1% for now. So we'll see where that goes once we get there. Young Bitcoin. ISRG on the high. Tesla moving a little bit. Again, ARM. SPY just hit a new high. Meta's starting to go now. So Meta's up. Literally, Meta's recovered half of yesterday's loss. Oh, those are expensive. NVO still going. Yeah, ARM. I said I like ARM. I didn't want to take it there, but it is creeping up. Because, again, they were kind of low. They still have a lot of downside, and then it's like $20 to the support level of 100 and then $20 to the new high. But ARM, again, even with everything going on, very interesting price point. Again, Snap and Meta are both. They're kind of expensive, but very important there. Tesla retesting. Tesla trying to go up. Boeing still dumping. Boeing at 183. Again, they had a flurry of bad news there related to the FAA and failing those little things. Dollar still green. You know what time it is. Pay the plug, baby. Not trading this day. Good luck, Chad. Oh, smash. You say I'm taking a break here. Let it ride, baby. God bless you. Horna. Oh, my goodness. Always playing the plug, man. I appreciate you. Happy CPI day. And then Baidu's going up 3.3. Pepsi's on the high. ADM not moving. Oracle stop moving. Again, Baidu's starting to run up here. Who's the other one? 3M. Gap on the high. And then Amazon, ANET, SPY came down. A little bit of China rally going on here. So that's good if those hold up. I like Oracle. It's fine for now. But they, again, they're AI news. It's because they're like right at highs. They were both pricing in a lot, and then they haven't really broken out this range in a minute. But I do think Airbnb, or I do think their comments on AI, not Airbnb, were very, very good. But Airbnb, are you talking about the leaps? I don't want to sell the 170s. I want to sell like 270s. So remember, Airbnb hit 168 like 2 days ago. Oh, Airbnb just died. 2 candles down, but I'm waiting to sell covered calls. But I want to wait a little bit. I want to wait because I don't want to cap it, but then I'm like, you know what? If I sell the Januaries, I could always roll to the Decembers, but I do like them unabated for now. Amazon's still running. That's like the 3rd time I've seen that there. Yeah, Gap was catching a pop, 52-week high. ISRG's going again. Amazon just woke up. ISRG's up 1-2. Amazon is a site. Again, Baidu still moving too. More China plays running up. Again, C-Web. And then Baba's near the opening. Baba may even break out. FedEx. Oh, I got MSOS shares. I'm going to average at like low 7s, 720, but those haven't really hit yet. BB on the high. Remember, they were up 10% yesterday. Again, more Amazon. BZ. Didn't they have earnings? Yeah, I think they have earnings. They had earnings this morning. That could have been a good one, too. Prince Ali, rate cut. Strongest 10 regular rates as high as the... Powell says he's going to cut rates. Then Jerome says he won't cut. And then Yellen comes on and says the last final mile of inflation's easy. Prince Ali, rate cut. Strongest 10 regular rates equal as he... Okay, I'm sorry. It's a really good song, though. I really love Aladdin. It's a cultural thing. APO reached out to Paramount about potential asset takeover. APO moving up on that. OMH. NIVDA. Oracle trying to move. Market likes higher CPI, no rate cut. I think the market is broader than what we think. And what I mean, even then, I just think nobody is panicking unless there's a door flying off the plane, as word to Boeing. But even then, it just seems that the only answer I could give to why we are still holding this stable is that we are just looking so far ahead that even if today was bad, the longer term, trajectory, soft landing, it's still in play. I could see that, but the last 2 warning signs, last 2 sets of data to start off the year have not been good at all. So I just think everyone's looking very, very far ahead, and we may be overlooking that, but For now, I still believe today has a hawkish element to it. But we are still a little bit higher. I may get much higher. Ooh. 30 M. No way, you guy. %3 CPI is the new norm. Well, it just shows that things are sticky. That's it. Even with how much everything's been manipulated with the data, you still can't get it to show 2. That's because houses, that's because of cars, that's because auto insurance, lodging, it's literally all the factors we saw today. But, like, that's where we're having, like, craziness when you really think about it. The rate cut-ons barely changed. They went a little bit more towards no cut towards May. That moved a little bit, but other than that, just slightly. Honestly, if anything, rate cuts pulled back. So slightly less rate cut odds priced in after today's data, but not anything nuts. Yeah, March. Where is it? May. Yeah, May dropped from 20 to 13. Remember I was telling you guys about playing like the ZQ? So it's like those odds dropped like 5-6% today. Yeah, MO's moving, but the contracts, they gapped up in the morning, and then that's it. But MO contracts are up 70%. Like, you have almost 100% on the ask, so not bad. We need one more. But MO's killing it, dude. I can't believe it. We are about to go green on our MO in the long term. That shit's ran up like 9% in 3 days. And then we get a 9% dividend, which is amazing. No, I'm still barely down in the long. I think Colt Sister is up on MO. Yeah, Colt Sister is green on MO, so that hooked her up. And then those MO contracts, one of them just went for 9. Again, it's just a wide spread. Because remember, we picked up some of those yesterday. Walmart new high. IBN. Again, new high on the SPY. Is that Oracle or is that 3M? No, 3M went down. 3M, $98 again. So we talked about getting at that. RGLS. Oh, yeah? Is it near the 2s or what are we looking at? 227. I might be down because their private placement was at 160. They offered shares at 160, but it was 100% oversubscribed. So they had a lot of data or of demand, and then they had data. RTX down 2. COP on the high. Is oil starting to move right now into the high? And then again, gold came down today finally. Netflix still rejecting. I think Amazon was the crazy one. Actually, and Meta too. Disney's just holding up there. Baidu again. And Abivai. Yeah, Baidu about to hit 105. Alarm coming down. Zebra, VKTX, Burl. High ticker's still going. Again, today was very, very 50-50. There's more Baidu. Again, those China names. Where's Baba? They're not all moving the same. JD's just near the high. Baidu's just hitting new highs, and then Baba still hasn't broken out. ADM. I like ADM because ADM, they had that like accounting issue, and they dropped 20-30% off of like a external thing not related to their company. So I figured there was a big discount there. Then they came out today. gave some updates on it. And their earnings were good. It seemed like they didn't have too negative effects. That's why they're up, but they just don't really move too much. I think it's right at where it was pricing, but I went with a follow-up play just in case we get lucky. MO finally green in the long term. Hell yeah. And remember, however long you've held it, I do think our average yield is around 8%. So that's the crazy part, because like I look at MO and I'm like, all right, I'm back to break even in the portfolio, but I've held that thing for like 3 years minimum. So we've gotten back about 24%, and then now whatever it's worth, plus the dividend increase. So I'm very hyped on it. Very, very hyped on it. I like that MO. Great time. I'm glad we used it on that day. Even Pfizer went up a lot too, but MO, high yield, I'm glad we locked it in, got to grow it, and then it literally just shot up 9%. RTX, I don't think there's news. There's some defense stuff. Oh, there was something related to defense this morning. I'm blanking. I might come back, or if I see it, I'll call it out. Yeah, there was defense budget. There's one more thing. I don't know why I'm blanking on it. Baba SPY still wants to go up. Again, bonds are catching a bid now. Still super early. It's been, just under an hour? Ulta's on the high. Again, they're coming into earnings. Tesla pop. MTN green. I don't think our contract, but that means they bounced a lot. The CPI already came out, my brother. MO is just going to move up. Like, the calls will move on every, 25, 50 cent range. So if it gaps up again, they'll keep going, or it has to, get big candles. You got a little bit of gain. The bid is slowly creeping up on the MOs, though. EA on the high, Microsoft, SPY. So making breakout number 2 here, 5147. You're still about 40 points from the high. You're at one point, this 5417, 5149, 5147. This was the high of 2 Mondays ago. And then we sold off the next day, and then we proceeded to go back up. So this is the low end of that Thursday. So we'll see again. 2 more points will be a little resistance. If we get above that, people might get a little excited. ARM, their lockup expires today, and then I think they're just moving with the other chips, but they're not that bad for considering. But you haven't really heard of anybody. You probably won't hear till after hours of anybody selling their shares. Volume's a little bit lower, I think. It should be elevated here. Oh, no. 17 million? Damn. No, we're actually very active. Again, 1 hour in, 17. We've had days with more, and just lately, though, it's been lower. But I think it's probably the most volume to start off last 7 days, even if you go into last week. Lockup is after an IPO. All of the shares, certain people who own shares, they have a lockup period, meaning they can't sell for a certain amount of time. So once the lockup period expires, if you own shares of that IPO, you could start selling. So for ARM, a lot of the early big investors who own a lot of the company, their lockup expires today. So now they could sell and take profits. Yeah, 51.50. Damn, you ripped through that level. I was telling you guys 51.49. You just rocketed above it. Next level will be like 51.56, then 51.60, then 51.65. And then if you get above there, we'll be knocking at all-time highs again. NVIDIA pop. Yeah, NVIDIA's up 3.2. Even SMCI's up 4.6. Tesla, Marriott's on the high. See if Airbnb goes up. Yeah, chips are really, really moving. Again, Meta and Amazon too. Meta hasn't broken out, but it was leaving. SPY's just running, bro. That's it. Again, we had a little bit of a pullback off the morning. That fits some of the negative bias with the data, and then we bounced out of nowhere, and now we're at another... we're at the pre-market high, and 30 points off is setting a new all-time high. Microsoft's still going. IBM as well. 0.7 on the SPY, 0.8 on the NASDAQ, 0.4 on the Dow, and then down 0.1 on the Russell. NVIDIA still going. NVIDIA's really running now. That's 3. Again, like we said, watch Meta and Amazon and then even Microsoft. It's big tech leading today. I'll tell you right now, it should be 50-50 still, but it is your bigger names that are doing well today that are helping increase this. So again, a lot of you are like, why are we going up? If anything, though, this is more of the bigger names doing well. Again, the Russell's down. The Dow is not the best performer. I wouldn't say this is as broad as we'd expect. It's 50-50, but I think today you get a W on the bigger names holding up. IBM, bro. I've seen many candles on that already. IBM. Yeah, IBM's up 2-3, keeps going. CSX on, maybe IBM's running off of Oracle. AbbVie, 180, 182. SGLY. Singularity Future Tech. Looks like one of those biotech pumps. Big volume. Up 62%. Visa's on the high. I keep seeing that one. Yeah, Visa is doing its... Remember, 2 weeks ago, it would run up every day. Then it took a breather. Yeah, I think I've been seeing Vanny on the high ticker. Yeah, back to 203. I haven't made my average yet. XLK is going up. Again, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta. I'd watch those names. Shit, even Apple. But Apple's actually in the red. But I do think Amazon is one to be reckoned with. SPY hitting another high. 51.56. So, bro, wait, that's the other level. Bro, you're getting to every single level. My goodness. Oh, no. 51. Now we need 51.60. It's like 51.62 and then 51.65. So still a little bit more. I was like, damn, that thing's moving quick. Amazon running. We dumped tomorrow. I don't know. I mean, last CPI was bad. We dumped, and then we ran up the next days. We'll see. Tomorrow is a burn one day, though. That's the weird part. Tomorrow doesn't have that much data. So no matter what happens, if we are going to make a follow-up move, I would probably attach it to the PPI on Thursday. but we don't have data tomorrow, so that's what makes it more interesting. High ticker running now, though. A lot of gasoline on the high ticker. SPY hitting a new high. Again, we're getting up to higher levels here. Yeah, man, VIX is down 7. That's the crazy part. Remember, VIX was just at 15. This guy's at 14. I want to say it clipped $16 or... Yeah, it closed yesterday. It clipped 16. Now it's down to low 14s. Honestly, though, I think this just killed the premium. NASDAQ is moving, but SPY was pricing in 1% still. So don't forget about that. That's the irony of all of this. Visa still, again, more Amazon, new high on the S&P. MasterCard starting to go. IoT, a couple of those runners. Meta now. Again, I see a lot of big tech. Where's banks? Yeah, banks are leading there too. Again, I think even healthcare. Yeah, everything is on the green right now. So you're running new high on the NASDAQ as well. NASDAQ's up over 1% now. SPY 0.8, 5160. So give it a couple more points. You'll have like 5 more points. If you break above 5165, then I think we are going to knock on the doors of another all-time high again. I don't know how it's green. I'm pretty shocked. Again, I still firmly sticking to the downside bias of today, but at least that's what the data would have said. But then again, I mean, the crackheads they're real, bro. They are real. I don't know if they're hold. Like I said, I'm still pretty on the bearish side just because of the data being hot. But then again, I mean, we did watch this the day after the last one. This one just happened right here live in the flesh. But on that note, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Welcome to another high, almost all-time highs. Hot inflation data. Market loves it. I will BRB and see you in a little bit.
Really what our mission is to be a healthy beverage platform. I think you look at the marketing, most of the funny, irreverent, cool marketing you've seen for companies, it's almost always for unhealthy things. It's beer, junk food, candy, energy drinks. I think what we're doing is how do you make better for you things that are marketed in the same funny way, essentially, as things like beer. So anything that's healthy, I mean, that's kind of where we look from an innovation standpoint.
Mike, I agree. I think it's really metal to care about your body. But talk to us a little bit more about beer. You've said in the past that you have been inspired by beer brands, like you said, the marketing around some of those products. Is that a category that you would ever explore, the alcoholic beverage lineup, or are you going to stick to that sort of better for you vibe?
No, we really want to stick to better for you. I think that's what makes... That's the interesting DNA of Liquid Death. I mean, not only better for you, but our whole death to plastic mission of, you know, helping to get rid of plastic bottles with infinitely recyclable aluminum cans. There's companies that do good. There's companies that are funny. There's rarely the two together, and I think that's what makes the interesting Liquid Death brand and DNA.
Well, we need to talk about marketing a little bit more. I see you have a pretty scary little guy on your shirt there, of course, advertising Liquid Death. And I see you on TikTok. I see you on Instagram, for example. It seems like this very ground-up, grassroots approach. What is your approach, though, when it comes to marketing? Is that really where you're going to be sticking, or do you have any big plans to really push out?
Well, I don't know if there's too many people who would consider social media grassroots. I mean, social media has overtaken traditional television and media years ago. I mean, you look at the average person, they are spending their time on their phone, not on television sets. Even if you look on the freeway, people aren't even looking at billboards. You look around in their cars, people are on their phones in their cars. So I think we're just building a brand for the modern age of where people's attention is. And the data's there. Most of people's attention is spent on social media, and what you have to do to win on those platforms is very different than what brands had to do to win on television in the 90s or the 80s.
Well, Mike, to be clear, if they're in the car, they shouldn't be on their phones if they're in the driver's seat. But I take your point that that is absolutely where the eyeballs are. But I do want to talk about distribution and how you push out into convenience stores and the like. It's interesting. You think about energy drinks. Celsius, for example, they partnered with Pepsi last year to handle distribution for them. How do you handle distribution over at Liquid Death?
Well, very similar to Celsius and Monster Energy, these brands were both built in the beer distribution network. And the beer distribution networks, they've gotten a lot better at distributing non-alc products. So we have a really great partnership, heavy in the Anheuser-Busch independent distribution network, and many of those distributors participated as part of this recent funding round. So, we have a really great partnership with our network that's getting us into all the convenience stores and grocery stores and the different places where Liquid Death sells, including the on-premise. Bars, nightclubs. Liquid Death is one of the few non-alc brands besides Red Bull that's actually selling in bars and the on-premise channel.
Talk to me a little bit more about how that works. It's always something I find interesting when it comes to distribution of some of these beverages. Is that really the only way to cut it in this environment, that you have to partner with one of the heavyweights to handle that for you?
For the most part, yeah. I think you have to, they call it DSD distribution. That
DSD, Liquid Death, water in a can. Traders still see June as most likely start of Fed rate cuts after inflation data. U.S. Treasuries pair the drop. Market as well. Again, we're near the highs. Bathroom break, we kept going higher. Chattadonia, even though inflation data was higher, you are now making another march towards all-time highs once again. Very surprising. My trades for the day, I think, was Oracle and ADM, and then I'm still in a lot of trades from last week. The gold short kind of came back a little bit, still down. My MNQs I was down on. I'm still down on them, but they came back a little bit. Other than that, I'm chilling. I have a couple of other plays I want to, but I kind of want to see. I mean, I'm definitely scratching my head today. I mean, other days like, the day where CPI, the next day it bounced, but today, I mean, I'm pretty surprised. I mean, 3-month, 6-month inflation averages are coming up. Data came in hotter. A lot of people are staying pinned to the longer-term view of all this inflation and the rates and all of that, but I'm pretty surprised. I think a lot of people are too. Again, even in bond land. The bonds aren't surprised, though. So the bonds had a negative reaction. This is kind of what I was telling you guys about a month ago, maybe a couple weeks ago, but remember I was telling you where, like, the bonds, they could get clapped? I'm not muted. I shouldn't be. But remember I was telling you guys how the bonds get clapped and then the equities could do their own thing? Because if anything, that's what it looks like today. Like, bonds took the gap down. They went lower. Like, I want to say that's how the market should look, If the market's in the bonds, so market should be, like, right here, 500. But literally, the bonds are the one taking the brunt of the reaction, and then that's it. They're just doing their thing. We can turn by the end of the day, but we could also still hit all-time highs. I think today's kind of we're still right below what was priced in, but today is so it's a little odd. I think we're going to move big, but as far as, like, the market really, like, no one's really panicking, let alone people are, I don't think they're getting too optimistic at the same time. So it's going to be odd. I think we might just get a lot of back and forth, maybe quarter point, half a point swings. Russell is green now. There was a little bit of a hawkish bias coming into today. So people were preparing for a bad print. That could factor into some of the moves we're seeing, but at the end of the day, I don't think it was, like, too crazy. I think people are still just focusing on June and July. That's, like, again, I don't know if how bizarre. I don't know if you guys realize, though, but, like, every time the data comes out and every day, what are we talking about? We're talking about the June, July rate cuts now. So I do think that no matter what happens, everybody is just punting all the way to June now, and unless Powell wants to flip up the dot plot next week. That's the question. Does today's data change the dot plot? Although today's data was bad, you can't easily say it changes the dot plot, and that is the X factor right there. Tesla a little green. I'm just trying. BZ's still going. That's a China name. Netflix on the high. You guys were saying they were getting clapped earlier. So Netflix found a way to go green now. And I think Amazon's my favorite out of those. I didn't buy AMD calls. No, I bought ADM. It is like AMD, but the different letter organization. Abavisis. Terrorist threat to U.S. now at a whole nother level. FBI's Ray. Is BNB climbing? Nice. I would like a 180. Casey's coming up. Where's the other one? MO. They came down. Pfizer, no good. 3M, Oracle staying pinned. Futu, another China name. Futu, decent pop actually. 30, 40 cents there at the high. Again, SPY still hovering near the high of the day here. IBM chilling. Chatter saying big event Friday, March 15th. That's weird. I think March 18th would be better. Well, March 18th will be Bank of Japan. So that's before Powell. But that right there, that could be something big. SGLY, that's from earlier today. Was the other one RGLS? Ooh, they came. It's still up 50, but this was the price I kind of wanted. Oh, and then it just popped up 15 cents. We'll have to wait. NVIDIA going up again. So again, that had 3 different pops today. They're up almost 5%. XLV still going. SMCI. I think SPY's going to go. Like I said, it's getting led by the bigger cap names. So anytime NVIDIA is getting a candle now, or any of the other bigger caps, that's it. AMD 200. Well, there you go. March 15th is the original Ides of March. Ah. I like it. Caesar. March is Apex, nothing else. That's it. Well, March has all the data. I mean, beyond a market point of view, just March is filled with data. So, again, even this week, we just got CPI. We have ISM. Then we have PPI. And then we're going to get retail sales. Then consumer sentiment. Then you're going to get Jerome Powell, SEP. I think another report. I don't know if the jobs or CPI. Then you're going to get PCE. And then all the other ISM data, real estate, everything else. Then Bank of Japan. And then end the quarter. Shinogi sees COVID pill releasing in U.S. early 2025. Shionogi. Arm lockup is today. Fed futures. No, we're like 3 rate cuts, and then we're no longer pricing in a hike for March, and then even like May and June cuts are like still right on the fence. We mean SPY will hit 550 end of March since data will send it higher. We'll see. I mean, like somebody just brought up, next week, Bank of Japan. I mean, that could upset a lot of things. It should be very gentle and gradual, but then again, you never know. And then, like we said, either March has problems or March goes good. March 2020, March 10th, 2000, that was the top of the tech bubble in the NASDAQ. March 10th, 2022, or 2020, that was the low of the 10-year. March 10th, 2023, that was SVB. 2021, 2022, nothing bad happened in March. You rallied like 3%. In the last like 5 years or 4 years, any other March though, if it is bad, it ends up usually kind of being something huge. I don't think they're going to end the YCC yet. I think they're close to it. I'm kind of thinking in April. So all of a sudden, everybody, like right now, economists are saying 80% chance. And I was believing that for a long time, but I don't know. I've been let down so many times with it. So tentatively, I want to say they are going to shift, but I do think there is a chance for like a bait and switch, and they get everybody excited for this month and then punt until April. Otherwise, they come out of nowhere and then just hit it and call it a day. But it's the funny part is that people are debating now what sort of what's it called? Like what sort of impact it's going to have, because some people are thinking it's going to change everything, but then they're saying, yeah, well, maybe it'll be so slow and gradual. Now people are debating the impacts of it rather than whether or not they're going to do it. There's your 0.9, yeah. You just hit it real quick. So NASDAQ's up 1.1, but SPY is around what was priced in on the options. So anything outside of here will be, I guess, more than what was expected. Let's see. Meta about to be 500 again. So that dip buy would have worked. I know, game plan for 2024, hot CPI bullish. Who would have thought? Again, a year, 2 years ago, this type of data would have been a shit show. But again, that's why, after going through those years, I think everyone's just keeping that long end firmly in view. But we'll find out. At this point, if anything, the real wake-up call is going to be on the SCP. Otherwise, if Powell gives you a green light, then there you go. Airbnb, I don't know why. He's just staying there. So is the market. Again, this is 0.9. So this is literally what the options market was pricing in for the move. No Euro close. Remember, Europe closes 1 hour later. So we close Europe at 9:30. All right, Airbnb above 166. SPY is now anything beyond here. You start to enter into the realm of 2 standard deviations. Snap a pop, Baidu still going. Again, bonds came back down. So this is, again, more of the negative effect was felt with the bonds, but not on the equities. I think the data was flat if you exclude energy and used cars. Good thing food was flat. I know I've gone up 0.2. Yeah, food it stayed the same, but it ran up a lot last month. But that's kind of my, the way I'm looking at today is that we're running out of excuses. So it's like, yeah, if you remove this, you remove that. But the fact is, real estate's not coming down. Owner's equivalent, super core keeps going up. And then even if you took the 6-month average of core, it is now at a pace of going back up. And that's the part. So, like, there's some pretty much like the same. Remember when they used to take the 3-month and 6-month to say, look, things are coming down. It's like now we have an indicator that is starting to tick back up. So on a 3-month, 6-month scale, your inflation is actually rising by even on the rate. I'm not talking about prices and never coming down. I'm just saying 0.1 month over month. Just if you look at a 3-month, 6-month average, you are starting to come back up. Even if you removed energy and used cars, you are still coming back up. And that's where people are getting worried. But the other stuff, it's like, well, if that stuff stops, if you have just one good print between now and the next couple of months, ta-da, you're good to go. So I think a lot of people are looking way, way far out there. Why not yearly? Because the yearly number, we already know the yearly number is low. That's not, the yearly number is good, actually. But the yearly number has stayed the same for like 6 to 9 months, depending on which one, headline or core. So you heard 6-month, 3-month average. That came up on the way down, and now we're not going lower. Ironically, it's kind of getting brought up on the way back up. NVIDIA, again, I see a lot of call-outs in the chat. Again, SPY just ticked up. NVIDIA back to 900. I mean, it was just at 865 this morning. And then gold starting to come back up. So is the NASDAQ as well. Mara's still dying. Where's coin? They didn't move up to... It's weird because Bitcoin, again, hit another record high today. Sneaky market. Uber's climbing again. Microsoft on the high again. NVIDIA. There's even Airbnb. Whoa. What was that? Was that Uber? Uber just got a big candle. Qual, coin, just chopping around. ASML. High tickers gassing. 1 minute, 30 second, 5 minute, new high. And you are now 0.1% above what the market was pricing in. 20 points off the all-time high. You've broken the 5165, so now you're in no man's land. AKA the last time you were at these ranges, I mean, you hit an all-time high. So literally I'd say like 5173, 5172, and then the 77, then the 80s, and then the 90s, and then all-time high. AMD approaching, Boeing. Good on the NVIDIA. Yep, long term loving it too. I'll take it. I'd say wait till Euro close, but we got like 2 more hours still. I guess an hour and a half. A little longer. So you got a long time to wait. Gold coming back up. Where's the dollar? Again, a couple of other names. And I do still think the breakdown, it might be a little bit more skewed to the green now. Let's see. Dow Jones. Yeah, Dow Jones, 25 in the green, 5 in the red. So last time I gave you guys that update, it was 50-50. So Dow has gone primarily green now. NASDAQ 100, 74 green, 26 red. So that flipped 50-50 to 75-25. And then SPY, same thing with SPY, 348 to 150 red. So literally about a quarter of the market that was red has gone green now in the last like 30 minutes, an hour. Caterpillar, HD on the high. Dollars coming lower. CCJ climbing up. Apple fighting for... They were red all day. Yeah, they were down by 0.04. Gap still going on. Oh, Dow Jones. Yeah, dollar's going down. Watch if the yen catches a bid. But bonds are dropping too, ironically enough. So, again, the bonds are the only thing that suffered here. Because, again, bonds even had a rally the last couple of days. But, I mean, they're the only thing that has any semblance of a reaction to hot inflation. Sound for the long term, I'm not a fan. But, again, I mean, I've been trying to make a point very clear for the long term. There's a lot of plays I probably don't like. So it just like if you want one of these riskier growth plays or a play that's like has a high premium, I mean, you could buy it as long as your other balance is in check and as long as you're not making it your biggest position. But yeah, I wouldn't buy Sound for the long term. My M&Q is almost back. I'm down $300. I was down like what, $1,200 yesterday. JEPI on the high. AbiVi now going up. 52-week high on AbiVi. All-time high on AbiVi. Let's see. It's only up $7 from the last high. Come on, Habibi. WBD, I'm not the biggest fan. I got free shares because of the AT&T, but other than that, I don't really like look into them too much. Yeah, ARM still got it has the little hangover effect, I think, from the rollover. We'll see. And just, I'd say wait till you get the first update on who sold out. Or the lockup, not rollover. Boeing at the low. Logi on the high. Tesla is only down 0.4. EPOL. EPOL. Dude, Amazon, 2.5. MO, come on, MO. Yeah, bro, great day for the long term once again. We are doing good. Yeah, AbiVi's the leader now. Where's the other one? ADM? ADM ain't do anything. Oracle stayed pinned, surprisingly. I met your buddy Tree. Y'all went to Cavo. I did go to Cavo. You know Tree, you know Trey. I used to call him Tree. When Trey, because he spelt it like different. I remember the first time meeting Trey, I was like, Tree? Tree? That's good, man. Shout out, call real estate, baby. You call him Tree. I called him that for a while. I was like, and then once I learned it was Trey, it blew my mind. I was like, oh. We've got Tree and Tree now. Tree, and we got Tree and Tree, Trey and Trey. All-time highs is very possible today. I mean, you're only 20 points off, and the market just turned a negative event to a positive. The only thing that would make me say it's not possible is that now the S&P is where the option market was pricing in. You're a little bit above it, actually. So this is where we were pricing things in. Oh, I forgot. Bond auction. Yeah, 10-year. 10-year bond auction. That's also going to be at 1. We still got a couple more hours, but yeah, that might be able to move some things around. $3M, I don't know. $3M, in the next couple of days, it's going to probably test 101.50, and then it's either going to rip past it or it's going to sell off back to 96 to 94 and then retest it again. But I just 101.50. You need a strong break of 101.50 on 3M, otherwise still in the gulag. If you break 101.50, you open up the door to the 103s and 105s. I think PPI on Thursday will be big. Is it possible to unban your other account? Most likely not. I mean, and sometimes even if I do unban it, YouTube might still clap you, but until we do like a year-end purge or like a jubilee, for now, I would say the answer is no. How'd you figure out the implied move? Go to yesterday's watch list and you'll be able to see it. We did it live yesterday while the market was still open, and then I brought it up on yesterday's watch list because I noticed I didn't have the fun fact, but I was like, dude, we haven't priced in something this big in a long time, and apparently that was the biggest pricing for a CPI in like a year and a half. I didn't make a play on it. I wanted the info. And then I didn't make any plays this morning off the data. My MNQ came back. I'm still down. The gold play came back a little. Still down as well. You got banned on your other account? Well, don't snitch on yourself. You're timed out now. So, again, follow the rules. You'll be good. USO's climbing up. Oil's on the high. Still at 70. I think I'm still down on oil now, too. I'm break even on oil. Oh, Nicole. $9.99 on your first one. Let's go, Nicole K. Harder. Amen. 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 You're going to start blocking the non-members who complain all day? Why don't you, like, compliment them and bring love to their life and compliment them? That's it. The only ones, I don't know, the ones I don't like, I just like the pumpers. And I usually try to, like, find middle ground with them, but you know, complaining, I get it. You go through it. I don't know. Sometimes I guess you guys will say I'm in a attitude on certain days. You guys think it's on certain days that like if I'm up or down, but it's just like I think the pumpers. That's the one. You know, if I'm ever in a mood, the pumpers. Those are the ones I don't. You know, but sometimes people get in a mood. They complain and the market's going up, down. They feel a certain way. You know, I get it. I get it. Sometimes Josh is giving sass energy. I don't know. I think sometimes I'm just matching the energy. That's all. You know what I'm saying? Like, people get complaining. You match the energy. You know, that's what I'm saying. They get a certain way. The pumpers. Just matching the energy. But peace and love. Peace and love. Hello from Del Mar. What up, San Diego? I'm with you. I'm shout out San Diego. 858-619-760. You better get a lawn term, Nicole. You got that beautiful weather in San Diego, and you don't got a lawn term, that'll be awful. No, Del Mar, California. I don't think Maryland. Anthony. The pump it up on bad data drives people crazy. I mean, this one, I definitely think a lot of people were, but I did see it, dude, right off the bat. A lot of analysts were still kind of questioning this. Even Ira Jersey, I'm glad he was on the same page. I still feel the same. I think today still has a bearish tilt, and I feel a little confused about it, but I don't think today was good at all. The ZB. Well, because, yeah, the options are the only thing that react. I'm looking at the ZQK. Those May odds dropped to 13%. I kind of want to do it. So we'll see. Cash just show up on the regular. Don't get mad, baby. Peace and love, baby. Get a long term. A long term will help you out too. You will always be happy with the long term. Southwest, we talked about it briefly in the morning. There was just a plethora of negative airline guidance this morning. Yeah, well, last CPI was hot, and then we sold off. This time it came in hot, and then we got a bid. We did sell off for a little bit, but it just didn't last. But I do think today was a much more of a head-scratcher than any other day. But then, granted, we still got our follow-up events, and then the real question is whether or not this confirms Powell's attitude. That's it. The real question you got to be asking yourself right now, does today's data change the dots? Let me ask you that. You know what I'm saying? Like, literally, do you think, even if today was hot, yes, hot data is not good. We know what we need to be worried about, but you have to really ask yourself, next week, does today's data, do you think that changes the median dot plot on the S&P? That's what you have to be. That is the real heart of the matter of what we're dealing with right now. That's all. If you're going up, market getting bid up, that's people saying no. And then the Fed futures, they're not really getting too much of a bid. It's like that is because then if the dot plot changes, this market's coming down. All of that bad data is going to come home to roost. The chickens will come home to roost. If Powell's dot plot comes in higher and we don't expect that, then we have a problem. But then vice versa, if the dots don't change, then this data meant nothing. Because then Fed is going to do the same thing, and then you're going to wait for data from March till June to play this whole game again for another 3 months. Ta-da! So that is the worry. You're new to the stock market. Which 3 long-term stocks do I buy today? Do you have to buy them today, Nicole? So the thing is, we have a long-term. That's this account here. I mean, it's what? It's at 175,000. We started this with like 20,000 a couple of years ago. We even have another. Oh, this is Colt Sister. Colt Sister was started. Where'd it go? I have to get the other one. This one was started with $2,000 about a year or two ago. Now it's at 10, and we deposit little by little. So the idea that I would be doing is finding stocks that you're going to be buying every month. So it's one thing about what you buy today, but more so, it's going to come down to what you buy little over little. Again, here's the other account. This one, $2,000. We did $200 a month. So in that case, I would be looking for plays that are not trading at a premium. There's plays like Pfizer. That's something I've been adding. I bought Altria 3 days ago, but they already went up 9% since then. But I would be looking at that. And then PayPal, that's a growth name that's down. But little by little, you could even buy some names like NVIDIA or NVO, names doing very good, but you're going to have to buy them down the road. Again, you're going to have to average into them. But like I'm saying here is that it's not really about what you buy today. More so is like if you make a commitment and space out and buy every month, like all those accounts that we have done, even if you'll go negative on them for a little bit, but usually that'll be the best strategy and you'll be good with a long time. Futures bounce are still holding up. I mean, again, Oracle staying pinned, a couple of other names there. I think big tech is the real runner right here. Amazon new highs, Microsoft trying to get there. Meta, they just all look like the SPY. I don't ever sell stuff in the long term, no. I sold off one time because there was a dividend cut, but other than that, in the 3-4 years of holding this, I've never sold once. So that's the crazy part. Every single one of these has just been straight purchases. O was at like 50. Surprisingly, I'm down on O. Like this This one blew my mind. Like, who would have thought? Are you guys ready? When would you consider rotating to other stocks? In 10 years. So after I've held for like 10 years, I think that's an appropriate time to, like look at stuff. No, I never sold Snapchat. Bro, I'm down 2% on Snapchat on the YouTube account. And then I think it's about 5% after covered calls. But I just never bought Snapchat after it went up. I never sold it, though. So it does work in our portfolio. But like this one, Colt Sister, bro. Do you guys notice anything about Colt Sister? So again, she started with $2,000. She never raised her deposits. So her deposits have been flat $200 a month for 2 years. But do you notice anything about it? About the positions? So this one has never had a sell. This one never got HBI or anything. But this one has never had a sell in these years. But there's something that kind of blew my mind with it. It is diversified. It does have divvies. It actually has decent divvies. Yeah. There's literally only 2 names that are red. That's the crazy part to me. So Altria was just red. That went green. And then Baba dances around. But like literally O, surprisingly, is one of my only ones I'm red at. Isn't that crazy? So like that blew my mind. Because I thought, we stole it. Remember, we were up 30% on O at one point. So O is the only negative one, and then Walgreens. That's it. So since the peak of 2022, these would have been, and then, she missed out on Meta and a couple of others. Remember, she didn't want to do any trades for a while. But generally, there's only 2 red plays in that time frame. But then O, including dividends, I think we're break even. So we've yielded back like 5%, I believe, or 4%. I think 5%. So you're still down like 1%. Kind of nuts. Yeah, and it's gotten dividends like UWMC. She's collected over 10%, and the stock is up 10%. That one's wild. MPW, that's my worst performer, but I never added MPW on Colt Sister. So MPW is down like 40%, though. I want to say that's our worst. Where is it? Yeah, 48%. But so Colt Sister got lucky because she got to avoid she avoided some of the high gainers, and then she avoided any of the other high losers. So little by little, though, I'm telling you, Colt Sister is even testament of that. All of them, all the accounts are doing great. So that's good to have. And then, I'll rebalance it after several years, and we'll go from that. You never have the buying power when you need it. Super bad at managing what's available, I feel. That's why it's like, maybe try to keep one deposit on hand. And then that way you could just wait a month or at the very least. That's why I'm only able to act when I have the deposit. And then once I use my deposit, I know I can't act again until then. NVIDIA and Oracle. Why? I feel like I've heard that last week. You end up using it. Make a buy. Good advice. Yeah. As long as I just stay strictly with whatever my deposit lends me to. And then, sometimes it feels like you're missing out, but I have learned it's just good because then it makes you think before you buy, and then once you used it, you don't end up like FOMO or chasing anything. Oh, you like the channel? I don't sound like a 13-year-old with a soundboard. Wow. Well, wait, I do. I get pretty immature. I get pretty wild. I have my moments, so be careful. But I'm glad you're here. That's good that you're new, man. That's good. Get a long term. Again, we have these long terms. That's the thing. I could get you the fastest news in the world. You'll get updates here, and the news is great, but at the end of the day, like I've said, these long terms, they have changed a lot of people's lives. So get that long term, get some savings in there, and make sure you make the most of the market. M1, yeah, back in the day, M1 used to be really popular. So before, like, I don't know, you guys weren't here. So like on the internet and YouTube, before stimulus, before COVID, and before like YOLO and meme stocks, believe it or not, the trend was dividends. You guys, who would have believed it? You guys know they're in a world where inflation never existed. In a world where people shorted GameStop instead of buying it, the trend was dividends. So on YouTube, the internet, everywhere you went, prior to like 2020, the trend was all about like dividends and like slow growth and all of that, right? And M1 was very popular. And then everybody got like stimulus and then Nikolai and then pumping and then meme and Bitcoin, and then they never looked back. But M1's not that bad. I've seen it. I don't see that many people use it too much, but the general idea, fractional shares, put it into like a pool that gets you yield. I like the general idea. So I don't think they're bad, but I mean, you can execute it yourself pretty easily. That the Fed would change their target to 2? No. Everybody asks them that, and that talk has happened a lot, but the minute the Fed changes that target, it'll upend everything. So by keeping a 2% target, it at least gives them credibility of setting a goal and not changing it. Josh gives me Shia LaBeouf vibes. So you think I'm an amazing artistic genius that one day might go crazy. Because I think Shia LaBeouf is one of the best. I don't want to like start a debate, but like Shia LaBeouf is like one of the best. I'm just sorry. If you can't get behind that, then you're just a hater. RGLS. Damn it. Didn't I tell you guys at $2? What the fuck is wrong with me? Why didn't I take it? It popped at 15 cents. Oh. Well, I called that one out. I just didn't take it. Yeah, that's halted at $2.99. We could have got $1 a share on that. Oof. You took it at 2, sold at 2.25. Still, at least you got something. You got a little bit of size on that. Still good gains. Tesla green. And then Bond's trying to hold on. SPY still elevated. Again, Baba just had a breakout there. And then Baidu still up. All China plays doing good. Even JD went up a little bit more. Yeah, IBM has been literally relentless. Up almost 4. SMCI, another high. Now NVIDIA. 3M coming down. Oracle won't move. And then ADM giving it up. They've given literally 6% to 3. Even MO's still doing good. Coupang, another China name. Pfizer in the gulag. Abavasis. Work so hard. They put Botox in people's faces. In their faces. I still want Botox. I want to try it. I want to get some in my forehead. I need to do something about these wrinkles. And I want to see if it like affects how I talk. Because like when I talk, I use my face a lot. Like I'm very animated. Like even if you can't see me. Like I use my face a lot, so I wonder if will I talk like this? If I can't move my forehead, will I talk like this? I wonder if I sound like this if I I'm trying not to move my forehead right now while talking. Hey God, how are you? So I think I'd sound like that. You should go to South Korea. The Botox is super cheap. Highly recommend. You could still talk. Well, thankfully, Botox is only like, it's only like $200, $100 in America. So I don't need to go to South Korea, but we'll see. You should get lip fillers while you're at it. You know why I'm laughing? Yeah, because I saw a video. My girlfriend showed me this one because this girl posted it. So this girl posted a video and she was like, POV, your boyfriend gets addicted to lip fillers. And I thought it was a joke. And then she just shows pictures of her boyfriend throughout the years. And this motherfucker got addicted to lip fillers. It was the craziest thing. It was like a dude, and he started with like 1 unit, and then 2, and like before you know it, like it's a picture of him with the family sitting down, and like I need to show you this. You have to see it. Yeah, here it is. There's another one that was even worse. I guess there's more than one. Yeah. So it's funny you say that, but like I didn't know that was a thing dudes be doing nowadays. No, for real though, but like even dudes with like girlfriends, they be getting lip fillers. And I was like, yo, that's wild. That is wild. So I don't know, maybe. But Botox, I don't know. I just want to see if I can talk. Is that permanent? No, it's not permanent. That's why people get addicted to it. Because, like, you get it, and then you get, like, an effect. I'm sure you probably get high off of it. And then they come back. Man, I'm gonna vomit right now on RGLS. Fuck this, dude. Are you kidding me? Why didn't I take that one? I watched it from the early morning. I even put it out on the stream alerts. Oh, man. That was a perfect call out. Oh, well. MPW woke up a little bit. Botox parties for the boys. You seen the tooth gems? Yeah, that's old. I saw tooth gems back in like 2012. Visa's still going up, and Netflix, they woke up. Yeah, Netflix. Again, Netflix was down. Netflix popping 606. LYT on the low. Ater down 6 for that guy. Pouring out for the homies. Tesla. The Botox boys. No. All the graphs on the market look the same. They do. The only weird part, there's just fat divergences. Again, between the dollar, currencies, commodities, even crypto. I mean, a lot looks the same. There's a lot of correlation, but there is also very stark divergences when they do exist. Kind of makes it all fun. And then gold, I'm only down 300 on gold. I was down 1,000 on that earlier. Remember in the week. And then oil break even. MNQ, I'm still down on. I'm only down $200 on MNQ though. So again, I was down a lot more. MNQ is actually breaking out right now. NASDAQ hitting a high 1.4. SPY 1.0. So SPY's still around what we were pricing in. Barely higher. Dow up 0.6 and then 0.27 on the Russell. Pinduoduo, that's moving up again. Gold was at all-time highs 2 days ago. It fell out. So, yeah, gold came down from the highs. I shorted it near the highs. It just kept running. But, yeah, gold hit a high of 2,200. So, it's off $35 from its highs of 2 days ago, day and a half ago. Airbnb going, Pinduoduo. Again, Pinduoduo sold off heavy the last couple days. You like gold long term, short term? Well, I think with the rate cuts, I just think gold is very pricey now. And then usually, like when I shorted it, I just showed you guys, gold doesn't really move a couple $100 in a couple days like that. Anytime it does, it's usually been like as a result of something huge. So we'll find out. But I do think gold is very pricey. I do like it, though. Don't let my short fool you. I just was shorting the short-term move on there. But I do think gold is very, very compelling. But then at the same time, I even for the long term, like positioning at the high prices is quite nerve-wracking. But with that being said, don't let me hold back. Yes, there you go. FDA raises concerns on Geron's blood disorder drug. You're about to be hypnotized. Ooh. Bapple. Be Apple still sleeping? Why do you love Altria so much? I feel like you've asked me this, but the thing I like about it is the fact that it's stable. So, like I was saying, I've held that stock for years, and it was down like I've never dropped more than what the dividend was worth, and then it's like held that value. I've been up on it too, but I just like the stability of it. I think they pay a good dividend. It's a cash business. Even if the economy slowed down, I don't think their business would suffer too much. And their payout ratio is still good, high yield. So all of that together, add that to the stability. I'm a big, big fan. Today is AI. There's not that NVIDIA thing, is there? Don't look at RGLS 370. I already got over it. It's a good call out, though. I hope you were listening. If you were listening and took it, I was just off by a couple of seconds because it popped right when I saw 209. I said, I'll wait, and I forgot to go back to it, but I hope the info profited you. Yeah, RGLS breaking out. Literally just had the news in the morning, data, private placement, then sold off, hit that $2 level, then went nuts. Nintendo, feel like they've done good, but I don't know about adding them to the long term. MPW on the high now. So MPW doing round 2 now off that pop. AMD too. They beat up Raul. If anything, NASDAQ's still near the highs. It's this SPY that's kind of holding. I mean, we have gone straight up here. It is 8:30. So Euro close is still in an hour. We still have one more hour, believe it or not. 10-year bond auction's at 1, so we got an hour and a half. Or no. 10. Is it 10 or 11 my time? Yeah, 10 a.m. my time. So in an hour and a half. Oh, MU, they sold off pretty big the last couple days. And again, they were kind of outperforming. Same thing, even TSM, they bounced. Yeah, inflation was hotter. That's the head scratcher. A lot of people were saying, you know, they were expecting a downside reaction after the data, but somehow we are still up. Even though the bonds, they did kind of take it on the head there a little bit. The significance of euro close is that it just less factors influencing prices. So, you know, believe it or not, you know, markets are a 24-hour thing. I have a video on it. You could go see the video, but essentially markets overlap in terms of being opening. So when one market opens, there's probably another market open, and as that other market's opening, another market's closing. So pretty much after euro close, we will be the only financial market open and trading for that time frame. So then now we'll be getting less inputs, less things overseas and other factors influencing us and even other investors across the world. You have some LT deposit left over, add to Pfizer, or wait for the next one. It's up to you. I mean, Pfizer already moved up a little bit. Apple getting a candle. Apple, green shoot, SPY, little Chicle, and then bonds too. But Pfizer did kind of move up a little bit. It just depends. I mean, how much left over are we talking? And like we're saying, I mean, holding a little cash isn't going to hurt you. You know, I was down. I wasn't going to buy Altria. You guys realize that? I had no intention of buying Altria this month, and then I woke up and it was down that 3.9%. And then I was like, well, fuck it. I'm going to buy it at a low then. Might as well. Because I was going to hold that deposit, wait for Pfizer, but then both Altria and Pfizer woke up down that day. So then I was like, you know what? Let me just take the Altria higher yield, hitting the low. So I'm not too against assuming you have less than 20% cash, you know. Like, if you only have a little bit left, I mean, I wouldn't be like so adamant on using it, if that makes sense. Okay, I have a Apple is dead. Apple, I don't know. They just had those candles. ADRs, I mean, I have an ADR with Baba. You just got to be careful. But not too bad. It all depends. Yeah, PPI's on Thursday and retail sales. ADR is a foreign share, American Depository Reserve Note. So you own a company that owns a company. So like Alibaba, you own a Cayman Islands company that owns the actual Chinese shares. So you don't technically own Alibaba. You own a company that technically owns the Alibaba. Well, it's just based for companies, you know, because you can't really convert everything all the time. So, and then some places, if it's a foreign entity, you know, you can't just convert your whole company to America if you're based somewhere else. So that's why it's there. It's just like a shell company. They even have different conversions. So I think one share of Alibaba ADR, I think it converts into 8 shares on the Hong Kong index, believe it or not. So there's even a conversion rate to the original equity that it leads to. Dude, CCJ is wild. Dude, I was up $2,000 or something on that play, and then the next day I was down $2,000. I like it, but my goodness. So literally that one day, bro, I was up so much, and then out of nowhere, it just died. And then Baidu starting to climb again. MO got some candles. I mean, so did the SPY. Airbnb. I like India ETFs. That the chance to get it. Remember when, what's his name? Was it Adani when he was getting clapped? That was the chance to really get it. But I wouldn't be too opposed to it. Average true range. All right. I think ADRs are covered by FDIC, but there is a lot of like shady stuff. Like if somebody did want to clap you, then they could have. It's kind of weird how it works. Cameco. I think because Cameco doesn't move a lot. That's why I went with shares on it. Oh, and those KRs came back. JDs are up 76. Those docus went up. What's that 4-year badge, baby? E-brake. Oh, we need a new NFT for it. That is the Jets. You got to FC. It looks better on the white background, not on the green one. It's the Jets, baby. It's the Jets. Send in the Jets. PayPal on the high. Starbucks. MO going. Again, Baidu, Futu, more China names moving up. And then high ticker getting a little active there. Again, KR, Baba's at the high. Dude, they're all up. JPM, even banks. So, again, I think NASDAQ is chilled out, surprisingly. And then gold trying to catch a candle here. Where's oil? Don't we have OPEC updates, 12:30? I think in an hour we're going to hear from OPEC. Kava's going up. 30M. Where's Oracle? They did nothing. ADM, nothing. Yeah, PayPal 6038. Baba. Yeah, Pinduo, Duo, Futu, more China plays. And that one is interesting. Yeah, Kava. I think Kava's still been running since those earnings. Am I purposely saying Oracle like that? Oh, that's not how you pronounce it? How do you pronounce it? I thought O-R-A-C, Oracle. There's a silent Z at the end. Oracles? Or what? I'm confused. Oh, Oracle. Auto parts. Yeah, man. I know it's Oracle. Okay? I just say Oracle for fun. Okay? I know how to say Oracle. Okay? I've been called the Oracle of something before. And I said that's just a lame compliment comparing me to Warren Buffett, even though he like 97 years old. But I do know how to say Oracle, okay? I do know how to say Oracle. Okay, you judgmental pricks. Yeah, you little prick. Yeah, sitting there looking like Josh don't even know how to say Oracle. He's saying oracle. I knew this guy's a dumbass. How did that guy know how to buy real estate before I did? Fuck him. He can't even fucking speak. Abby, fucking oracle, what the fuck is it? Huh? Mm-hmm. Oracle. CB. Oh, MSOS, they're down. I thought there was it Mira, not Miso. And RGLS, that came back down. That was fun while it lasted. I think a lot of things are starting to come down. Feels like we're chilling. NASDAQ dropping first. So we've been calming down. Bonds down suggests move away from rate cut trade. Semis up suggests continuing status quo. I wish I could read into. Today is weird. I think today's way too much of a head scratcher. I'm just going to chalk it up to we'll see where we're at by the end of the day. But I don't know. I do think Bonds took it on the head today. Anything else, I'm not reading that much into it as much as it just, I think the real question, does today change the dot plot, yes or no? And the way people are looking at it is no. So we'll see. You die laughing at the computer when I do Biden. That's good. Austin be showing love like, hey, Austin guy, Austin Alexander. You know, I met Alexander. I met exactly Alexander the Great. I met him in 19 BC. I was there. I promise. I met him, me and Obama. You know, good guy. He had a little bit of he had a complex. He kind of like Napoleon. What's it? Napoleon. Nepal. I love a good country, good mountains. Anyways, thanks, Austin Alexander. We got to open up the Alexander. Thank you, Alex. Ah, damn it. What's his name? Alex Alexander. Why the fuck you have two Alex Alexander? Oh, Austin Alex. Fucking. I thought your name was Alex. What the fuck? Why'd they call you Alexander then? Anyways. Fuck it. ABS on the low. Yes, PPI Thursday. Where is it? All right. We need push-ups. Chad, I need to go to the bathroom, but I'm not going to go to the bathroom without push-ups. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link in the Nightly Watchlist main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 2.5 hours. Euro close is still in another hour. We have 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. If you can't do 10, you do 5. You can't do 5, you do 4. You can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, you get on your knees. Do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, relax those pretty little eyeballs, baby. Come on, you've been staring at a screen all day. Relax them, baby. Relax them. And then drop the shoulders. You may not realize it, but right now you're scrunching up your shoulders. You're putting a lot of tension into your physical body, and all of the trauma you have gone through in life, you're storing it in your shoulders. We call them trauma traps. So please, relax your trauma traps. Drop the shoulders. No one's attacking you. Chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, and boom, baby. You look good. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, you look taller. I don't know. You look like you're glowing. Something about you right now. You look like you just better. I don't know. Like, you look better than the market. The market don't make sense. That beautiful posture does. Love to see it. Then relax the jaw. Go blah, 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 blah. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. So that's it, Chad. Move the body around a little bit. Move the body around a little bit, baby. I'm going to get my resistances. Ooh. All right, there it is. Oh, man. Oh. All right. All right. Oh, man. Man, oh, man. All right. Let's see. I don't know if I have time. I'm going to do the wall stretch, but I'm going to play this because I'm going to go to the bathroom after. And then NASDAQ dropped a little bit. So BRB, ladies and gentlemen, BRB. Finish your thing. Get your body moving.
Of the high multiple AI names that they've gone into.
AI is a huge long-term opportunity. It's going to change everything. Everyone's going to leverage AI, and AI is available to everybody through an API call. But short term, I'm a little worried. The positive sentiment makes me a little nervous, and I'm hoping for the trough of disillusionment to invest more. But I think beyond the trough of disillusionment, it'll be it'll be an uptrend again.
An AI landscape that is a hot mess and underpinned by a trough of disillusionment. Salil Deshpande, founder and general partner of Uncorrelated Ventures, really appreciate that conversation. Let's get a quick update. Earlier in the show, we reported on OpenAI's court filing calling Musk's suit against them incoherent. During the show, Musk emailed me his response to say, quote, OpenAI is a lie. And that's all that his response to the story said. Okay, coming up, Rent the Runway is pledging $1 million to celebrate career wins for women in honor of Women's History Month. We'll have all the details next with the CEO of Rent the Runway, Jennifer Hyman. Also, check out shares of Rumble. This is the conservative video network that's backed by Peter Thiel. You will see that they're up almost 14%. Why? Rumble's CEO has floated an interest, according to Bloomberg's reporting, in TikTok's US operations. We're starting to build out a list of who, on paper, might go after TikTok's US operations if indeed the parent company is forced to sell. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Yeah, I'm still stretching. I didn't even get to go pee. Disillusionment. That's crazy. Rumble. Can they afford it? I mean, if you get enough shareholders, you can afford anything. Come on, CNBCs. Did it just break? Oh, I guess it doesn't work today. Does anyone else's not work? Why no broadcast? What the hell? Bro. RGLS gave it back. It's good. Still up, though. It's still up 50 cents, I think. I don't think they could afford TikTok, but they have, shit, they could fund it with their stock. I don't know unless they, and then again, I think the stock would go up. That one's kind of a tough one. Yours isn't running either? So the CNBC on TD Ameritrade, no working? Thinkorswim. EU nears deal on $5 billion military aid for Ukraine. I think he offered to go in with other parties, could be a cloud partner. That'd be crazy. Rumble talk, rum talk, talk bull, talk rum. No, I don't know. That'd be weird. Very good news though, if it did work out. But that's why they're up. I didn't know that until they said that. And then Kroger on the high. China names chilled out again. You got a little bit of a pullback there. I mean, NASDAQ calmed down. Yeah, even Kroger did. Not bad. Even AbbVie or MO. GCT for earnings. I haven't looked into them. Toyota becomes Asia's most shorted large cap stock. Dude, they went crazy. Remember, we hit 1,000% on that one, but that play would have even been like $10 in the money. IBM is unreal. IBM nonstop today. DYN on the high. SPY's trying to come up. DTST. You're going to visit your grandma in 2 weeks in Guatemala. If I get on Wi-Fi, I'll show some love. Otherwise, see you in April. Bro, enjoy it. That sounds awesome, man. Give grandma a hug and the rest of the family. Bro, enjoy it. Be safe out there, okay? That's exciting, man. I'll see you soon, baby. Here, take one for the road. Take a horn for the road, Jorge. Horno. We'll see you soon, man. You better be safe. You better be safe, okay? They're not getting no trouble. Okay, don't be ingesting foreign plants you don't know about. Okay? Don't be riding on the back of motorcycles with people you don't know. All right? I'm sure you know you got family out there, but don't be dumb, bro. Don't be dumb. That's it. Honestly, if you want, go order a pack of like party horns, like the, and go get you one and like just keep one on you at all times. If you ever feel in danger, just go, and then like a Chad should pop up out of nowhere, or a duende, either or, whichever happens first. It depends on your location. That's what I would do. Otherwise, be safe. I love you, man. Enjoy it. Enjoy the time. NQ creeping. Yeah, it was just that literally looked like a reload. You gave it up pretty quick. Again, it's nuts to think we don't even have Euro close yet. Okay, Hyman. I'll let you guys listen to Jennifer Hyman.
The runway is to feel empowered and confident every single day at work. So the fact now that women are going to be referring their colleagues, their peers, their friends for an accolade that they recently deserve in their career and to receive a Rent the Runway subscription, we feel that this is exactly how we want to bring our brand kind of back into the universe and create momentum around our brand being a brand that supports professional women.
When I posted on social media you were coming on the show, a lot of people brought up Newly, and they point out that this is a younger platform, but it has more subscribers than Rent the Runway has. And they ask if you've learned any lessons from Newly and taken anything from their experience that you think you might now apply to Rent the Runway.
I think that it's about catering to a woman who is accelerating in her career, who also, wants to socialize, who is also traveling, who's trying to optimize her own time. So I think that really focusing in on who our core customer is, this campaign being a exemplifier of who that customer is a critical part of us continuing to grow and accelerate. I think Nuuly has done a really great job at targeting, a significantly younger customer than Rent the Runway.
Jen, what's the AI story with Rent the Runway?
So AI is really an important part of how women search for product on our site. We launched AI-enabled kind of search and styling earlier in the year that enable women to have a long tail use case, like what should I wear to the Taylor Swift concert, and to get back a whole host of suggestions that are kind of tailor-made for her. So you'll see us continuing to iterate on styling in general and search, because part of our platform is about offering discovery and enabling women to wear things that they wouldn't otherwise buy. So AI is really a perfect complement to that.
Jen, the final question from our audience. It's been tough for Rent the Runway. The shares have had a hard run. Would you consider taking the company private to go away and kind of go back to growth?
So our focus is on driving the business to free cash flow profitability and on making the right long-term decisions for this business. I think that what has really been proven out over the last few years is that rental is a real market. It is growing far quicker than the overall fashion industry. There's millions of women who now are comfortable and confident with signing up for a subscription to fashion. That was not the case even 5 years ago. And so it's our responsibility to ensure that this is a profitable, sustainable business and that we take advantage of the market that we're a part in creating.
Rent the Runway CEO and founder Jennifer Hyman, great to have you on the program. Thank you. That does it for this edition of Bloomberg Technology. What a show it's been. Check out the pod wherever you get your podcasts. From San Francisco, this is Bloomberg Technology.
San Fran. What up, on Haru? What's up, man? Yeah, dude, it went out? I don't know. The Twitch is still live, but I don't know why it went out. I didn't even know it went out. I didn't even get it. Usually it goes boom. My goodness, YouTube is down? Really? Someone says YouTube is live. YouTube issue. We're getting outages. Hot CPI, baby. Hot CPI. The world is awake. The world is around. That's it. Inflation. It's still 3.8 on core, 3.7. 4.1. 3.1 headline and then 4.38 on the core. Yeah, some people reported issues with YouTube today. Don't worry. Should be good. You guys know where to find me every day. YouTube.com/thestockmarket. I know. Even if you have good connection, just YouTube. You guys got to hit up YouTube support. Somebody hit me up. They're like, bro, I have like crazy ass internet, direct connection, no other issues. So reach out to YouTube. Let them know and say, YouTube, let me watch youtube.com/thestockmarket. Stop lagging me. I did not get into Boeing, no. I think they were down already. So, like, the news that they failed like 33 out of like 80-something tests by the FAA. So they were already down prior. And then again, all the airlines too, United Airlines, Delta Airlines, Southwest and Delta, they both had a very bad guidance. You guys know, like every couple of days they come out, or every couple of months, like they come out with the pre-guidance for airlines. They did awful. No, bond auction is in an hour, I thought. You got OPEC news. I got Putin. Oil output cuts within OPEC deal support Russian revenue. Supports restrictions on oil production with OPEC, but there is an alternative position. Risks of losing global market share. Interesting. Roku discloses breach of more than 15,000 streaming accounts. Rokunian, they are not affected. Not yet. The guy that does the push-ups and relaxing shoulders, the trading fraternity. Is that you? Yeah, it's me, bro. That's my name even on the Twitch. Now I know you're not new. I thought you were new earlier. You're like, oh, were you the guy who has the same name as the one guy I remembered from 4 years ago? So then you know what the damn long term is. I'm new in the sense I haven't been. All right, well, get the long term, baby. Get the long term. We need the long term. It's good to see you, though. You came back on an interesting day, CPI. I mean, again, the same data a year ago. We were getting the nuttiest CPI non-farm moves lately so far. Last like 6 months, all the data has been coming in line, even if it's like a little hotter. The broader story hasn't changed much. The markets have been less data sensitive than not, even though we've been hyper focused on the data, which I would say is the irony. Russia Putin says oil output cuts may result in Russia losing market share. Is it 12:30? I think we're going to get another OPEC update. Gold is going to outperform the inflated stock market by miles in the future. Well, I think a scenario where I could see that happening would be if gold went up to like $2,300, $2,500, and then the market went down from here. So not necessarily that gold has to go too crazy, but that if the market drops and gold stays up, then gold is going to heavily outperform. But as of now, Bitcoin is the boy outperforming. My goodness. Again, I think Bitcoin's up over 50% on the year. The stream clapped. I don't know. People have been saying a lot of stuff over the last. You might have to refresh. Do a little dance. The stream got clapped. The stream got clapped. On the short term and the long term. Yeah, but like I don't know. I feel like for a long time there's kind of been a limit on how high gold can go. Right? Like I don't know if gold can move like Bitcoin prices. They both have a limited supply, but I don't know if gold can move like $1,000 in a day at one point. You know, it's not like Bitcoin always moved like that, but Bitcoin always kind of went a little crazier. Josh Brown buys eBay. eBay. Yeah, eBay popping a little bit. Again, we still have those contracts. They chilled a little from yesterday. If one thing is for sure, gold will eventually move $1,000 in a day. Damn. You think that's for sure? Like, for sure? For sure? That's crazy. I don't know. Like I said, I genuinely do not. I have no idea. Because I do think the supply of gold it's limited, but it's still fairly large. But then again, it depends on the price. But then there's London, and then the industry use and all of that. But that'd be pretty crazy. Peter Schiff, his name is Bitcoin Peter Schiff in the chat, so I'll take it. Yeah, CNBC, Josh Brown, eBay. All gold and silver collects dust. Well, you should be up on it. It doesn't really have, like, that's the irony of modern, like, gold and silver for, like, bullion and like, holding is, like, it has zero use. But, I mean, it should be up. Like, my gold is up 100%. I think that's quite fascinating. So, I'm always down with that. Or in the silver, even I think my silver too. Eli Lilly chairman speaks at ECNY. That might be good. You might get a move. Check Eli Lilly. They're already up 2 again. NVO is down earlier. How has the stock market changed since you started trading? I think different like narratives and themes, but this may be a hot take, but I feel like a lot of this is kind of the same. And I know like these last couple of years have been crazy, but like I've seen the market be fucking wacky. Like, you know, there's been market times that have made me like, oh my gosh, it's so manipulated. It's so, how does this, like, I've already had that phase like a while ago. You know what I'm saying? So like I've seen stupidity, I've seen craziness, I've seen volatility, and like in a weird way, I think everything's the same, but like the mailman the market's chasing just changes, if that makes any sense. It's like, you know, again, different. Like I was thinking about this. Like last time I saw markets get really hyped on technology, there was like AI in the cloud, or excuse me, cloud. Like cloud with AWS, and then like social media and like Meta, but before then, like the irony of that is that the stocks started popping after they started making a lot of money. People were hailing them as the greatest technological inventions after they made money. Cloud quickly went from not making money to making money. So I've seen a lot, and like I'm saying, it's just like this. I think the story changes. And, like, again, rate policy, but, you know, and that's stuff that I haven't seen before. But, like, generally, like, long, extended swings, market detached, market kind of choosing to focus on certain things, whether it's earnings, customers, data, like, you know, the list goes on. You know, real estate even. It's like that changes, but everything else has borderline been relatively the same. I think you'll notice that too as your years go on. Like, you'll learn more about the markets, and you're going to learn more. You're going to learn more things and different reactions and different stuff. And you're going to learn about positioning, and you're going to learn like, oh man, I should have just held that. But it's like generally most things are kind of the same. It's just you're going to watch the stories and narratives change over the years, and like what is like popular and unpopular, what was successful. You're gonna find out the truth too. You know what I'm saying? That's like kind of the beauty of it, is that, I mean, truth comes with time, right? The more time goes on, you're really able to see what stood, what stands up, what stays standing, what didn't. So it's very, very wild. Traders still see June as most likely cut for rates. Well. CRDF, Cardiff Oncology. And again, Eli Lilly CEO is speaking right now. Tesla, Ford received poor grades in study of driver assist technology. Yeah. Wall Street Journal. Ford not bad at 12. Tesla. Bro, everything is chilling. I mean, you guys, I don't want to be that guy, but like, do you notice anything about the last hour? Or like, do you notice anything about where we are right now? Anything that sticks out to you? It's very specific. It's like somebody told you ahead of time. It's like the market spoke a language We are waiting for that bond auction. We got another hour. But do you know what I'm talking about? So right now, the SPY is sitting at 0.83%. Does that sound familiar? You are 0.84% green on the day. Not breaking out the technical analysis. So literally, you're like right below what was priced in. That's where we're chilling out right now. That's kind of the low end of this range. But like I'm saying, in the hour, you pretty much overshot what was priced in. Went as high as like 1.1, 1.2. And then we came down, and then now we're chilling right at what's priced into the upside. The Oracle, a.k.a. Josh, foresaw this. Well, I mean, that's the beauty with pricing in is, like, it communicates to you. It says something, but, like, you know, every day you don't know how it's going to happen. Like, that was the point about yesterday or, like, the last Fed meeting or the last CPI is because last CPI, we were only pricing in 0.5. So even if you're saying the options rarely lie, last CPI, the options were pricing in a 0.5% move, 0.5%, half as much as today. And then it was a surprise. Yo, unit getting murdered. Unit down 5%, one candle. Unit murder. Madase rot. I don't see anything. Unit on the way down. But like I'm saying, the last meeting though, or the last CPI, we were pricing in 0.5. It came in hot. We moved 1.5% down. So the options were wrong, but that's because the data was like, it was shocking. So today, it was hot. I don't think it was shocking hot, but it was hot. And then we kind of had this reaction here. So, but the options, it's like right where it was pricing in. And today, there was anticipation for a little bit more volatility. You're getting back into trading, needed to come back to the GOAT. Well, Chris, welcome, man. Honestly, like we're kind of on a crazy streak of options. So, like, we had 9 weeks in a row of 1,000%ers. And then I had 1 week, then we stopped the streak at 9. But then the last 2 weeks, we've hit 1,000%. However, I think I need to make a point of this right now. You know, because I brought this up earlier, and, you know, forgive me. But I think I would like to speak more direct towards this, especially if you, like, just came back here or whatnot. And if, like, you want to, like, trade, but, like, listen, I want you to trade. I'm going to get you the fastest news out there. You got me? Okay, we're going to have opportunities. There's been a lot of cool tutorials. And then, you know, before you know it, earnings is going to start up again after ending it, and we're going to get a bunch of crazy plays. But here's the deal. Are you ready? Get the fucking long term. So what I mean by speaking direct to this is like, bro, this account, when we started it, it was at $20,000. And then added to it. This account was $2,000. And then we added to it. Again, Colt Sister, that one's doing great as well too. But like, this is something that's kind of nuts because I'm like, yo, whether you saw me back in the day, whether you're coming back now, and listen, there's going to be, your markets are at all-time highs. There is going to be crazy volatility after and before the election and everything. You're going to have trading opportunities, you know what I'm saying? So budget and prepare for that. But like when it's all said and done, you need that long-term. And like, you better get this now because it's just like, bro, over the last couple of years, setting this up and putting it on autopilot, this is going to take advantage of the market. And even again, this one we started from like day one, but please don't let me distract. I need to show you the other one. This one, Colt sister, this was made at the last time there was highs because my sister wanted to FOMO in on a long term. And even this one is doing amazing. And, like, that's something we were talking about here, and where I'm just like, hey, man, above all else, get your long term, and you'll be good. Am I saying just dump all your money in now and come back in a year? Not at all, because that's not how we did any of these accounts. Like, these accounts started really, really small. And that's, like, what I'm saying is that you are better off starting off small and consistent and staying in something in the long run and letting it go on autopilot. And that's going to benefit you tremendously down the road than almost any other strategy in the stock market. That's exactly what I'm saying. Anybody with me? No? So let's get it. We'll get back, but just like make sure you put an emphasis on the long term and get one. Because, I mean, believe me, if your goal is money, have some good savings in there and hopefully something. Maybe that could even go crazy. Look at the environment we're in. I mean, that long term is going to help you out, and it's not going to disappoint. Apple pop, but you can't stop. Yeah, going up a little bit. It's not like a news pop, but it's moving. Long term as in ease in. Like ease in right away. Like ease in. That's why you're going. If you could ease in right away because you're easing. And then, yeah, don't sell for 10 years. Save 10%, and then that's it. And then you set aside money to trade as well. And like I'm saying, the coming back trade, let's get it. You're going to have those opportunities. But, like, every day, no matter what my trades do, like, this long term is just working in the background. And guess what? Every year, whether you see me or not, we're growing stocks in our investment. It's getting linked to the market, and it's moving and doing its thing. So it's like, I'm like, trust me, that's going to be a situation you're going to want to be on. Yes, and keep the account separated. Separate your options from your long term. Why sell? We're not going to sell in 10 years, but 10 years is like the minimum. People ask me if I plan on rebalancing, and I'm like, in 10 years, I'd be down. Maybe we could sell some, buy a couple of other things, see what we're going to do with it, take profits, trim, maybe make some free. But until 10 years, I don't think there's enough, that's enough time to evaluate it. How old will I be in 10 years? I don't know, but I don't know. I'll pray for a different outcome, but I definitely think my hair will be gone. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think at least I'll fully look like a Ummu. I'll look like my Middle Eastern Ummus. I'll have no hair on top, and it will be all on the sides. Like way back to probably to the, I'm touching like the back of my head, like middle back of my head will even be bald, So that's all I could tell you about 10 years. Damn, you'll be 30 in 10 years? You'll be 32? That's crazy. Y'all have such an opportunity. Y'all get the AI moment, so we'll see what you do with it. Because me growing up, the tech was like cloud. Cloud was like later stage, but it was maybe they maybe be there. But you're going to have AI. We'll find out. Am I still going to be streaming in 10 years? Yeah, maybe I'll just be like on the beach, though. Like, would you guys get mad if I ever took you somewhere? Like, I don't know if you'd like it. I'd still get the news. I don't know if the system will still work, but I don't know. Would you guys be like, oh, he's lazy. He's drinking virgin pina colada on the water right now. I'll be like, look, guys, I learned how to speak dolphin. No? I'll be like, they didn't appreciate it. I'll be like, dolphins go crazy. I could put a camera on the ocean if you'd like, yeah. My girlfriend asked, what do you do? Real estate. That's it. I mean, real estate, I don't even do, like, as much as I would. Like, I always say back in the day, when I wasn't streaming, I would always be trading. So, like, even years before the stream, like, some of you guys are familiar with me. Like, I'm always, like, in front of the market. I don't know. I think ever since college, like, a little bit. Yeah, I think really since, like, right before college, like, every single day, I would just be looking at the stock market. I learned about it when I was very young, but then real estate. I would be doing real estate calls. I'm telling you, man, you could sit here. That's why I tell y'all listening to me right now, maybe you got to mute me. You pick up a phone. You go out, start door knocking. My goodness. But I don't do as much of that anymore. But thankfully, I mean, I've done some good work, and I've been able to set some things on autopilot. So for the most part, real estate is what I do outside of this. But I have given a lot of commitment on the YouTube. That's why I'm like, maybe I got to do this from the beach. They're asking me about my 10-year plan, so I don't know. LT reviews, yeah. I think this might be a good time. Maybe, I don't know, it's a CPI day. Maybe we do it, but I've been getting a lot of requests for CPI for long-term reviews. So I'm kind of down. Hold on, I just got a text for real estate right now. Alrighty. Timbuktu. What's up, baby? Welcome back. The peach looking good. Well, but yeah, we'll do a long-term review. We'll do it. We'll get a good one in. Not now. If we do it later, I'll let you know, but we've been doing it. EU closes at 9:30, so in 7 minutes. Finally. Long term. How old I am? I'm like a 4 on the hairline chart, I believe. 4 or 5. What's up, Evan? Evan Lamont. Are you from the YouTube? I put the Twitch in the YouTube because people were saying it was lagging. But what's going on, guys? How you living, man? I hope your Tuesday is doing good. Markets, I mean, we've been chilling out. We're around the expected move. That's where the market kind of played out today, but CPI was hot. And markets are up, ironically enough. But a lot of big tech. Russell has gone red. I think the dollar, is that still in the green? Yeah, but it came down from the morning. From the Utah. Not bad at all. 9:25, man. Today kind of flew by, though, considering we were here for an extra hour. I think the first hour we were down, everyone's like, okay, that makes sense. And then a little bit of disbelief. You've given up, I mean, a decent amount from the high. So we're calming down. And what situation is door knocking for wholesale kind of shady? In the situation that you're shady. So, like, if you are shady, whatever you do is going to be shady. You know, so, like, if you have weird intentions, whether you're on the phone or on the door, it'll probably be shady. So, otherwise, I mean, door knocking in general, just like anything, it's a hard task to, like, get in touch with people. Like, most people won't even want to talk to you, but, I mean, how you conduct yourself and your intentions after that, that's on you. How you do anything is how you'll do everything. Damn, son. Tell him. Tell him. Alrighty, man. It's 9:30. There are 2 minutes. Euro close. Let's see if we get a big move. Otherwise, we might just flirt with 1%. Again, 0.9. From San Diego. The MO pickup. Yeah, it was beautiful. It was gorgeous. It sucks they're coming down now. I liked it this morning. Even those MO options were up a little bit. But the long term, very good. Very, very good. Again, China, those plays are up. Mod on the high. Modine. The U.S. spy chief cannot rule out that China would use TikTok to influence U.S. elections. Weren't they saying that stuff yesterday? Oracle on the up. Oracle, finally. I think those options are going to be dudded unless this thing starts moving. What's the other one? ADM? They kind of went up. CXW. Didn't we see that the other day? Core Civic, kind of a big pop. Why does this one look mad familiar? CXW, kind of looks like a news pop. This one sounds hella familiar. Core Civic. Well, they had price target increase a couple days ago. Oh, was it Burry play? I don't see anything on there. And then Duolingo on the high. Alar. Oh, sorry. Bond auction's going to be in 30 minutes, 1 p.m. We'll get the results like 5 minutes later. Should be a good time. Fun for the whole family. And then bond auction, I mean, the 3-year was good yesterday. I don't think we're expecting anything bad, and then bonds are already murdered. That would be crazy, though, because if the bond auction is good and then the bonds go up and then the market's already up, that might fuel a little bit of today. That'd be actually nuts. So I don't know. I think today might even still get a little crazy. Because if you have a positive bond auction and bonds catch a bid and the market's already up here, NASDAQ already up 1%, then that's going to be very, very good. Otherwise, a bad bond auction, bonds will go down more, and I think stocks will drop too for a little bit. CXW, it's a private prison, yeah. So it was one of the Bury place. Michael Burry. MPW had that pop and lock. Wally World. Where's Wally World? The real Wally World. Up 0.8. Chips, too. I mean, NVIDIA is still up 5. SMCI up 6. ARM is still down. Marvel is still down. How do you stop people from contacting you when I want to buy your house cash? You could put your phone on a do not call list, but they'll still fucking call you. So I just changed my number. So if you ever have a old phone number attached to a property, chances are for the rest of your life, you're going to get called. They would call me all the time. Sometimes I'd listen to them. Sometimes I wouldn't. I would ask for their pitch. But yeah. But do you want to sell your house cash? Are you interested? I figured since you brought the conversation up, you seem to be a homeowner. If you are, I mean, I could offer you cash right now. If that's something you want 3 times. I mean, well, shoot me the address. Let me take a look. And I could have one of my investors call you back. If it's something, Yeah, just give me a number. Just tell me the number. Let me know. Well, everybody has a number. So so there's really no number that would make you move. You don't want to go live in Hawaii. You don't want to go retire. Nothing. There's not one real number. Because if you got 650, all right, send me the address. Email me. tradingfraternity@gmail.com. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you close a deal. No. But no, I'm kind of down. I don't know what the house comp's at. But, yeah. No, but you'll get those calls for the rest of your life. You got to change your number. You could do the do not call list, but they'll still call you. $2,500 square feet, 7-bedroom house, Springfield, Illinois, $195 cash. Email me. That sounds like a good deal. The PHILO is the favorite part of the stream. That's good. I'm glad. That's what I said, man. I've been seeing a lot of PHILO warriors, man. It's always good to see. Oh, whoa, Oscar? Any thoughts on the market move despite semi-hot inflation? I think today is bearish. I mean, I'm kind of adamant on that. I don't necessarily, maybe the market doesn't go down, but like I said, I think the real justification of today is that people are looking at the data to say this didn't move the dot plot. I don't know if I could say it did move the dot plot, but generally, I mean, so far since like December, I don't think we've had a good any good inflation readings, to say the least. So that's why I'm kind of like, everyone's optimistic. How bizarre! How bizarre. Political text? I don't know. I don't get those. Like, I don't know. I think my girlfriend, she gets political text, and I'm like, I think it's because she got somebody's number, like when she got like an American number. Because I think you had to have have signed up or some, like you signed up for like some Trump rally or some shit in your life, or somebody hates you. You know that? That's what one of my stalkers did. They signed me up for like every Trump newsletter, every Biden newsletter. So my email, I'd be getting like 15. Bro, you know how many times a day I used to get like, Donald Trump needs your help. Like, the fuck he needs my help for, man? He owns his own social media. They like, Josh, my YouTube not working. I pay a lot of money for internet. It's not loading. I know. I blame YouTube. It's crazy though, but like at one point, it used to be bad. Like in the emails, like they signed me up for some fucked up shit. But like, God is good, man. You know, because like I'm a resourceful individual. Low key, at one point, bro, what was meant for spam was just dropping me news in my email every morning, and I low key like I don't know. It kind of ended up. It was giving me the scoop on a couple of things here and there, and I was like, my goodness, who would have thought? How bizarre! So, blessing and a curse. But yeah, I think if you just text stop to whatever text, they should stop that. Apple. Hot dog. SPY coming back to VWAP. So again, we overshot what was priced in. Now you're slightly above halfway, but I mean, technically the data did come in line. It was just a little bit hotter. So I mean, this is all within what was reasonably priced. No, just text stop. There's very strict laws on like text stuff. So text stop like on especially if it's from a short code number and it's not even like a real one, but just text stop or unsubscribe. Like I said, bro, I went to a California dispensary, like, I don't know, maybe like in 2018. I'm still getting fucking text messages about their new deals. And I've pressed stop 18 different times. They have 18 different phone numbers, and they still be like, hey, 2 for 1. Hey, new customers. I'm like, what the fuck is this, man? Those are the worst. Those are absolutely the worst. That's a drug dealer? No, it's a dispensary, I think. I'm pretty sure. They got a location, everything. I think they just sell your number. I think all the weed places just sell your number over and over again. You say SPY oversold low-key? Damn, that's a bold statement. It's a bold statement. I think we're near pre-market highs. So at one point, this was the high right after the data. So it's not bad. And then again, that's off of a hot print. SPY is coming down a little bit. I mean, we have Euro closed 9 minutes ago. So we finally had it. We finally had it. How bizarre. Who's this? Aman Shashwa? All right, I need to go pee. I don't know if this is a commercial.
With Tesla, and it's still strong, but Tesla is not the only partner that we're seeking, and we want to diversify and really make the EV market in general stronger and sustainable.
All these devices becoming smart devices, they all need a brain inside that helps them learn what to do. That brain inside is ARM.
I'm believing that next
my email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com.
Gen AI on the phones. We're optimistic that we could start to see devices as early as.
All right, we'll have to wait. I'll have to wait for my bathroom break. It's almost 10 though. Today's literally flown by. You had your CPI. Again, the first hour or so was a little bit, and then now we've slowly been coming down. You had Euro close about 10 minutes ago. We are down since there. Bonds have been dead all day. We got a bond auction in 20 minutes. So we'll see. We'll do PHILO after the bond auction. ARM, that was a commercial, bro. It was a commercial. You didn't miss anything. You're like, what were they going to say? Roto-Rooter. What? Do you guys get the Roto-Rooter commercials, or is that just me? Hasbro's on the high. And NVIDIA to 790. Well, it's below 900 again. SPY at VWAP. Tesla, I want to say everything's coming down. Amazon gave up almost 1%. Apple's been in the red all day. Meta came down. Remember, a lot of the big tech, Snap already gave up, but like your big tech names, those were the real leaders today. Straddle would have been good, depending on the prices, but we are like exactly what was priced in. That's the crazy part. So, like, I mean, we are below it now, but you have enough room. Even if you move 0.5% up, you'll still kind of be within the range. 0.5% down, we're break even. I think there's more room for downside from here, but then again, I mean, you quickly, because you pop up 0.3 will be what's priced in, but if we start going down, I mean, to hit 1% down, that'd be nuts. Did you know ARM was public during the tech bubble, then went private, and is now going public again? I did not know that. No. How much are you clogging the toilets to get targeted by Roto-Rooter? Maybe a lot. My toilets, I mean, you know, God is good. I don't want to jinx it. My toilets, they handle my heavy bowel movements, but, you know, I don't know. I think a lot, man. Honestly, I never thought about that. They may know. I probably use baby wipes, so they know. Well, my toilets have been good, man. My pipes, can't complain. All right. Give me a second. This is Eli Lilly, CEO. It's on Bloomberg. I think they're just showing a clip. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. We'll see you in a little bit.
Talk about this as sort of a 20-year overnight success. Most of the appreciation of that has come in the last 18 months, but kind of what we do well, and I think underappreciated part of our industry, is the time and energy it takes to create so-called breakthroughs. In some ways, you know, the industry showed a lot of prowess during COVID, and we're very proud of that. But viral pathogens are really easy to conquer. Human disease that's more metabolic, or cancer, which is innate, or immunity, are much harder. And that sort of taught everyone that if we just put enough money and attention on something, we could fix it in a year, right? But that's not how most diseases work, and not how obesity works. But, you know, through the years, we iterated and we found new things. Mostly that what was a drug designed for blood sugar control, that if we could give it at higher doses, you saw pretty profound weight changes. And then our scientists in the early part of the 2010s noticed that if we put two of these so-called incretin family proteins. So as you're eating your salad, your stomach is sending proteins to the other parts of your body to say, I'm being fed right now. One of those is GLP-1, which really affects glucose signaling. Another is GIP, which affects fat metabolism.
Right.
And by putting them together in a mouse in 2010, we demonstrated that you would lose even more weight, and it tolerized as well some of the nausea that people experience with GLP-1 alone. So we went about designing that into a drug, which we did in 2014. And in 2016, I remember a phone call I got from our current chief scientific officer. He was in a different role at the time, saying, you have to see this data. We tried this medicine in like a dozen people in Singapore who were otherwise healthy, most of which had to drop out of the study because they lost so much weight, they needed to eat.
Oh my goodness.
So at that moment, I was like, okay, now we go as hard as we can.
And when you're trying to go as hard as you can, ultimately there is a sheer force of demand and limitations of supply. What does that look like right now? Because this is able to be consumed, to be used almost worldwide, but actually only a few markets you can actually get into at the moment.
Yeah, we've really only launched in 3 markets right now in a full form. We're working on expanding supply. In 2022, when we launched Mounjaro in the US, between Lilly and Novo combined, we probably made enough of this class of medicines for about 12 million people on the planet.
Just 12.
And 2 weeks ago, the WHO said there's 1 billion people with obesity. So we're a little short of the goal. We set about building new facilities. Novo has as well. They're buying companies, and we're partnering with other companies to expand. But interesting thing is, these are proteins, so they're a very specific kind of medicine that's complicated. And then we put it in an injectable system, which has to be, we can't purify, we can't assure that it's pure at the end of the process. We have to make sure the whole process is. So it's ultra clean room conditions, basically, to make it. And then we put it in a little injection device. That kind of system, probably in the whole world, 80% of the capacity is already controlled by Lilly and Novo. So there are not built sites to go buy or rent to make more. We have to make them ourselves. Yeah. So we're doing that. We currently have 6 manufacturing facilities under production or being stood up. We had 14 before, so that's like a 50% increase. We'll probably have a few more by the end of the year announced. I mean, we're going as hard as we can. But capital's not the constraint, time is the constraint. Those buildings take 3 or 4 years from announcement to come online. So right now in the US, there's frustration because there's shortages of these, but we haven't even introduced them in most of Europe or
this is weird.
The world.
You're talking about weight loss drugs.
One project we're working on could change that, which is an oral
and then
solid.
The market just got a little poop.
It's not a protein, it's chemistry, and it's
right
not in that
to the
injectable device, which is so difficult to make.
Day.
It's a pressed tablet.
I wish you
There's
could make
a
this
lot
up,
of
but
the
this
world is
happens
awash
every
in
day.
those capacities. And so should the drug be successful, I think we'll be able to tap into quite a bit more supply, which will be good for the US, but even better for places like Brazil or Mexico or China, where actually most of the obese people on the planet live and where the biggest health difference can be made.
And I know that actually Lilly, through its almost education campaigns and some of its advertising, really have been thinking very much so about equality within the consumption of these drugs. But before we go to that particular part, before we think more about R&D and a way in which these can be orally ingested, I mean, there has been ultimately a hype. And it's almost not of your doing. It's not to do with the pharmaceutical companies, the biotechs that are bringing this. This is actually a force of culture, a force of social media, a force of celebrity, and so much so that you recently put out a campaign ahead of the Oscars saying, please don't take this if you don't need it. Yeah. Can you articulate some of the frustration of those stakeholders, mainly your employees, who want this to be in the right hands of the right people right now?
Yeah, so we launched this campaign, and we can come back to why we did that.
We made a whole campaign saying,
we really do want to make sure the
please
get to
stop
the
buying
the most.
Our drug if you don't need it to lose an extensive amount of weight. It's not for that.
Health problem.
Yeah.
So
even though you take this, you lose a lot of weight effortlessly.
As an appearance problem.
That's not why you should take
this.
As
a closed fitting problem or as a mobility
problem.
Stop
doing that.
Not necessarily as a health problem.
Don't do it.
People who have obesity or overweight all their life have a shorter life. I mean, it is a life-shortening condition, and you have a shorter life because your cardiovascular risk is higher, diabetes, dementia, 200 human diseases that are derived from carrying excess body weight or obesity. So that's why we invented these. That's number one. Number two, we didn't study them in otherwise healthy people.
Yeah.
While we don't have a great scientific rationale for the cutoffs of what we call BMI, body mass index, we just sort of notice what's higher or lower, and we use the cutoffs established in medicine. It could later turn out to be true that what we think is, a healthy body weight isn't. But what we do know is people who are obese do have all these adverse health consequences. And that's why we study them in those populations and why we're doing further studies on preventing those very things that obesity can cause.
Our thanks to Caroline Hyde for that interview at the Economic Club of New York. Now, coming up next, we're going to talk about how the decline of Silicon Valley Bank created $285 million in fees from the Federal Home Loan Banking System, the largest set of fees since the Great Financial.
Thanks. Yeah, Pfizer got a little pop off the bottom. Sorry, that was stressful. Well, you didn't like listening to Eli Lilly's CEO? Bro, Ozempic. Ozempic. Weight loss drugs. Hey, I'm Josh AI, here to let you know. Stop taking GLP-1 drugs if you don't need them. You shouldn't do it, even though they'll help you lose a ton of weight. That's a message from Eli Lilly. They sponsored this message. Thanks for liking the video. Go Taylor Swift. What? I don't know that. Well, Eli Lilly's hitting a high. That speech was even from earlier, though, too. Whoa, what was that? Was that O'Reilly? Was that CRH? What is this thing? That thing's going straight up. Pfizer. Yalla, habibi, yalla. I'm glad we make a sell. Oh, maybe we make a double dip to the Pfizer call. Yeah, gold climbing up. Oil climbing down. But oil did. First down day for oil, finally. My goodness. ARM moving to the upside. And NVIDIA and SMCI held up throughout that little downside, yeah. ARM barely break even, or barely green. My favorite go-to meal. Just a sandwich. Just anything. Bread and put anything with cheese. And then, like, sauce. Any sauce, too. I guess you put hot sauce, ranch, some sriracha, anything. That's it. You good to go. Ozempic sandwich. Ketchup. I'm honestly like I'm down with ketchup and fries, but like I'm not like me and ketchup ain't like cool like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like if he show up, like, that's chill, but like I wouldn't like hang out with him, like, Like I'm more down with like I'm closer to barbecue sauce. He's more of a homie. But like ketchup, he's chill. You know what I'm saying? I don't got any problems with him, but like we don't hang out like that. Oh! You know who I do hang out with every day? Yes, baby, the Peach! Ladies and gentlemen, Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Oh, wow. Talk about timing. Oh, he's here, ladies and gentlemen. Hot CPI day. Hot peach. Market like right above where we opened at. And the peach is here, ladies and gentlemen. Just under 30 minutes after Europe closed. Peach Nation. They don't know. Get your ass up, baby. Good morning. Oh, that's it. The best part of waking up is peach in the chat. No? Okay. Peach up? No, I'm down with the peach way more than ketchup. I chill with the peach every day. I'm down. I'm not going to lie to you. I haven't had a real peach in a while. Like the actual peach fruit. When was the last time you had a peach? Does anybody incorporate peaches into their diet? No, it's not an invitation to the quagmire out there. It's like, yeah, pizza. Okay, calm down, okay? I know that. Booger with the hot dog. What's up, baby? Your first super chat. God bless you, man. Was that like paying homage to Peach Nation? Was that like, you know? Amen. Yeah. You had a peach yogurt. That don't count. It's processed. Not like I'm talking like a real peach. You love nectarines. Peaches are usually too sloppy. Peach drinks after my workout. Like you eat like the actual fruit. Early summer fruit. Peaches and cream. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know about that. Frozen peaches. There used to be actually, damn, that's how we used to live off of this. Now that I think about it, wow, the peach. Now that I think about it, bro, the peach was incorporated every day into my life when I was a boy. I just realized it. Did anybody else get them family pack of oatmeal from Costco? And they had the peach oatmeal. Now that I think about it, I would have that every day. That's all. My mom would only let us eat oatmeal. But then the peach oatmeal. Anybody know what I'm talking about? That is processed. It doesn't count. But they had like little real peach slices. It was like peach oatmeal. It was good. I actually like, for oatmeal, I was down with it. It was good. It was really good. No, Mama was okay with it. It was better than everything else. You still eat that? That's good. Yeah, bro. I had those like every single day, like for several years. So yeah, I had the peach. Yeah, no, that makes, wow. I just blew my own mind. That's amazing. Okay, sorry. Yeah, 4 minutes till bond auction. Let me see. Yeah. So it'll take a couple minutes, but that'll be the next catalyst, like I was just saying earlier. A bad bond auction, that would be interesting. We kind of gave up a little bit since we were talking about that. But a good bond auction, I also think that leaves the opportunity. Yeah, Snap started getting clapped with the market. Marketa, Snapchat. The Quaker Oats, you know, man. The peach, bro. The peach. Futu, what was the other one? BZ, they had earnings. I was thinking of gambling on. I just hate how this thing looks. Like, it just looked like a damn computer. It don't even look like real anything. JD came down. Baba came down. Baidu held up. Sorry. It's very addictive saying that. AMD started flushing here. Down to 198. SMCR. I don't know. But we've had weird reactions to bond auctions. We've had good bond auctions and like relatively ignored it. We've had bad bond auctions and vomited. Then we've had bad bond auctions and then vomited and then kind of bounced and then bounced the next day. So we're going to see. We are going to see. Auction in 2 minutes. Brought to you by Eli Lilly. Stop taking our drug. Wink, wink. What? Can't say that. You can't say wink at the L. Sorry. My bad. You saw the new Amazon? That's a Rivian, the delivery truck. I like it, but unfortunately, the Chad drivers in the Chad who have used a Rivian delivery truck, they say they don't fuck with it, which I was surprised about because it looks good. Can I do the auction voice? I don't think we have anything to auction off right now. I don't know, maybe on the bond auction. I wonder if the bond auction, I mean, I don't think it is like that, but that'd be cool. That would be cool. They're like, okay, we got 30-year bond auction. We're looking for 4.5, looking for 4.5 on the 30-year, looking for 4.5. We got the dealers at 60%, looking for a dealer. Got the indirects at 30%. We're looking for 4.5, 7.5, 75. We got 4.75. Looking for the 4.5. We got a little bit of demand here on the 10-year bond auction. Like, that'd be crazy, but it would be dope. I would be all for that. And then Janet Yellen had to do it. What platform for the long term should I use? 5% APY. I like Fidelity. That's the easiest, but I mean, here's the deal. You could go with any platform and then buy Bill, and then you'll still get a good amount. However, Fidelity, that's the one that we've been using here, and just literally any unused cash goes straight into a money market that gets you 5%. So it's like having Bill without ever having Bill. I've liked that a lot. I think it says SPACs right here. So I got $13 in cash, but they pay me my yield. But you could get E-Trade, you could get Schwab, TD Ameritrade. And TD Ameritrade and E-Trade, they don't pay a lot on the balances. I think E-Trade has a money market you could attach to. E-Trade, you could go money market. Again, Fidelity. And then TD Ameritrade, they fuck you. But Schwab, but you could just buy Bill. Yeah, bond auction. Anybody have the one issued? It's already 01. 4.157. 4.157, ladies and gentlemen. So higher, bad. Lower, good. Pub M. Yo, Pubmatic. Big pop. Pubmatic. Back on the Pubmatic. Is that halted? I don't think it's halted. Oh, shit. And 4.157 came in at 4.166. So higher. Bad bond auction. Interesting. Slightly higher. Kind of bad, honestly. I got to see a little bit more on that. Yeah. I'll get the full details here in a second. Again, Pubmatic pop. But that's down. I mean, market may catch up, but bonds, they're already down today. They may catch more of a beating. But that is bad for them. Allotted at high, 31.2. Market will pump. I don't know. Market's going down a little bit, but it just depends on how much the bonds go down. I kind of want to short them, but they dropped a lot. But bonds are just in a very weird no man's land. They're either going to gap down tomorrow or going to get a bounce and then gap. But then again, PPI and the rest of the data can move. Short gold. I'm in the gold short, but I'm still down on it. I'm not down as much, though. I was down 1,000 on it. Now I'm down like 3 something. But we'll see. Watch the bonds, though. Again, they may give up. Figure it to be a little worse for the market, but at the same time, I just think bonds, they may just stay in this. But so far, market reaction is kind of muted. 10-year bond auction, not too hot. $4.166. It's not much higher. Yeah, PPI and retail sales Thursday. I don't know if I said Wednesday. So not bad. ARM, keep your eyes on ARM the next couple of days. I think after we're going to hear a little bit more on this lockup. It's already been underperforming a couple of the other chips. So just watch out for that. But Otherwise, I wouldn't really add them to the long term. I think a good stock to trade. Pubmatic just started rocketing. I don't have any news on that one. No, I just saw that one on the high ticker. Pulled it up. I do not see anything. And then see if the bonds go any lower. SPY took a little bit of a candle off the bond auction. Still been a couple of minutes so far. That's the bond auction was negative, but not too crazy of a reaction. PubM looks like Motley Fool pick. And then there's bonds flushing a little bit more. TBT catching some steam. Where's the 10-year at? No, where are we at? 5145. You're like right above where we opened at. And that's the 30-year. Okay, so that's starting to flush a little bit more. That's December 13th. There's a little bit you could take on there. It's a little later, though. Bitcoin's dumping. That's all I see on the low ticker. And then Li Auto, LI popping. And we had Pubmatic. SPY's going down a little bit. Bonds are flushing now. So, again, bad bond auction. Where's oil? I'm looking. I don't know. Bond auction. Bonds would have been a good short today, but now, like I said, they're just like stuck in that middle. It's the first bad 10-year auction I've seen. We've had some bad ones before, and that one was like slightly bad. It was I think it was like what, 0.12 or 0.12. So it wasn't too crazy. I don't know. I think there's I don't know if I have the full breakdown. So you know TDA doesn't exist anymore. Its absorption into Schwab is nearly complete. By the way, just subscribe. Well, welcome, baby. Tech G. Well, yeah, I call TD. I've used TD for such a long time. I know it's Schwab now. I just old habits die hard. I love TD. I think there's still some TD accounts. And then I don't know if you could still like make them there, but TD Amerischwab. Charles Schwab. Ziba. Welcome, my friend. All right, going down a little bit more. Pubmatic starting to run still. Again, I have no news on that. Someone said Motley Fool pick. SPY going a little lower. Bonds are near their low of the day. So that's the one I was just looking at. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to take it, but it's quite enticing. And then SPY approaching right where we opened up at. Oh, you're still not there, actually. You're okay now. You're like literally right there. So this is where you kind of ran from second leg of today. And then this is like the high point of this morning. So, I mean, again, a lot of time, a lot of data, but like you're barely higher now, 0.5%. So just above half of where we were pricing in. 50-50, Habibi. 50-50. Don't only see subscriber chat? Nah, man. I see you, bro. I answered your question, too, about the 5%, too. I hope you heard it. No, I'm down on the MNQ. I'm back down to 700. Those faded fast, actually. Corn dump. Oh, Bitcoin? Yeah. Below 70. Something went wrong. Try again. I am logging back into Coinbase. Setup. Yeah, low ticker. Well, that's just what sucks is that anytime Bitcoin goes down, like 50 different names have to hit the low ticker all at once. So dramatic. There's so many of them. Yeah, Bitcoin 69,000. So I hit 73 today. So it's down like $4,000. Oh, yeah, Bitcoin a little low. Bitcoin, I mean, late kind of looks like the stock market in a weird way. Just a bigger bounce on the market. And then bonds trying to bounce a little bit off of that low. SPY moving a little bit more. Again, low ticker is very active. High ticker just literally stopped moving. There's a couple of names there. Dollar catching a little bit of a bid. Coin was already down even when Bitcoin was hitting a high. But MSTR, they're barely down. Oh, see, Bitcoin back above 70. This is getting ugly. No, Javi, this calm. This is what priced in. This is not even half of what priced in. This very, the market maker, he make a good, good guess he make, It's very, and then the PPI, then the Powell I, very, no worry, Habibi, no worry. No worry at all. High ticker is high of the day. KRE selling off. Let's see. Yes, sir. Down 1.5. Interesting. XLF and banks are going down. Yeah, financials and regionals coming down. Tesla's kind of stayed pinned. Where's NVIDIA? They gave up 900, but they held up. Everything kind of looks the same today. And then bonds going lower. So now TLT down 1%, but 10-year, 30-year both dropping. Momo on the high. Eli Lilly still going up. And then Futu is another China rip or just them? I think just them. Yeah, Futu, they've been going up all day. Why would gold sell off? We found out super sticky inflation might be on its way back up. What's the narrative behind that? Because if super sticky inflation came back up, how would you get rid of it? You would probably raise rates. So that's not good for gold. But the weird part about gold, we don't know if it's lagging or leading. That's kind of the thing. And then, because it may run ahead and like lead sometimes and then just hold up while other things move and then vice versa. So even in general, like the last couple of days, I mean, gold ran out of nowhere. It lagged behind before that. Then it outperformed. So it's kind of hard to say. Yeah, gold was literally, the last couple of days of gold have been insanity. Oh, yeah, 3M. Yeah, a little bit. 3M, if that could get a bid, that would be nice. ADM, that one, no luck. What was the other one? Oracle. Oracle's slowly been working its way up. I like Walmart. I just think it's expensive. So I still have a lot of other names in the long term that are even like better prices that I would prefer to go after. I could still get some good deals. Good old Oracle. Bitcoin's dropping again. I don't know. Maybe one day, maybe there's a world where Pfizer goes up, Altria goes up, and then Walmart drops 30%. Or anything, honestly, and then I'm able to pick that up. That would be nice. That would be nice. People have been talking about OPEX. I've heard a lot about OPEX. I think March 15th is going to be a big one. Every fucking expiration is going to be massive, I feel like. Because we're going on a month-by-month wait-and-see basis. Ending of corporate buybacks? What do you mean? They're not ending them. I think they want to raise the taxes on them. And then most companies, they're able to start executing their buyback programs that they've already set up now that their earnings is wrapped up. Hobbit. They're still going up. Cart 35, bro. Kind of mad. I sold out at like what, 32? Yeah, Cart at 35. That's nuts. They're killing it. Google, watch. If 3M could wake up, 3M or Oracle, those were the plays of the day here in the morning. So watch both of those if they keep going crazy. Yeah, Fox expands distribution to Dish Network and Sling TV. Beginning mid-March, Dish customers will be able to add Fox Nation for $5.99 per month. Where's Nivda? Again, bigger candle on Cart at the high. Futu keeps going, and then Pubmatic. Back at it with the Pubmatic. And that one just went 5%. Nobody knows. Bitcoin flushing more. Yeah, Bitcoin below 69,500. So Bitcoin's now down 4% on the day. I think, at least that's what Coinbase is showing me. I have a rave on the other screen. Do you guys want like a Bitcoin chart in the corner or something? Yeah, but he's there. It's a rave. It's a rave, baby. Still just as exciting as ever. Sure, yes. No, sure, why not? Yes, all right. We'll see. Let me see. Let me play with it. Set it up for tomorrow. If anything, there's a lot of Bitcoin going on. I don't want to scare y'all. Because the minute we get a Bitcoin screen on there, that's probably going to mark the top. So I'll let it run for a little bit. Because I still think it's really weird that nobody is talking about Bitcoin still. I know that may sound weird to you, but you're in the stock market. You hear about it because all of the ETF shit, you know? But nah, man. Nobody is talking about Bitcoin. And I'm not as many Uber drivers. You go outside, anywhere you go. Anybody you meet, it's not the same. It's not the same. My sister hasn't even asked me about Bitcoin. My mom hasn't even asked me. Your coworkers are as good, little by little. But I don't know, man. Your coworkers are? Some of you got coworkers. It's all over. Can't afford it. It's not the same general public hype as before. Opposite, bunch of people are asking me. I talk about it, all I see on Instagram. Going all in. My wife asked me. No one talking about the Uruguayan peso. Facts. Well, I don't know. CART, I don't know, but that's breaking out. I think CART is almost above its IPO level. No, it was like $40, I think, but it's getting there. And then SPY kind of bounced a little bit. Bonds went a little lower than bounced. So we'll say NVDA back at 400 again. Yeah, the Egypt currency crisis is wild, actually. It's actually going to be really, really bad for them. Because I think they just floated their currency. I don't know if Egypt was a little bit more important on the global scale. I would be like, wow, that's huge. If China did that, we'd freak out. Yeah, my sister bought Sushi Coin. That's what she bought. I think she still has Sushi Coin. I don't know how it's doing. Bitcoin hitting another low. SPY going straight up still. Mag 7 all green. Well, that was kind of the theme today. I mean, NASDAQ's still up 1.1. Google's on the high. But the big caps definitely led today. Russell's down. Everything else is green. I mean, even value. There's a lot of value names who got a bid. Just depends. Just depends. Micron going up. Yeah, I do believe Tesla still has Bitcoin. They sold off some of it, but they're still holding some. Why Tesla? I don't know why they're green, Habibi. Bitcoin again? Yeah, Bitcoin 68,500 almost. 68,700. This thing just moves very quick. This is really like seizure inducing. I'm just like looking at the level 2 and then the orders. Like people are buying like 0.000359. Like this is a lot going on. Okay, now it's at 69,000 flat. Me just trying to comprehend that dropped it another 5. Now it just bounced up. It just hit 68,700, then bounced up. This is the retest. Did you miss PHILO? This is, I don't know. Are you feeling lucky? Do you feel lucky today? There's a hot CPI print, and then the market going up. Does that make you feel lucky? Why do you think we were going down? I didn't have any opinion prior. But after it came out, I thought it was hawkish. I thought it had a hawkish, bearish bias today. Just because it's kind of, all of the headline data sets have so far disappointed this year. So both employment and CPI have both came in hotter 2 months in a row. So I haven't been too well received on that, and the market pricing out rate cuts too. But Powell is the confirmation, and we'll see where we end today. But for the most part, we're right at 0.8, what was priced in. We have another police chase. Wow. That's great. You know what else we have? We have something for the lucky people out there, baby. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals. Yeah, wow. Chad's turning up for PHILO. They know. They know. Market, couple things on the high. High ticker's pretty active. Netflix going up. There's Sava. PHILO on the high. Yes. So, Chadadonia, it is time we have our discussion where we take some time out of the day to philosophize. I don't know the right adjective, but it's a good moment here, and I'm very honored and glad that we have this. Above all else, grateful. I've been shouting out everybody every day. It's been an honor and a blessing to see people take some personal responsibility. Some people seeking out, you know, if you're hungry, you will eat. If you're thirsty, you will drink, baby. You know what I'm saying? You people wanting things, man. Like I'm saying, the Chad turning up, getting excited for it. I'm glad that you guys have been enjoying PHILO. So I really do hope this gives you something. And above all else, I do hope that you apply this in real life and get something positive, man. And don't forget any of the other PHILOs. And remember, baby, it's always a long journey, but good work and keep it up, baby. Good work and keep it up, baby. That's what I'm talking about. So, Chad, today we are going to talk about a couple of things, but I don't know which way to start it. I guess I'll start it off with something I'll start it off business-minded. I'm going to keep it very simple. Okay? This one is very simple. Sit down, nephew. Brethren. Come here, talk to me. Come here, take a seat. I'm going to come on. I'm going to put my hand on your shoulder. Okay? And say, listen, man. Just don't ever forget. Don't ever forget. Don't wear yourself out trying to get rich. Okay? Riches disappear in the blink of an eye. They will sprout wings like eagles and fly away. All right, bro? Don't stress yourself out trying to get rich. Okay, that's what I'm going to tell you. It's beautiful. It's facts. It's great. But no. We got to go a little deeper on that, though. And I really because this is a good one, man. And I think y'all see it. You know, there's been I don't know, in the last couple of years, I've had my moments. You ain't have your moments where you just get, tired. You don't have your moments. I get over things. I get tired. I get over things. I'm like, man, I'm tired of doing this. I'm tired of going after this. I'm tired. I got to do this again. You had several years to have something both get you excited and wear you out. In so many senses, even in the market, business, life, people. Oh, my goodness. So, this one, Chad, I really want you to think about it. And I want you to hear this. Because I was thinking about this, man. In this verse. This is a Proverbs, okay? I couldn't stop shaking this. This was the first thought in my mind. It kind of came out of nowhere. I'm like, it's funny that I keep thinking about this because I love this verse again. Even the idea of wealth sprouting wings and flying away. You know, it's funny. I'll give you business advice. Is I want you to, like, you don't have to believe the Sky Daddy stuff. Great, whatever, you know. You don't have to I don't know what you believe in. You don't have to believe in duendes or ghosts. But, like, money is biological and mythical at the same time. You know that? And I just want you to know, like, you may think it's a weird concept of money growing wings and, like, flying away, but it really happens. I don't think you feel me. So I don't know what you believe in, but no, that's real. Like, that actually does happen. You don't see it physically, but, like, money does grow wings and will fly away. Especially in certain scenarios. Like, money will move mythically. That's why sometimes you don't believe the numbers on the screen. Both how fast the option expired and how much you're like, damn, it really went up that, damn. It's mythical. It's not. I don't know. So you may not like some of the, I don't know what you think, but, like, I really do hope you could wrap your head around the concept of how money does grow wings. It is mythical, and it is very, very elusive. That's why this is a very important concept. But like I'm saying, I'm just going off on a tangent. Again, I was thinking about this. But, like, this verse, man, I couldn't stop shaking it. And if this was one thing, man, this was very refreshing to me. And it was understanding that you can work to get rich. And you could keep doing it. And you could work hard and you could strive for something. But, like, how you go about it is the difference between wearing you out or not. And I don't know if you feel me, but what I'm trying to tell you is, bro, you know what? You should try to get rich. But don't wear yourself out. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to sit you down. I'm going to put my arm around you. Say, listen, bro, don't wear yourself out trying to get rich. I want you to try to get rich, but don't wear yourself out. That is the key to it. But, like, and what I mean by that, it's like, what are you putting yourself through? Like, honestly, it's like when people say work harder versus work smarter. But I'm not saying that. So you're like, yeah, work harder, work smarter, and then you're going to drop ship, and then you're going to buy, and then you're going to cover call, ghetto, cover call spread, and we're going to reverse split. No. You get what I'm saying? So I really hope you can take this at the heart of what it is. You can plan. You can progress at things. You can stay focused on it. But, like, dude, if you're focusing on something to the point where it's allowing you to feed yourself negative thoughts, it's making you have a negative relationship with yourself, and you're giving yourself all this stress, and if you've attached so much stress behind this activity, before you know it, you are going to wear yourself out. You gotta have a certain level of peacefulness to it. I really hope you understand that. So that's a big part of it, and I'll throw in something for you, man. Have you ever heard this phrase? I'll tell you this phrase. Have you ever heard this? God is good? No. God is good. You ever heard that before? Yeah, you already know. You guys already know the joke. I'm not even telling you the joke. Yeah, you guys are like, I already know. This is a test. But have you ever heard? You've heard God is good, right? I'm going to go out on a limb and say some of y'all don't feel it. Y'all don't know. I don't know. Y'all be saying God is good. Y'all be saying all the time, but hold up. Do you really understand what that means? It means, so like, and for real, I really hope you see the long-term lens. I hope you zoom out and see stuff. I hope you don't have goals, work hard, prepare, plan, give a good effort, have a good attitude, but don't wear yourself out trying to get rich. I'm saying God is good. You know what that means, bro? That means God is good, not you. Oh, y'all don't feel me. So I say, do you really understand it? He's good, not you. That means things work out because they work out. That's God. God is good. They work out because God is good, not because you did amazing, not because you planned it perfectly regardless. Again, that's why I was even telling you a little bit yesterday. There's a certain element you got to give it your all, put your work, put your effort into. But again, you could only control what you could control. And again, stressing out, wearing yourself out with some of these. I was telling you, man, what if maybe the biggest thing you worried about is you worrying? But it's like God is good. It's not your good. It's not God is great. Because I did great things. I worked hard. Oh, thank God I did because I did this. So you sound like, nah, like God is good. Amen. Great. That means things are going to work out because they work out. Not because you did anything amazing or awful. Both sides. Y'all don't feel me. You could do the worst thing in the world, best thing in the world. Don't matter. That's the way of the world. I'll even, again, to give you that. You're telling me in this life of yours that you've lived, you have never had a situation where like you just did everything incorrectly or you did nothing at all and it still ended up being good. Like, generally good. Carl Icahn drops threat to challenge Illumina's board of directors. That could move the stock there. ILMN. My whole life. So, all the time. All the time right? Or you did everything wrong and it still worked out. All the time, right? Yeah, you know why? Because God's good, not you. But again, I don't know what you believe, but I really hope you hear what I'm saying. I'm telling you, don't wear yourself out trying to get rich. Try to get rich. Don't wear yourself out. But above all else, you do have to understand things are going to work out because they work out. Not because of anything you did. That doesn't mean you don't do anything. That doesn't mean you don't have a responsibility. It doesn't mean that your actions don't have a trajectory and can change where you're going or where you don't go or do go. But there is an element. Things are going to work out or they are not. Because that's just what they're going to do. So you keep that in mind, man. I hope you could go for the goal peacefully. I hope you could see whatever it is stressing you out. I don't know if you're getting tired. Maybe something's running loops around you. Don't let it wear you out. Approach it, new mind. Peacefully. Have a goal. But you don't have to stress yourself out working your way around it. And again, to a degree, stop overthinking. Like I'm saying, there is only so much. Do your diligence, do your work. But things are going to work out because they work out. That's about as far as it's going to go. No matter what you say or do. And you have good reminders. So, that being said, Some of you might throw a party to this. Some of you may do nothing. I don't know. I don't know. But ideally, hopefully, you're able to get a nice little refresher. Hopefully, you can refresh some things. Refresh your outlook on a lot of what you're going through. And if anything is tiring you out, I think this will help out a lot. But above all else, man, let's get it. Let's have a good goal. Not wear ourselves out along the way. And just amor fati, baby. It's going to work out because they work out. Take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp on real estate costs. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. All right, where are we at? Get you some post uncle. Everybody needs a little post uncle. It went up today. I could play it. I don't know if it went back down. I'm still gonna play it. Happy PHILO. Yalla.
I don't wanna rap that. Yeah. Pleasant out, Pluto. Rollie on my wrist. Nah. I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a big body. I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy. I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty. I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie. I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy. I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing. Y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of counting. Pull it to the valley. Got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the line, so got it looking like a mountain. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put it some more fighter. I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a Indiscriminate athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah. Same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, don't I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. Then we took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a folly on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the seasonally and keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
The CPI is hot. Why can't Uncle be hot? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. CPI could do it. Why not? Why not?
It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil. It matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons. It matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather. When weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing, then it's needed. And my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you're willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run. They want it all today. My father is really awesome. Don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it. So either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank. A speaker without a face. A people without a race. They eating without a taste. They scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What what I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you warmed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a cow.
Cow, baby. Oh, man. Oh, man. So, chat, I don't know if you saw. I got the earnings. We still got to go through previews today. Market climb back up here. All within 0.86. The damn pricing in. Isn't that funny? So you guys realize all of this stuff we've been doing with the options chain. And, you know, and again, like I've been trying to tell y'all, pay attention to these prices, whether or not a play hits or not. Like, if you haven't noticed, these option chains have been right on the money most of the time. I guess that's what they get paid to do. But it's like, dude, that's exactly what we did here for the CPI. So when you go and look at what was priced in, and again, this 0.85, that's just the same thing. Go to the option chain, go to the at-the-money plays, see what they're pricing in, and I mean, that tells you a lot per every expiration. That's kind of the benefit of a daily option on the SPY, is that you can see every day kind of what's priced in. But then again, it just moves all over the place, Habibi. Vanny got clapped. It had a little baby pop today. Oh, it came back down. A lot of things had some flips. Snap flipped. There was one. I thought Airbnb flipped, but they came back up. Even Nvidia came back up. They actually held up very good. MO flipped, actually, but they were all green all day. Pfizer died from yesterday. They didn't really do much. Oracle. We'll see if there's any upgrades. Again, I think like 136 is their high. Meso. No, I saw that running earlier today. Meso. I feel like I see this run once a week randomly. We're above Euro close. I think it's kind of our first or second time. Europe close was about an hour ago. That's the crazy part. A Lyft lawsuit. Lyft's at 17 still. I forgot we had those options. Lyft. Lunchtime. Yalla, have good lunch. EIA raises forecast for 24 oil demand by 10,000 barrels a day. Now sees 1.43 million barrels a day year on year. Lifts Brent forecast to 84 from 79. Oil's just going down. MNQ came back up. I'm down 400 on that one from the other day. MO held up pretty good. I mean, it gave up from the but it was like really hot in the morning. Those contracts went nuts, and then no. Hilton on the high. Airbnb 166. TGL. Nivda. Walmart. Well, I want to get these previews. We got a little bit of time.
Investments are announced in their
great
own
timing,
districts
Karen.
and also states.
Corinne. Is her name
Ultimately,
Karen? And they just,
these investments are critical for
like,
all Americans,
Karen has
and we
bad
are looking forward to
connotation.
highlighting some of those investments tomorrow.
I like the
in
name Karen.
Milwaukee.
I don't know
And
why.
finally,
It sucks that the name Karen
A word about the
has
passing
been
of
turned
David
into a
Mixner.
meme.
David was a trailblazer
Corinne.
in the fight for LGBTQ plus rights. His moral clarity never wavered, which is why he became such an invaluable confidant
All right, let
for
me
so
get
many,
these previews.
Including presidential
We're going to
hopefuls,
definitely be winding
elected
down.
leaders and voices of the
There's
movement
not going
for
to be that
LGBTQ
many. Today's Tuesday, yeah?
equality. Perhaps
I don't
most
even think there's
importantly,
anything for today.
He was deeply dedicated
Everything's
to
gonna be
mentoring
for
the next
tomorrow morning.
generation of LGBTQ plus
Oh, man.
leaders fighting to create a better world. Those of us doing this work today, including myself, owe him a debt of gratitude. And now, truly, finally, I'm going to turn things over to our National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, who's here today to talk about the leaders of Poland, a meeting that the president's going to be having in a couple of hours, and also discuss the situation in Ukraine. Jake?
Well, thank you, Corinne. And first, I just want to say that it has been an absolute honor and privilege to work with Olivia, to have her as a teammate, to be in the foxhole with her these past few years. We're going to miss you terribly. So I didn't realize, actually, that you were being announced as your last day today. Now I'm going to do very badly at the podium because I'm sad about that. But I beg your indulgence because I have a number of things I want to say at the outset before I open it up for your questions, but I promise I will get to your questions. And before I turn to Poland and Ukraine, I want to start with Haiti and the situation there. I want to underscore that we remain focused on the challenging situation in Haiti, and we welcome the outcome of the meeting in Jamaica yesterday, which was led by dozens of Haitian stakeholders and was designed and, in fact, took steps towards creating an inclusive, broad, transitional presidential council. We're grateful for the leadership of CARICOM, to other international partners, and we can commend Prime Minister Henry for putting his country and Haitians first, agreeing to step down once this council is established. And as you saw, Secretary Blinken, who was there playing a critical role in that meeting in Jamaica, he announced yesterday additional support for the multinational security support mission to Haiti, as well as additional humanitarian assistance. And we urge others to do what they can to enable this Kenya-led mission to deploy in support of the Haitian National Police. We know there's a lot of work ahead, but these are positive steps to pave the way for the Haitian people to elect their leaders, stabilize their country, and determine their future. Now, turning to today's events, as you all know, President Biden looks forward to welcoming President Duda and Prime Minister Tusk of Poland for a joint meeting at the White House this afternoon. President Biden has twice traveled to Warsaw for historic visits in 2022 and 2023, and today he has the opportunity to repay the hospitality of the Polish people and the leaders of Poland. The leaders will celebrate the 25th anniversary of Poland joining the NATO alliance, which is more united, determined, dynamic, and larger than ever, now 32 nations strong after Sweden joined the alliance last week. This afternoon, the leaders will reaffirm their ironclad commitment to the NATO alliance and to our collective self-defense under Article 5. And they will coordinate in advance of the upcoming NATO summit, which will be hosted by President Biden here in Washington this summer. They will also discuss our shared support for Ukraine in the face of Russia's brutal war of aggression. As you know, Poland has provided significant security assistance to Ukraine. It's also played a critical support and logistics role for the U.S. and our allies and partners in a historic and unprecedented effort to supply Ukraine with the tools that it needs to defend Ukraine against this Russian imperial war of conquest. The Polish people have also generously opened their doors to about 1 million Ukrainian refugees. Poland's leadership has also demonstrated that, once again, in a very live and almost technicolor way, that Putin's illegal invasion has produced the exact opposite effect of what Putin intended. Today, Poland is spending nearly 4% of its GDP on defense, double the NATO commitment, and is serving as an anchor in a vibrant, vital alliance just when Putin thought he would divide and weaken the NATO alliance. Our bilateral relationship is also growing even stronger. Today, the President will share with Poland's leaders that the United States plans to move forward with a new $2 billion foreign military financing direct loan to Poland using previously appropriated congressional funds, and will offer to sell Poland 96 Apache helicopters. These and other initiatives will equip Poland with cutting-edge capability to defend itself while also strengthening NATO interoperability and contributing to American jobs. The leaders will also discuss the strong U.S.-Polish energy security partnership, the robust economic relationship between our countries, and the enduring importance of democratic values. I also want to provide an update about Ukraine. For 2 years, with the support of a coalition of more than 50 partners led by the United States, the people of Ukraine have remained unflinching against an adversary bent on their destruction. They've retaken more than half the territory that Russia occupied at the start of the conflict. They repulsed Russia's attempts to take large swaths of Ukrainian territory, now 2 winters in a row. They've severely degraded Russia's Black Sea fleet, but they need our continued support, and they need it urgently. Ukrainian troops have fought bravely, are fighting bravely throughout this war, but they are now forced to ration their ammunition under pressure on multiple fronts. And we're already seeing the effects on the battlefield. When Russian troops advance and its guns fire, Ukraine does not have enough ammunition to fire back. That's costing terrain, it's costing lives, and it's costing us, the United States and the NATO alliance, strategically. So today, on behalf of President Biden, I'm announcing an emergency package of security assistance of $300 million worth of weapons and equipment to address some of Ukraine's pressing needs. This is possible because of unanticipated cost savings in contracts that DoD negotiated to replace equipment we've already sent to Ukraine through previous drawdowns. When we sent Ukraine weapons last year, we negotiated contracts to replenish those weapons in U.S. stockpiles. We budgeted the full amount of appropriated funds for those contracts. It turns out we negotiated well. Those contracts came in under budget, so we have a modest amount of funding available. And to put a fine point on it, we're able to use these cost savings to make this modest amount of new security assistance available right now without impacting U.S. military readiness. And the President has directed his team to use these cost savings. This emergency package that we're announcing contains a large tranche of artillery rounds and GMLRS for the HIMARS. It is assistance that Ukraine desperately needs to hold the line against Russian attacks and to push back against the continuing Russian onslaught in the east and in other parts of Ukraine. This ammunition will keep Ukraine's guns firing for a period, but only a short period. It is nowhere near enough to meet Ukraine's battlefield needs, and it will not prevent Ukraine from running out of ammunition in the weeks to come. It goes without saying, this package does not displace and should not delay the critical need to pass the bipartisan national security bill. As you all know, we've said repeatedly here in the briefing room, and President Biden said it to the entire nation in the State of the Union last week, that we cannot provide ongoing assistance to Ukraine without significantly impacting our military readiness, absent congressional action. That remains the case despite this modest amount of cost savings that we are putting to use on an urgent basis. Congress must act. The House of Representatives must pass the bipartisan national security supplemental as soon as possible. We all know that if it came up for a vote, it would pass on an overwhelmingly bipartisan basis, just as it did in the Senate. And there is no other way around this. The House has got to pass the supplemental as soon as possible to allow us to continue the flow of vital security assistance to Ukraine, to replenish the U.S. military's munition stocks, to invest in our industrial base, and to support jobs in 40 states across the United States. The world is watching, the clock is ticking, and we need to see action as rapidly as possible, even as we do everything in our power to get Ukraine what it needs in its hour of need, and that is another step that we took at the President's direction today. With that, I'd be happy to take your questions.
Yeah. First on Israel, if Israel moves forward with the Rafah operation without having contingencies in place to ensure what you guys believe is adequate safety for civilians, would the White House send any sort of conditionality on further aid?
So I've read these reports. They're based on uninformed speculation by anonymous officials. I'm not going to comment on hypotheticals. The President has been very clear about our position on Rafah, and our position is that a military operation in Rafah that does not protect civilians, that cuts off the main arteries of humanitarian assistance, and that places enormous pressure on the Israel-Egypt border is not something that he can support. We are talking to the Israelis about that. We are working through it, and I'm not going to stand at this podium and entertain hypotheticals on it. Yeah.
Just on that question, on that issue, the President did say over the weekend that if Israel forces were to go into Rafah, that would be a crossing of a red line. I'm just wondering, what would the Biden administration do if that did come to fruition and Israeli forces did go into Rafah?
I would just note, having been around a little while, that I know all of you are obsessed with this concept of the red line. The president didn't make any declarations or pronouncements or announcements. The red line came up in a question. He was responding to that question. I think he gave a full answer to it. I think it's worth going back and reading his full answer to that question. And he answered it completely, so I've got nothing to add to what he said. And again, as I said to the earlier question, I'm not going to get into hypotheticals. We've made clear our concerns about an operation in Rafah. We've made clear our concerns about the fact that an operation would put an enormous number of civilians at risk, and we have not seen a credible plan to protect those civilians. That is the position the United States has set forward. We've been clear about it. We've been principled about it. We're engaged with the Israeli government about our concerns, and again, I'm not going to entertain hypotheticals.
The question he was asked, Jake, though, was do you have a red line? For instance, would invasion of Rafah, which you have urged him not to do, would that be a red line? And he answered definitively, it's a red line.
Well, I think you stopped conveniently after a single sentence, and it may not have exactly been that sentence.
Israel, the defense of Israel
And
is still
keep going, and if you read the full answer, and I'm just going to leave it at his answer because I think he put it in his words, the way he wants to communicate this issue, and the way that he's talking to the Israelis as well. And again, I just want to point out that the whole issue of the red line, as you all define it, is something that you guys like. It's almost become a bit of a national security parlor game. For the president, he's really focused on the substance, on the policy, on his concern about the protection of civilians, and about Israel being able to sustain a campaign in a way that ultimately leads to an outcome in which the people of Israel are secure, Hamas is crushed, and there is a long-term solution to stability and peace in the region. He believes there is a path to do that, and that path does not lie in smashing into Rafah, where there are 1.3 million people, in the absence of a credible plan to deal with the population there. And again, as things stand today, we have not seen what that plan is. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. On Poland, you mentioned energy conversation. Do you expect that the U.S. will make progress or even maybe secure the second nuclear plant contract during these talks? And the president yesterday said that he didn't believe that additional additional U.S. troops were needed in Poland. That was a request that the Poles were bringing to this meeting. Could you talk through why he doesn't believe that that's necessary, considering the sort of geopolitical climate?
Well, just to take a step back and look at the incredible array of assets the United States currently has deployed in Poland, including a permanent combat headquarters, including elements of brigades, including the largest complement of U.S. forces on the ground in Poland at any time. And that's in response to exactly that elevated threat that we see on the basis of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and its bellicose statements about NATO allies, including Poland. So we are looking at an enhanced, effective U.S. presence and a broader NATO presence in Poland and in the countries neighboring Poland. And at any time the president determines that additional capabilities are needed anywhere across the alliance, he's demonstrated the capacity to flow forces rapidly, as we did in the days leading up to the invasion, and that could be land, air, or sea. So the president looks forward to the conversation with the president and the prime minister today. He believes that we are postured well, that our deterrence and defense capacity, both in terms of boots on the ground and in terms of the plans that we have in place to defend Poland should it come to that, are strong. And he has also sent a very clear message, which he is backing up with our force posture, that every inch of NATO territory will be protected. With respect to the question of additional nuclear plants, we've had very constructive conversations with Polish counterparts. I don't have anything to announce from the podium today, but we do look to an ongoing deepening and broadening civil nuclear cooperation with Poland.
And very quickly on TikTok, the president said yesterday that he would sign the House bill if it passed. Earlier, you guys had said you were broadly supportive but had some concerns. Can you outline what those concerns are, and are you confident that the House bill, which seems like it's teeing up for a vote, would stand up in court and be able to force the sale of TikTok?
Well, first, I just want to be clear about what this bill is all about, because a lot of people are going around throwing around the words ban TikTok, TikTok ban. And the ultimate object of the bill is about a question of ownership. Do we want TikTok as a platform to be owned by an American company or owned by China? Do we want the data from TikTok, children's data, adults' data, to be staying here in America or going to China? That is the fundamental question at issue here, and the president is clear where he stands on that fundamental issue. Then in terms of how that gets implemented precisely, that's something that we have continued to stay in touch with the Congress on. And obviously, as you've seen, there's been an overwhelming bipartisan vote in the committee. Now it will come to the floor, and we'll see what happens in the House, and I'm not going to get ahead of that. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. So in response to what the president said about the red line, Prime Minister Netanyahu, he ultimately sounded like he vowed to defy what the president said. He said he would press ahead with an invasion of Rafah. So is the president losing influence with Netanyahu?
Well, let's just take a step back. You've got the president who, from the very first day that this crisis began, and let's remember, it began with a horrific, vicious, brutal assault by Hamas on the people of Israel, killing 1,200 people, raping and pillaging and causing the most death since the Holocaust for the Jewish people. And the president stood up and said Israel would never be alone. He went as the first ever American president in wartime to Israel to say, I have Israel's back, and he has had Israel's back. He has backed up those words with deeds all the way through, and not just in terms of providing for Israel's security against Hamas and Hezbollah, but a broader constellation of steps in terms of military deterrence to keep this war from spinning out in ways that Israel could not handle. So that's where the president comes into this. He also is going to speak out when he has concerns about the level of protection for innocent civilians in Gaza, the level and access to humanitarian assistance for innocent civilians in Gaza, and he's going to make his views known. Now, Prime Minister Netanyahu is the leader of a sovereign country. He can make determinations about what he's going to do, and let's actually see what happens. At the end of the day, the president has laid out his views about Rafah. He's been clear about them. And that's not just true publicly, but privately we've communicated with the Israeli government on this. We intend to continue to communicate directly with the Israeli government at every level, including between the president and the prime minister, and we will see where things go from here. So we believe that the president has the capacity to engage his Israeli counterparts in an effective way, and Rafah is one element of that. There are other elements as well. And so far, from our perspective, the real issue is what happens on the ground, not so much what happens in the back and forth of words.
Communicated in the public sphere, the records show that they haven't spoken on the phone for nearly a month. Why is that?
Well, first of all, we talk to the Israeli government nearly every day. I had the Israeli ambassador in my office less than 2 hours ago. So there are plenty of channels of communication where we take direction from the president, they take direction from the prime minister, and we're able to communicate. Second, whenever the president feels he needs to directly speak to the prime minister, he speaks with him. And undoubtedly he will speak with him again. And then third, if you'd prefer not to have public communication on this issue, I'd be happy not to take any more questions on Israel and Hamas. So that would be just fine. The president, I'm sure, would be happy to do that too. Yeah.
Two quick ones for you, Jake. Are there any plans for the president to speak to the family of Itai Hen?
I don't have any plans to announce right now.
And on Haiti.
But I would just like to say on that front, the president has met with Ruby Chen, Itai's father. He's met with Itai's brother. He's had the opportunity to sit with them here at the White House. I've had the opportunity to meet with Ruby and other members of Itai's family 6 times. This hits hard for us, this news. It hits hard for the president, it hits hard for me, it hits hard for a wide number of people who you guys have never heard of in the U.S. government who are working tirelessly for Itai's release. And I can't imagine what the family is going through, and I know that the president, who he and the First Lady put out a statement on it today, that won't be the end of it for him, because this is something that he has invested personally in, trying to bring all of those who are held hostage in Gaza home and elsewhere around the world. And the fact that we now have news that Itai was killed on October 7th is just it hits hard.
In that realm, given that now another hostage, or believed hostage, is now confirmed dead, what does that say about the fate of the others? Does this give any more hope, less hope that others will be found alive?
Look, we've been straight with you from the start, that we haven't been able to tell you the condition of the hostages, whether they are still alive, whether they're in decent health, whether their injuries are causing grave concern. All we can do is work every day to try to generate a deal that gets all of the hostages home, and for us especially.
I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope I did not get in the way of anything. I know some of you were dying to listen to that, so forgive me for interrupting your favorite broadcast. However, hopefully I could cheer you up with something called earnings previews. Oh, the much talked about, much toted. You could check out the original tutorial, Ghetto Standard Deviation. Just search that on YouTube. The trading fraternity should show up. All you got to do, look at that tutorial. We've been doing that here for a couple months. So are you ready? Are you ready? It's game time. Are you guys ready for all of it? Is everybody locked and loaded? I'm gonna have to. I need everybody paying attention because I will need your clarification at the end. Okay, Buckaroo? Yeah, I'm already starting with the Buckaroos. Yeah, buddy. Anyways, but here's the deal. We're gonna go over the earnings, and definitely, we're gonna skip a lot of them today. There's not that many. There's a couple. If there's any that you guys have that aren't on this list, you let me know. But in general, there's not too many plays today, so that's going to be the good news. I don't think you're going to have too many. I don't have Petco. Actually, no, I do have Petco. Woo! Woo! Sorry, I don't know. I'm just getting really into it. It's earnings, I know. But earnings are wrapping up, so there's not going to be that many plays. Not too much temptation. Not anything too crazy out there. But what we are going to do is go over these earnings. If I have a preview, I will cover some of their past earnings, and then I'm going to go over their option chain, and we are going to see what the market maker is pricing in, aka what the market maker is expecting for earnings. So after we do that, then we are going to do our strategy of the Ghetto Standard Deviation. We're going to double that number up and see if there is any plays, high risk, high reward, hopefully a little bit amount of money, and that actually makes sense and aren't too nuts because the option market is still pretty crazy. So all that being said, you should check out the tutorial. You will definitely be able to take away info here that you could apply to the earnings or anywhere else, whatever strategy you are using. And finally, the plays, if you do see me do them, yes, they are not a recommendation, but they are also very low probability. That's just the nature of the strategy. What we are doing is looking for plays that are most likely not going to hit. The only way you profit off of these plays would be if something unexpected happens, and that's why we are looking for extremely cheap plays where it makes sense to take that risk. So these are not the plays I would be gambling too crazy on. I would not be putting money you need down. Be wise. Do not blow up your account. And the quote of the year for 2024: money that you need is cursed, okay? So be wise. Be wise. Be wise. Don't go after it. Trust me. I know. And honestly, earnings is done. Like, I mean, if you getting tempted like this late stage, like just go fucking gamble on Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? I love you, okay? None of this is a recommendation. But like for real, you know, like if you like, oh man, I finally want to get involved in the earnings season this late, and just go trade Bitcoin, bro. Like, trust me, like that shit moved like $20,000 a day. Okay, like 5,000 in a couple of minutes. Go find you like a Bitcoin future or something. You'll figure it out. You know what I mean? Honestly, it's a way better risk to reward. I'm just saying, it's from a risk to reward perspective. But that being said, don't be dumb. Be wise. Let's go. Let's have a good time. Let's also learn something, and hopefully you have something that you could walk away with to apply to whatever strategy you want. But Chattadonia, are we all on the same page? Is everybody with me? Is everybody feeling? Are you feeling satisfied? Do you feel lucky? Do you feel as if you're aware, you're ready to go? I don't know what voice this is. Good. Are you on the same page, Buckaroo? No? Okay. God. I don't know. Mark's only go out. That's not what we were looking for, but okay, I think you're in the game. Okay. You know, he's like, Mark's only go up. You need to calm down, bro. Okay, you need to calm down. Anyways. So first one, I don't have a lot of these. I don't have a lot. It's a dry day. Again, you'll see which one's the first one. Skin? What is skin? Oh, I have hyperfacial. So I don't have Clover. I don't know if you guys want to price this one in, though. Does anybody care about Clover? I know, does Young Buffett, I don't know where Young Buffett, we saw him yesterday. I know he's a Clover fan. Other than that, I'm sure it's a 78-cent stock. Yeah, quick warm-up. Do they even have weeklies? Clove. Yeah, they don't even. Oh, they do have a weekly. I keep forgetting this is March 15th. 18 cents. Wow. So 7 cents is 10%. So it's pricing in about 20% Infinity. I've never seen that. So yeah, I don't know. Okay, we'll skip that. We'll start with Skin. I don't know what Skin is. Have you guys ever heard of this? Hydrofacial. Again, another $3 stock. I have a preview on it. So they're expecting $87.2 million in revenue, adjusted gross margin 61.1, adjusted EBITDA loss of $2.5 million, adjusted EBITDA margin of loss of 3%, loss of 7 cents a share since last quarter, November 13th. They're down 12.1. S&P is up 14.9. XLV is up 15.0. Near-term options imply 32.8% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 64, loss of 5, loss of 7, and gain of 11. Revenue has beaten 9 of the last 11 quarters. EPS has beaten 8 of the last 11. And short interest is 15%. Wow. Does anybody know what this company is? The Beauty Health Company? I guess. The Beauty Health Company. So $3 stock, again, pricing in 30. They had a very big move on their last earnings, $3.50. So these ones, I mean, that says 80 cents. This says 76. We'll go with 80, 70, just about 20, a little bit more than 20%. So $1.60 would be 2 standard deviations, so $5, give or take. 5 cents, you could buy a share for $3. What's a high number for short interest? I would say anything under like 20, but like if it really gets squeezy, like more than half. But I'd say 20 is a pretty good amount. So that's Skin. I don't think there's a play on there. Again, smaller cap company. The next one of the day, again, today's not that exciting. You have more in the morning. Funware. Do any of you care about, this is like, this one just got like, people are like, he's related to Trump. What the hell does Funware do? This is insane. Fun. What do they even do? I don't know. What are they going to report for earnings? Why are they even... I don't know. Fun? I'm not having fun. They have weeklies. They have everything. Not available what it's pricing in. So do they not have... These are... Okay, yeah. We're going to skip Fun. Okay. Next one is Allbirds. I have a preview for this one. I feel like I've seen this at the mall. What is Allbirds? Do they exist at the mall? Funware engages in multi-screen as a service platform for mobile devices. It provides companies solutions data to monetize mobile applications. Cap. I don't even know if there's a wax shoes. Silly shoes? Wait, why are they silly? Oh, well, you're wearing them all now? Well, Chad is fucking trying to roast you, bro. I didn't say that. He said that. You're going to take that? Like, me personally, I would say, man, they made $69 million. I've never heard of Allbirds. I've heard of it, though. I swear I've seen it at the mall. Hold on. Allbirds. I'm Googling this before I begin. Wait, what's wrong with them? Why are they bad? Allbirds. They look nice. They kind of look like Yeezys. It's white sneaker season. Oh, those aren't bad. Why are they silly? I thought they were going to be like... You remember what were those shoes they used to sell at the mall? The little like slippers that were like characters. You know what I'm saying? Those big giant like slippers that would look like shoes. That was a trend in like 2000. I feel like I've seen Allbirds. They're not that bad. Y'all haters. They're not that bad. Allbirds. All right. So they're expecting $69.1 million in revenue versus guidance of $66 to $72 million. Gross margin 39.2%, SG&A 65.2%, adjusted EBITDA loss of $23.5 million versus guidance of loss of 26 to 23, adjusted EBITDA margin 34 versus guidance of loss of 39 to 0.4 to 31.9, EPS loss of 22 cents. Since last quarter, August 11th, they're down 5.9%. S&P is up 17.7. XLY is up 11.9. Near-term options implied 22.4% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 22, gain of 30, loss of 8, loss of 47. Revenue has beaten 7 of the last 9 quarters. EPS has beaten 6 of the last 9 quarters with 1 in line. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 0 of the last 7 quarters. Yikes. Allbirds, they move a lot, but it's a 80-cent stock, so is this like new? Oh, they just IPO'd, I guess, in 2021. So, damn, they've had a tough time. They have had a tough time. ONON, Nike, Crocs, and Birds in that order. That's a rough one, man. That's a rough IPO. Allbirds. No way. Bird. They got a good ticker. Shoe doesn't look that bad, but my goodness. March 5th. Do they have weeklies? They got options. 50 cents. So yeah. I'm getting 35 cents. Oh, this says 20. Yeah, we'll go with 27. 27 cents priced in. That's like 30%, give or take. So what, 54 cents? $1.30, $1.41-ish. So 5 cents, or you could buy 5 shares. Yeah, I don't know. When was it? Was that $2? I mean, if they have a good earnings, this thing could probably double up. I don't know how much. It could probably drop 20 cents. So you could lose, you'll lose 30%. Or you'll make like 100%. I don't know. This one might be decent. If you just want one to move 132 million. Decent. It's like Workhorse. I mean, it's a retail stock. It's a shoe company. They have revenue. They make money, but they lose money, so they're still trying to grow. I mean, they're not worth much. They just IPO'd a couple years ago. Like I'm saying, they were trading a little higher. It looks like about a year ago. Was it a year? 2 years ago? No, a year ago. March 2023, they had a bad earnings, and then they got pummeled. That's what turned them into a penny stock. So if they could recover from that, if they have one good earnings, they could pop up. But if they die, they'll probably hit a new low, go around 60 cents. I don't know. They're kind of cheap, though. 100 million? I don't know if they have debt. Let's see. I'm sure they're IPO, but maybe they sold a bunch of stock. Allbirds. But yeah, you can't play the shares, or you can't play the options. Or they could say we delisted. Well, yeah, they get clapped a little bit before there. The fuck is that? Free cash flow negative $7 million. They have a lot of cash though. What the hell? Is this real? Allbirds? Oh no, this isn't. Yeah, wait. They have $133 million in cash. Why? They issued $500 million in debt in 2022. They don't pay anything in interest. They issued 287,000 in equity. Dude, they have 133 million in cash. Is this a scooter company? No, it's a shoe company. Then Twitch is like, they should buy Bitcoin and make NFTs. All right, thank you. Thank you for that feedback. Hear me out. AI shoes. I don't know. Maybe we'll come back to it. I'd be down with shares, though, if I was going to play that. That's just going to be one that moves crazy or not. Seems kind of cheap, though. U.S. military says it conducted humanitarian aid drop in northern Gaza on Tuesday. Their market cap's 130 million, and then they have 130 million in cash. Well, that's Allbirds, NRG. Okay, I think that's it. I don't think I have a preview for any of the other ones. Everything. Oh, no, I have QFIN. I don't have NRGV or PHX. I don't know if any of you guys were looking for this. PHX. PHX Minerals. Any followers out there? No, NRGV. Energy Vault. No. I have QFIN. I don't know what this is. I think it's a China financial company. They popped up. BZ moved yesterday. I have this one for some reason. They're expecting 4.25 billion revenue in won. Non-GAAP EPADs 7.04. Income from operations 1.3 billion yuan. Non-GAAP net income 1.13 billion since last quarter. This is the Hong Kong share, so this doesn't even matter. They're up 2.3, moved down 7, up 1, loss of 2, loss of 7. Beaten revenue 11 of the last 16 quarters. EPS beaten 9 of the last 17. I don't know if any of y'all into this QFU technology. What would you do if someone was like, where you work? They're like, I work at Kufu Technology, bro. Excuse me? I work at Kufu Technology. Kufu, bro. Yeah, TMC, the metal company, it has to be halted. No, it's not. Up 20% in one candle. TMC. Is that news? Everybody in the TMC. Somebody bought 4.5 million shares of the company the other day. Interestingly enough. But, yeah. Yeah, one of the directors bought 4.5 million shares at $2. What the fuck? That was on March 4th. Interesting. So what? No, that was a couple days ago. But yeah, I don't have anything else on them. Add that BNB high. Yallah, habibi. We need a little more. All right, well, Kufu. I don't know if y'all going Kufu. That's up to you, whatever you Kufu. I don't even, what's the ticker for Kufu? Kifu? QFIN. QFIN. I have $15. Oh, it's like $1 in the money. 190. We go 175. So 175 is priced in a little bit more than 10%. Double that up. It was like what? 350. 350, a little bit more, like $20. It's expensive. I don't know. These all these small cap ones. The only one I like out of those was Allbirds. So QFin and Guild Mortgage. I don't have a preview on Purple, but I know a lot of you guys like Purple. I know Purple. I see at the mall. This one I know at the mall, Habibi. I go in. I was going to buy a pillow. I tell you the story before, Chad. I went in. I was going to buy the pillow, the purple pillow. And then the guy, he said, you know, there is a Black Friday in the next couple of days. So he said, you come back. I said, okay. And I never came back. And I never bought the pillow. Very expensive pillow, but I know this one at the mall for sure, man. Purple. Troy love his purple mattress. Wow. Wow, very nice. TMC still go 25 now. My goodness. So I don't have a preview for Purple. I know you guys like Purple. Purple, very popular. Popular Purple, huh? No? Okay. Is Nordstrom's today? Oh. So Purple is pricing in about 45 cents. We'll go 40. Literally about 20% priced in. So 40 cents is priced in. Market maker thinks Purple will move 40 cents up or down. You double that up for the ghetto standard deviation. That'll leave you with 80. So 280. That's still 25 cents. You could buy 10 shares. Or a $5 one for $5. Same price. Again, if you think Purple, I mean, they kind of look like Allbirds. Birds kind of had bad earnings around a year ago. Allbirds got knocked off even more. I don't know Purple's cash situation, market. What's Purple worth, man? 2.4. They're worth double Allbirds. The beds, I don't even know how much cash they have, anything like that. Best bed I ever bought. Yeah, seriously, I mean it. It's not hyperbole. I've only bought one bed in my life, but it's the best one I fucking bought. It was fucking great. I loved it. Purple. It's good. It feels like an egg carton. Yeah, it's like I'm sleeping on eggs. Boom. Okay. So I think that's it for after hours. Unless, is there any after hours? Oh, SPY. Tesla. High ticker just went crazy out of nowhere. New high. Hello. Hey. What's going on? There it is. Even gold trying to bounce a little bit, but SPY. Is Nordstrom's after the bell? Or are you just messing with it? I think the Biden voice did make it go up. Ah, 401k. Look at that. Build back better. 4 more years. 4 more years. Can I not chant? Why can't I can't chant for myself. Stupid. Who made that rule up? 4 more. Quad it up. Quad it. Give me another go. I don't know if earnings. No, Nordstrom's already reported on March 7th, my brother. Yeah. So I think they already are March 6th. So Nordstrom's already reported. Is there any more for after hours? I got a couple more for before the bell. Anybody else? Anybody else? Last call for after hours. Oh, man. I don't know. I think Allbirds might be the only one I want. This thing seems like a piece of shit. They just have cash as much as their market cap. Oh, and then I forgot we still have Weight Watchers. That's what this reminds me of. But apparently Oprah, I think Oprah is having a show on Ozempic today. They were talking. I don't watch Oprah. They were talking about it on Bloomberg. I'm not that up to date with Oprah's schedule on daytime television. Okay. Anyways. So no more for after hours. Well, thank you, my friends. God bless you. Again, we just hit a new high. So let's get into the morning. This one, everybody knows about this one. Dollar Tree. This one's good, man. Some retail. Get some retail in there. Kind of down. Is Tesla kind of running? I see Apple on the high, too. But DLTR, I don't know. Have they been in the gutter or did they bounce back? Oh, wow. They bounced back beautifully. 104. Did Dollar General, was that the one that was guttered? Yeah, DG's still pretty clapped, but damn. Dollar Tree said, hi. Can't keep a good man down. So you all know Dollar Tree. I didn't mean that one. Dollar Tree. They're expecting Q4 comps of 2.8%, revenue of $8.67 billion versus guidance of $8.6 to $8.8 billion, operating income $791.7 million, gross margin 32%, SG&A 22.5%, operating margin 9.1%, EPS $2.66 versus guidance of $2.58 to $2.78. Next quarter expected to be 2.5% comps, revenue $7.68 billion, gross margin 31.2%, SG&A 24.2%, operating margin $511.8 million, operating margin 6.7%, and EPS $1.70. Price history since last quarter, November. Dollar Tree is up 27.5, S&P is up 12.5, XLP is up 6.6. Near-term options imply 8.7% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 4, loss of 13, loss of 12, gain of 2. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters with 3 in line. So not bad. Not bad. They used to move a lot more. But they're pricing in 8. They've kind of moved that on the last 2 earnings or the ones before the last. So that one could be interesting. Dollar Tree has good pot stickers for $1.25. You purchase hot food from your Dollar Tree? I did not know they had that as a product offering. That's amazing. Oh, they got frozen pot stickers? Oh, okay. That makes sense. I was like, they got a fucking restaurant at your Dollar Tree? I did not know they were this expansive. So that bounce makes a lot of sense. I get down with some frozen pot stickers. All right, well, they're pricing in. TD says 1178, 1090, 1185. We'll go with 1180. That's less than 10%. It's actually not bad. 1180 divided by 150. 7.8%. And then 1180 times 2, 23.6. So 1180, that's what the market maker expects it to move after earnings. That's one standard deviation. If we double that up, that leaves us with 2360. So literally 150 plus 2360. That would be what? 173.60? 70 cents. 50 for the 175s. Oof. This one's kind of like Oracle. I think Oracle looked like this yesterday. And the Oracles didn't hit, did they? Oh, Oracle only had to get past 126? That's crazy. Oh, no. Because Oracle's options are pretty weird, but Dollar Tree, 150. The options aren't bad. It's right there in the middle. It didn't move this much last earnings. The other earnings, it moved very big. They're pricing in higher than last, but then still below kind of some of their bigger earnings. $170, $150 stock. Option is like $50, $60. It's not, I don't know. It's decent. And I don't know what the puts are at. So minus $23. 150. 126. Netflix still going? My goodness. 50 cents. About 50 cents. So $100 both ways. That one's tough. I think it's average. I think it's right there in the middle. The Lord would spit it out because it's lukewarm. It's not too expensive. It's not too cheap. I think that one is priced just right. And the stock, the stock is like, look at it, just right there. Multi-year like level. You could kind of see it. Just been hanging on. 50-50. 50-50. That one's on you. Dollar General could be a sympathy. Oh, because they don't have earnings? Yeah. They probably both have premium, but then depending on how Dollar Tree does, it'll definitely move. But that's not a bad idea. Dollar General could be good. And then TMC dropping. Yeah, DG is probably, I don't know. I didn't see, let's see the options for DG. Because if DG reports this week, you could price it into 160, 660, 7, 1360. Let's say $26, 186. Ooh, Dollar General already expensive. But these are going to get jacked up, though, tomorrow if they do good. And they already got jacked. That's tough. All of these are, So even 2 standard deviations for Dollar General. These will get jacked up, though, tomorrow. Maybe no matter what happens with Dollar General. It's INVE, Identitive. Identitive. How do you say this one? Identitive. Dollar Tree is tomorrow morning. So I'm gonna forego Dollar Tree for now. Maybe we'll come back to it. But that one's gonna be, I think that one's priced just right in the middle. Alrighty. Now the next one for tomorrow morning, I don't know, ARCO, ARCO, I don't know, do any of you trade this one? I don't have a preview for this. Arco Dorados Holdings. But then the next one for my dogs. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Did you want like a Chihuahua or a more DMX bark? And I could do both. But Petco. Man, why do they say Petco Health and Wellness Company? Kind of stupid ass name is this? It's called Petco. Yeah. I tell my dogs, where's my dogs at? Tell my dogs to meet me at the earnings at Wall Street. Stop fucking with me. All right, anyways. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know what kind of name this is. Petco Health and Wellness. You sell dog food. Health and Wellness. Just say, what a name. Health and Wellness. Fuck. Just fucking sell plastic dog toys. Is it dog gym? Oh no, man. Anyways, Petco. They're expecting loss comps 2.5%. Revenue $1.63 billion, gross margin 36.7%, adjusted EBITDA $103.7 million, adjusted EBITDA margin 6.4%, EPS 2 cents since last quarter, November 28th. They're down 30.7%. S&P is up 12.5%, XLY is up 6.4%. Last 4 quarters, loss of 29, loss of 21, loss of 18, loss of 18. They have not had a good earnings in a long time. Revenue has beaten consensus 9 of the last 12 quarters. EPS has beaten 7 of the last 12 quarters with 2 in line. Short interest is 15%. So, I don't know, man. Petco. They have literally died almost 20% every earnings for a year. That's amazing. I think they have a lot of debt, though. I don't know. They're worth $800 million still at this price level. That's crazy. How are they still worth $800 million at this price? So they were worth $8 billion a couple years ago. They're still quite the hefty valuation. I mean, they make money. People be buying mad dog food, man. Petco out here. So, I don't know. That one could probably be a shares gamble, but fundamentally, I think that's a pretty penny. So, Wolf, their pricing in looks to be about 50 cents, 60, 57, 60 cents, a little bit more than 20 cents. 60 cents is what is expected, market maker expected move. Double that up, ghetto standard deviation, $1.20. You're looking at $3.85 or $1.40. So 10 cents or 5, you could still just buy the shares. I'm going to go with no play unless you want to gamble on the shares. It'll probably move 20%. Maybe they surprise 1 year of bad earnings. Maybe they finally have a good earnings. So shares, I think that's kind of enticing. As oh, that'll probably move 20%. Like if you're into that, that's for tomorrow morning. All right, the next one is Village Farms. I don't think I have a preview on them. Village Farms, no. Do they make any food products we know about? And then the next one I have a preview for Williams-Sonoma. You know, I'm not going to lie to you. This place, I've kind of grown an affinity towards Williams-Sonoma. I don't think I've ever purchased anything from there, but I've definitely walked around and been like, oh, that would be cool to buy, but I'm not going to buy a $900 pizza oven because I don't make pizzas. You know what I'm saying? It's super expensive. Yeah, bro, I'm not going to lie to you, bro. They got this dope-ass toaster. They got, what's it called? Like Nifty? What the fuck is it called? Or Keg? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? It's like a retro-looking toaster with really cool colors. Like, it's a fucking beautiful toaster for like $400. And I want it. I've thought about it, but I've never purchased it. I ain't buying no $400 fucking toaster. Fellow? No, man. THO play? Let's go. Did we already hit one of those? Let's go. God bless you, Brandon. What's it called? Smeg. That's what it's called. A little smug shit. It's called Smeg for a smug mother effer out there spending $700 on a toaster. Let me show you. What good is this conversation without a picture book? Yeah, they say I see this shit all the time. All right. I'm not. So the Dolce & Gabbana one is $700. Otherwise, it's like $279. $200. They have cooler colors. I don't know why they're not showing the baby blue one. Yeah. Smeg. All it does is toast. You could get it at Marshall's. Damn, TJ Maxx hitting hard. I like it. That's Smeg. So Williams-Sonoma. But cool place. My girlfriend's made me walk around here. Very cool things. To cook bread. Yeah, that's a wild-ass toaster. $279, bro. Anyways. They're expecting a Q4 loss of 8.6%. Oh, they own Pottery Barn too? And West Elm? I didn't know they owned Pottery Barn. My girlfriend and my mom like Pottery Barn. Yeah. Revenue expected to be $2.2 billion. Non-GAAP gross margin 44.3%. Yeah, you better be making a good margin off these $300 toasters. Non-GAAP gross or SG&A 24.6%. Non-GAAP operating margin 19.9%. EPS $5.13. Next quarter expected to be revenue comps loss of 8%. Revenue $1.63 billion. Non-GAAP operating margin 40.5%. SG&A 27.8%. Non-GAAP operating margin 12.6%. EPS $2.51. Since last quarter, November 15th, Williams-Sonoma is up 45.5%. S&P is up 13.8%, and XLY is up 7.5%. Near-term options imply 8.3% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 6, gain of 13, loss of 0, gain of 1. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. Short interest is 21%. There it is. They pay a divvy if you bought them in 08. Has Williams-Sonoma been around that long? Damn, I guess they've been killing it in home goods. Holy shit. And Pottery Barn? I guess so. Well. Pottery Barn. Oh, wait. I don't need that. I need this. So they're expecting 18 and 19. 240. 18. I'm getting 1910. It says 1927. We'll go in 1910. So $19.10 priced in, just under 10%. So what would 1910? $38.2. So 278. 278.40. Still $2.90 unless you want a weekly or a daily. And those are still $1.50. That's way too expensive. They're gonna move, but that's a little too pricey. What we say, 38 to the downside. So 202. 202.20, man. 202.20. $240 for the daily. That one's not bad, man. That one's not bad for Williams-Sonoma, huh? Williams-Sonoma, where are you from? From Northern California, Sonoma Mountains. What you do? You make wine or something? You make a vineyard? Sonoma. Williams-Sonoma. Okay. My ATMs got clapped. Boom. Gone. Poof. Capiche. Well, I think the dailies are the only ones worth playing. But I don't even know if I want to play it. It's an expensive stock. $40 if you're feeling like you want a more expensive scratch off. I think down to 200 is more than possible. It was literally just there. So I don't know. Retail's been a mixed bag. Some of them do good, some of them do bad. That one's tough. And SPY's about to go up. It hit a high. Had a little reload candle. Coming back up. Corn double top, dude. No, dude, it's making a move, dude. Again, that TMC stock was moving around. I don't know if Williams-Sonoma is shorted. So if it's not heavily shorted, usually that metric does not show up on the preview. All right. And that's it. I don't know. The other ones for the morning. Village Farms, Williams-Sonoma. There's Vera Bradley, ADCT, SLN, and GBLI. Is there any other ones in the morning I'm missing? Otherwise, we are done for the day. We are done. Again, earnings is wrapping up, though. You really start to feel it now. Sentinel 1. No. Do they report? We already went over QFIN, believe it or not. Tai. I thought Sentinel 1 already reported. March 13th? No, they're tomorrow. Sentinel 1 is tomorrow. After close. Is there any other ones? My preview says Sentinel 1 is tomorrow after the bell. These are for tomorrow morning. We already did today after hours. Wait, there's Jesus? GSUS is on the high. Goldman Sachs Market Beta ETF. I want GZUS, but that's good. Jesus on the high. Amen. Amen. GSUS, man. Amen. That's awesome. I think the long term's doing great too. That's a sign. Amen. Coinbase. I went red to green. There you go. I saw the sign. I opened up the long term. It opened up my... No, I don't know. The long term is fantastic. Holding long is so... Okay. Short interest mean how much of the float is been make a sold short by people who bet against company value price. Huh? KR chilled out. MO. Those came up. Those options, they ain't doing what they did in the morning. Banks are going up still. Weren't they dumping? Banks had a nasty dump earlier. So we recovered that. I mean, we're near the highs again. Bad bond auction. Bonds are at the same level. SPY knocking at the door of another high. I mean, you still got enough time to hit all-time highs. And you have Power Hour coming up here in 4 minutes. Yeah, you just hit a new high 2 minutes ago. And now you're a solid 15 points from setting a new high. 15 points, punk. You feeling lucky? I didn't do a QFIN play. We went over the preview, but no play. We could pump it up before the end of the day, but last time I thought that it went switch gears. So you never know, homie. Might need a long term. You need to pump your brakes and dry saw, homie. Market feeling cute. I'm surprised, but I just think, again, if anything, status quo. It was a hot print, 2 hot prints in a row, but I think a lot of people by the end of the day are settling on it didn't change much from last time. This wasn't enough to change the dot plot. Powell is there, but PPI will be interesting alongside retail sales later this week. PPI Thursday and retail sales. That's the next data. I think we get some China stuff tonight. Then again, you'll get Japan right before Powell. But Powell next week, I mean, tomorrow will be middle of the week. And we still have data to focus on this week. But we're getting close to the Powell. Again, rate hike odds pulled back a little bit today, too. XLF. Financials are working their way up. Ebivacious. MTUM, is that an ETF for momentum? Yeah, that has to be. Momentum. MTUM. All right, well, Chattadonia. I think we're done with the previews, unless we want to do all birds. Oh, what the fuck? It already went up 5%? Well, there goes that. So good luck if you took it. I already missed out. I would have done shares. I already missed out on 5%. If I wanted to do it, that's already like $400, or is that $40? No. That'd be $40 still. Kind of disappointed. But yeah, good luck if you got it. We'll see how that one plays out. Otherwise, I don't think any earnings plays. That's it. And that's it. Power hour in 30 seconds, baby. Power hour in 30 seconds. Right at the top of the hour. So good luck. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I don't know if they're going to go to a commercial. It's top of the hour. Do they go to an ad?
We're going to continue talking about that CPI report.
Yeah, also speaking of economies, how's the economy doing in Ireland? Home to many multinationals. Is it still attracting them? We're going to talk to the man whose job it is to get CEOs to invest in the country.
And get ready, everybody. Vulture capitalism. What is it and why you should care? That's coming up.
Was this get your fixed income fix? With such big hits, people had actually seen some of the movies that were on
Absolutely,
offer.
And I thought that Emily Blunt and Ryan Gosling's back and forth with each other when they were presenting an award.
Yeah, that was very funny.
Very funny, very clever. The "I'm Just Ken" performance was funny to me. Watching from afar, it seemed like the celebrities were rolling in the audience about it. Yeah, in person, it must have been even better. Well, Kohl's is teaming up with the owner of Babies R Us to bring baby gear, furniture, and more to approximately 200 of its U.S. stores, at least to start. The retailer struck a licensing deal with WHP Global, a brand management firm with a portfolio that includes Bonobos, Joe's Jeans, Anne Klein, and others. Terms of the agreement were not disclosed. I spoke briefly with the Kohl's CEO, Tom Kingsbury, and really his first interview since he's taken the job over a year ago. And he said this is really all about connecting with our younger consumers, trying to, I think, bring them in, right, for the journey, and then have them continue
store
through.
within a store?
Store within a store, and it is a licensing agreement.
Yeah.
They will own the inventory, Kohl's.
All right. Court, thank you very much, and thank you for watching Power Lunch.
Closing bell starts right now.
See you tomorrow.
Welcome to Closing Bell. I'm Scott Wapner, live from Post 9 here at the New York Stock Exchange. This make-or-break hour begins with the battle within big tech. Whether your best move now is to stay with the year's big winners or switch to the laggards. We're going to ask our experts over this final stretch. That space is staging a big rebound in today's session. We're also going to hear from investing heavyweight Ken Griffin. We'll do that in just a few moments. In the meantime, your scorecard with 60 minutes to go and regulation looks like this. The major averages all but brushing off today's CPI report, which was a touch hotter than expectations. Yields did move modestly higher, stayed mostly steady too after a midday bond auction, graded a C- by our own Rick Santelli. He's a tough grader. NASDAQ outperforming as several of the momentum names within that index bounce back today, led of course by what else? Nvidia back above $900. Oracle gets the best name in the S&P following its earnings report. That stock hitting a new high in the session today. And 3M's the best in the Dow. That after naming a new CEO. All of it takes us to our talk of the tape, which is all about the rally, obviously. Is it running out of steam, as some now suggest? We're just taking a momentary breather, but no real breather at this moment as we come on the air. Let's ask Gabriela Santos, Chief Market Strategist for JP Morgan Asset Management, with me at Post 9 once again. Welcome back.
Thank you.
I have to say, reading through your notes, you sound really positive on this market.
We do sound positive. First, on the fundamentals. For the economy, we see growth normalizing this year, 2%, but zero recession in our base case. We see inflation also moderating towards 2% by the end of the year. So you still have a pretty resilient nominal growth backdrop for companies. So resilient revenue growth at the same time that it seems to us that the big takeaway from fourth quarter earnings was a bottoming in the margin contraction from last year.
I mean, I read through the notes here. I mean, you sort of hesitated for a second where I said you seem pretty positive, but you do say positive trend for stocks should continue. Fundamentals point to further gains. You use the word sweet spot at the overall level. Expect equity multiples to stay elevated. That's somebody who's pretty positive on this market.
I hesitate when we say very positive, just because I want to.
Sorry for using the word very.
No. We are positive. I just want to clarify some nuances beneath the surface. I think when we speak about the fundamental backdrop, it is supportive, but there are pockets of important normalization here. We're not talking about re-accelerating above trend kind of economic growth. We're also not talking about a very swift return to normal interest rates. So things that are really tied to nominal GDP or to rate cuts are not the environment we want to be focused on.
Okay. Today's CPI really did nothing to upset the story.
Yeah.
It's not like we expected anything in March anyway.
Yeah.
And now there's a bunch of data still going to come around before June, when the market still is placing that big bet that you're going to get the first cut. Is that how you see it?
That's right. I mean, it really didn't change the narrative. If you were bullish on inflation or bearish on inflation, you took away the same conclusion you came into the report with. Ultimately, for us, I mean, if you actually take it out to 2 decimal points, CPI beat by very little. It increased 0.36%. So it wasn't a hot 0.4%, and it's still the same remaining inflationary pressures of shelter and auto insurance. People forget auto insurance is adding 0.6 percentage points on its own. So it doesn't change the narrative. These are lagged measures. We do expect inflation to continue normalizing. And it's really nice that we had already taken out 3.5 rate cuts since mid-January, and now the market is completely aligned with the Fed dots. So if there was any doubt, June is really the earliest for cuts, but still very much on the table.
What do you make of what some suggest is now the changing makeup of this rally? One that was led primarily by NASDAQ, large cap growth stocks. Maybe that's changing a bit. Maybe it's changing a bit even within that space of large cap tech.
It is changing quite a bit, and I think it's actually a healthy sign. For example, within mega cap tech, the Magnificent Seven that dominated so much of returns last year, there was dispersion within the group, but they were all up. This year, you're seeing quite substantial dispersion within the group. Some are up double digits, some are performing in line with the market, and some are down double digits. That's very healthy to see, thinking of the actual companies as individuals. You're also seeing other parts of the tech sector participate and other sectors. Things like healthcare, which we had talked a lot about last year as being one of our favorite sectors, contributing as well. So I think it's a very healthy appreciation that it's not just AI, it's not just about the initial beneficiaries of that theme, it's also about resilient earnings.
At the same time, you suggest it's perhaps too early to invest in areas of the market that need rate cuts. Now, if there's one sector today that you look at, or one index, the Russell is red. No big shock, because if CPI still reflects that inflation to some degree is maybe a little stickier than people think, or it keeps rates at least a little elevated. That space is probably not going to work well in that environment. Is that a fair assumption?
That's right. I think if your investment thesis is purely dependent on substantial rate cuts as the catalyst, it's still too early for that. The time will come, but it's still too early. And the place to really express that view is, for example, size, so a preference for large or mid cap versus small cap. And it's even within sectors. So, for example, it's quite impressive over the past year, since the SVB crisis a year ago, that regional banks are down 10%, while the large cap banks are up 14% and the broader market is up 22%. So it's nice to see that differentiation in size, but also within sectors.
To those who say, well, the rally is kind of looking a little tired, and maybe they use NVIDIA as a litmus test on the, power and strength of the market. If NVIDIA gets a little tired for a little while, does that have any difference, to make a difference at all on the quality or the strength of this move?
I think it very much does at the index level, just given how large, not just NVIDIA, but several of these companies have gotten. And they're, at this point, the top 10 companies represent 33% of the index. So at an index level, it certainly matters. But our perspective is that it is getting a little bit long in the tooth, this hyper focus on the Mag 7, but we don't expect them to collapse as a group, just for there to be a little bit more muted returns from here and that big differentiation within companies. I think for the space, which is rallying today again, it's really not about CPI rates, the macro. It's just a little bit of fatigue around the AI story, and there's several conferences and industry events that can help pour a little bit of cold water on the theme.
Our technology correspondent, Steve Kovac, is going to join us now, because, Steve, this is quite a snapback that you're getting in some of these names, and it really isn't just NVIDIA, though it obviously stands out because it always stands out. It's up better than 5%, but Microsoft's up near 3%. Amazon's having a pretty decent day. Microsoft is up 2.5%. The only one that's really not really participating is Apple, which is green. But what else is new?
Yeah. And look, and Apple, like we've been saying for the last couple of weeks, Scott, is just Apple has been such a laggard in this group because there's still no coherent AI narrative around Apple yet. They're trying to paint one. They're trying to picture one. They released new laptops a couple days ago and called them AI computers. No one really bought that. And again, it's all hinging on that WWDC announcement about whatever their AI product's going to be. I'm also looking at Oracle, though. I know we don't put that in the mega cap tech at the same time, but it's just so demonstrative. The results were mixed. You know, they missed on revenue slightly, but they just said AI about 10 billion times on the call, and that's what got people excited. They said things like the demand for our AI product is outstripping our supply. Boom, that got people excited. They expect to see, book more contracts around AI. That's what got people excited. So that is kind of telling me that all these other kind of companies that sat out last year of the AI narrative are coming into the fore. The opposite story with HP Enterprises a couple of weeks ago, and they reported earnings basically saying we can't get enough NVIDIA chips in order to do what we want with AI. They got punished. But Dell was the opposite story. They said we got gobs of AI chips, and we're able to do what we want to do on the cloud side there. So I would also point out there, as we're looking at back to the mega cap tech stocks, Microsoft was not punished the same way that Google was punished with its snafu with Gemini. Last week, you might remember, our Hayden Field on CNBC.com reported Copilot, the image generator there, is having very similar problems to what Gemini had, but the market kind of brushed that one off, perhaps because of the lead that Microsoft already has or that perception of the lead. But that is also very telling that maybe some of these problems don't really worry investors. It just kind of depends on the company.
I like that comment that you make there, and noting the
Sweet Green
differentiation
taking off. That's been running
the
since
way that
earnings.
those stocks have been treated. So Gabrielle,
Again,
Steve,
SPY
since he brings up AI,
hugging the highs,
we've
off
had a
by
debate
1
on this
point.
program multiple times over whether we're late cycle or we're actually much more towards a mid-cycle because AI has either prolonged or renewed the whole business cycle. The whole way that we're going to think about corporate spending and the way that lives are changing and stocks are moving and the economy's evolving and all that. How do you weigh in on that critical question?
I think it is so refreshing to talk about the economy as being in a business cycle again, rather than just binary soft landing, hard landing, no landing. We do think the cycle is extended this year. We don't think it is going to be the Fed that kills this economic cycle. So ultimately, it's going to be what determines the end of this expansion is going to be based on whether we have some kind of shock. And here, oil prices traditionally is a shock that ends expansions. Otherwise, you can be in what we would consider a late cycle for a considerable amount of time, for years and years. And there are many indicators you could look at. The one that suggests later cycle is really the labor market, right? With the unemployment rate below 4% or 4% for 26 consecutive months. So it just makes the economy more vulnerable to a shock. Mm-hmm. But if you don't get that shock, the expansion continues, which is good news.
If NVIDIA takes a break, how much do we need Apple? We used to think we needed it a lot. This market has sort of thrown a little cold water on that idea because so many other things have worked, even though it hasn't. But to what degree do we need it if some of these momentum trades actually take a longer than we think break?
I would answer that two ways. The first is...
Where's Ken Griffey? I thought Ken Griffey was
defining what taking a break means. I think if you all of a sudden have...
Stop going up every day.
Exactly. I think stop going up every day is
the second
perfectly
time. They
digestible.
go for a long time sometimes.
Especially if you continue to see other tech companies, other sectors participate in the rally. If you get to a situation where you actually have a substantial momentum unwind and you actually have a fall in not just a couple of the Mag 7, but more than half or all of them, then you're in trouble at an index level temporarily. But that is not the case that we expect. We do think there are good fundamentals for some of these large companies, and you can have the other ones catch up. So you end up somewhere in the middle.
Steve, the other thing I hear from investors who are around the Apple name is, yes, there's a lot of optimism about WWDC this summer and what AI is going to bring, but it's also that buyback, which is so large as being a bit of a backstop, if you will, or a floor underneath shares to some degree. They may dip below 170, but they may not stay there very long for that very reason.
Which is exactly what happened last week, Scott. Dip below 170, and then everyone suddenly remembers there's massive buybacks every year that only keep going up, and that's what Apple does. It's, you know, 2 years ago when the market just went through that horrible period, we saw Apple kind of stay afloat too. A lot of people thought that was because of the buybacks, stay in Apple because you got that guaranteed check coming in, and that's probably a lot of what's holding it up now above 170 is because they know that's coming, even if the AI picture is not clear. Another thing about the AI thing, or lack of AI rather, is all these estimates we're getting for late in the year for the fall iPhone cycle, the iPhone 16 cycle. And the question becomes, are those bullish estimates because the analysts think, okay, there's going to be some magical AI thing that only the iPhone 16 can do, therefore everyone's going to rush out and start buying iPhones again? Or is it just that we're on this cyclical part of the iPhone cycle where a lot of people just have old phones and are ready to upgrade? It feels like more of the latter, but we have to wait and see until ideally June with this WWDC announcement.
All right, good perspective from Steve Kovac. Thank you very much for that. Let's bring in Keith Lerner of Truist Wealth. Keith Lerner, excuse me, of Truist Wealth. So Keith, how does your view match up to what you've already heard on the program?
Well, first, great to be with you, Scott and Gabriella. It actually matches up pretty well, I would say. Overall, Scott, you know, we've been positive since October. At this point, we think the underlying trend is still positive. When we look at forward earning estimates, they just made a new record high last week as well. Economic growth we expect a step down, but we're still showing resilience. The inflation picture will be, you know, it's still moving down, but it's not going to be perfect. So all in all, Scott, we're still constructive. A lot of discussion about tech. Tech's moved a long way. We are seeing that, you know, that broadening beyond just a few names. You mentioned it before. We only have 4 of the Mag 7 stocks up this year. And despite that, the market's up 8%. So again, we're going to have, you know, some gut checks along the way, but at this point, we think we should still respect the underlying trend, which is positive.
Where's your favorite place right now in the market?
Favorite place? If you look at over the next year, we still like tech and communications. So that would be the place that we still think makes the most sense, because when you look at those areas of the market, earnings momentum tends to be the most important. And part of our thesis over the last year with tech is that even if the economy slows down, that companies would continue to have to invest in tech, otherwise be left behind. And we heard from Salesforce, and then also what we saw with Oracle yesterday confirms that point of view. But I would say outside that, I mean, we also like financials making a new high. I think if the economy still is resilient, the financials will do well. It's an interesting stat is financials are actually up more than tech, maybe by about 1% since the October lows. And we still think areas like mid caps, equal weight makes sense to at least diversify some of the concentration risk. But to your specific question, we still think tech and communications are among the best sectors for the next 6 to 12 months.
So to those who say that tech especially is either too stretched or showing signs of a bubble, you say what?
We do not see signs of an overall bubble. I think we see signs or pockets of speculation. We see people starting to use AI in every transcript, even when it's not, you know, really, even when the business isn't there. But as an example, Scott, we look back, and I was in the business in the late 90s. During a 3-year stretch, you know, at the highs, tech outperformed the S&P by about 250%. Over the last 3 years, tech's outperformed by 30%. We don't think that's bubblicious. Earning trends is the key. What would make us more negative if we start seeing those relative earning trends start to weaken. We haven't seen it yet. That's what happened in 2022. But again, does that mean we won't see some cooling off, or where you have a big kind of blow-off move, you know, where you consolidate sideways? I think that's going to happen. But again, if you stick with the underlying trend for the next 6 to 12 months, we still think it's up.
But what's that mean? Signs or pockets of speculation? And then in the same breath, you mentioned AI. Are you worried that a lot of the trades that have ridden this AI wave are exhibiting too much euphoria? I need you to be more specific.
Yeah, well, if we look at some of these like small cap names that there's you know, some news and it goes up 25% in a day, or the biggest name in the Russell 2000 is now much bigger than everything else. I think that's it. These kind of smaller speculative plays. But if you look at the big cap stocks as a whole, I mean, they're trading around 25 to 30 times. I'm enjoying valuations or on a PE basis, and a PE to growth, they look much more reasonable and a lot different than 50, 75 times that we saw more broadly in 1999 and 2000. So when I say pockets of speculation, you see things in the morning that don't make sense, but I don't think we see that broadly across the market, especially not in some of the big mega cap stocks that have really good cash flow and fundamentals, and that we think are not cheap, but are reasonable relative to the growth outlook.
How would you address that question? Speculation, bubble, in certain parts of the market. I'm not suggesting in any way that the overall market is a bubble or anything, but some stocks have gone up an awful lot since the since the October low.
They have gone up an awful lot, and here we're specifically talking about that cohort of the Magnificent Seven and then some select small cap companies, as Keith was mentioning. But I do agree that at the broader fundamental level, we don't see signs of a bubble because ultimately, especially for the large companies, there were fundamentals behind that increase, which are earnings, right, which increased 30% last year. These companies are already monetizing AI, cutting costs, and of course, their valuations had been cheap to begin with. With that said, I think we do have to be on a lookout a little bit further down the road, whether eventually it becomes a little bit more frothy. When you start seeing Google searches for things like AI start to match the level for crypto in the pandemic, you just have to be a bit on the lookout and think about not just what worked, but what can work in the future.
But I'm thinking of things like the chips. If the control room, can we pull up, I don't know, let's pull the SMH up from November 1st if we can until now, or from the late October bottom, because it's going to show you way low left, way high right. That's well beyond mega caps.
Thank you. I'm done. I thought they would take a commercial by now. Usually they take a commercial every 30 seconds. I don't know what happened there. That was like a glitch, probably a glitch in the matrix. But Chattadonia, we got 40 minutes left. Earnings previews are now completed. I hope you are prepared. We ended up not making any plays today. So I was going to do the bird play, but then the bird stock ended up birding and flying. So, yeah. I know if I said I had to go to the bathroom, then it would have been like, oh, whoop. Sonova Energy. What is the ticker, my friend? Sonova. Chevron on the high. Where's oil? Phillips on the high. Gold. I'm only down $200 on the gold short now. So that gold dropped a decent amount today. But, again, it just ran up insanely. My goodness. I'm down $200 on the MNQ. So a lot of wicked moves, man. A lot of wicked moves as of late. MO play is up. I mean, if you want 50, 60%, I think you could take it now unless it came down. But other than that, the shares we hold, and that was, I mean, I think that was probably our best share purchase on MO ever. Like, even over the last couple of years. Not in turn, like, it's great that it went up, but, like, even the price, like, that $39.50, I think it's one of our lowest prices, and then we bought, like, the most amount, and then it just ran up yesterday. So, long-term, chill. The option play is up 49%. So, you can sell out. You can sell out, get 50% right now on the bid, a little bit more on the ask. IBM was relentless all day. Lesson is that even in bad inflation, stocks could go up. Well, I think it would have to be really bad. We may have a negative reaction, but at the same time, it's like that's why you kind of learn to just wait and see. Unless it's like an easy read, that's kind of the beauty of the SCP next week is that Jerome Powell, if that dot plot changes, I mean, there's not going to be anything like too insane, you know. But the good part is that, you know, we're going to know right away if something's there. Yeah, it was a small difference. Again, the averages went up. I think the small difference is what everybody's focusing on. The question is, like I said, does this change what you think is going to happen next week? Does this change inflation or rate cut odds? No. This wasn't really that much different than what people were expecting in the morning. So even though it was hot, it wasn't like hot. It was higher than expected. Maybe hot wouldn't be the best word. Vanny average down. I mean, homeboy Eli Lilly was saying they injected rats. I was getting excited, but maybe. I mean, that $2, their fill the gap though is a lot lower. That's the shitty part. Or like even their last high. But they did it. I don't know. There's them. There's like 3 other names. One of them did a private placement. But Vanny, we need to see their next update, next conference or anything. But you just need you need them to say, Ozempic, weight loss drugs. Hey. MNQ about to go up. Spy's already going up. Vavani. Oprah, yeah, there's an Oprah Zempic. Q4, May 13th earnings. November, no, I don't see anything for 25. I'm still in Vanny. I'm down like 50% on it. PPI Thursday. But I think, like I said, I think we're going to swing Vanny for a while. That one, I mean, it's probably a fraud because they recently were an eye drug company. But they, I'm pretty sure. But I do think if they get anything somewhat related to Ozempic and get any of, because I thought VKTX was kind of scammy at first, but they, next thing you know it, people are talking about them getting bought out. So as long as they're riding the wave there until the GLP-1 hype dies, I'll get out of it. If Vanny dies, either Ozempic dies or there's a proven fraud, and then hopefully at that point we could get Eli Lilly cheap. Oprah is going to be talking Ozempic today. So that's why, again, she just left Weight Watchers, and now she's like interviewing people who lost weight on Ozempic. I don't know if it's going to be good or bad. That we don't know. I've never looked forward to an episode of Oprah. Are you guys, has it aired already? Or are any of you going to watch that? I don't know if any of you have that lined up for, do you have it on like TiVo? Do you DVR it? Yeah, Visa's climbing, Spy's going. I mean, High Ticker is in full gear right now. Oh, Airbnb, why you do this, huh? Microsoft's at the Apple's going up. I think all the big tech. This is what drove us in the morning. I think it's driving us now. NVIDIA back above 900. But indexes are going up. Some of the big techs, some are going up, some aren't. Again, Visa, I got that in the bottom right. That one keeps ripping. I did not buy WSM, no. Gold trying to bounce from that little bottom there. Eli Lilly's hitting another high. Ozempic. XLV. I would just play Ozempic plays for Oprah. I don't know if it aired already. Again, I'm not like too familiar with the Oprah schedule. Unfortunately, Oprah. I could Google it. Yeah, Oprah to address Ozempic and other weight loss aids in new TV special. Shame, blame, and the weight loss revolution intends to silence the shame of weight loss assistance. Media mogul Oprah Winfrey is releasing a new special on March 18th. Okay, never mind. 18th. You have 6 more days. You have 6 more days. Blame weight loss revolution. The special will be exploring the controversial growing trend of people using alternative methods to lose weight. It will feature a signature sit-down conversation with Oprah and medical experts who have used Ozempic, Mounjaro, Wegovy, and other prescription diabetes and weight loss medications. Wow. Oprah is about to pump the shit out of Ozempic. That's why I'm like laughing halfway through. And they're like alternative weight loss methods. I wonder if they got like somebody who's like, and then we have Grace, who's been using a shake weight for 7 years and has lost 27 pounds. Her friends and family still look down upon her for using her shake weight. She's like, I like to do it in public even, and I don't care how it looks. I'm going to use my shake weight whenever, and this is what I did. And alternative weight loss should not be frowned upon. Yeah, I don't know, but I think it's just going to be Oprah like, yo. She's like, stop Ozempic shaming. That's what it is. That's what it is. I'm calling it now. Can we get dibs on that? Because that's going to be the thing, I think. I think Oprah's going to begin the way. She's like, stop Ozempic shaming. It doesn't make you poop your sheets. Stop it. Stop Ozempic shaming. Okay? It doesn't make your skin look like that. It's a personal topic. Yeah. That'll be fun. Well, that's going to be probably very bullish. I mean, assuming that's what's going to happen. I'm laughing because I'm like, man, this seems like, wow, you're about to have like Oprah green light it for like all the middle-aged women out there in the world who watch Oprah. They're going to be like, hey, man, Ozempic. Oprah said it's Ozempic and Oprah. That's it. She just green lighted it, bro. That's like, is that like when they found out Liver King does steroids? And then you guys are like, I knew it. It's fine. I do steroids. No, I don't know. Is that the same? I don't know. Either way, that's March 18th, though. I was wrong about the date. I thought that was airing today. It's a special. It's literally an Oprah special. She's having a sit down. You could play NVO or Eli Lilly. I mean, it's already running up now. Again, I think Wegovy got the drug approval there for the heart stuff. So there's been a lot of good news lately. NVO, I mean, it's already ran up. This might be kind of some of the pullback. You either get in now or you pray you get a lower price. You could scale in now. You want time on that, though, but the thing airs March 18th. So, I mean, if you want to play it the week of Oprah, you just want to get as close to the money as possible. We're 2 points off the high. Still another, 12 points off of an all-time high? Life's good, huh? Near all-time highs? Just chilling. Just chilling. At Airbnb. Oh, yeah, I forgot about 3M. Did they come back a little bit? No, they did not. And Oracle, I don't know. The options kind of suck with NVO. They all came down recently. You could go share. I've traded shares on NVO, but it moves very slow. And then once it slows down, I mean, it's just very easy to get caught up in a high price. I mean, I don't know if anything about the chart shows you that, but when it does slow down, it gets pretty awful. So options could limit your downside. Shares, you could play little by little, but again, the question is, they're like run up, and then maybe you could buy now and sell right when Oprah comes out, but that's like the near-term catalyst. Otherwise, again, is NVO Wegovy? Or is Eli Lilly Wegovy? Whoever has Wegovy, they just got the heart drug approval. So again, they're saying that the drug got approval from the FDA for like it being used for heart treatment and lowering heart risk. So that expands the insurance applications for it. Everything big money, Ozempic, big money. Was it bad or sticky? It was slightly higher and sticky. Everything that we didn't want, like again, housing, shelter, services, they all went up. They didn't go down at all, but it wasn't too big of a difference. I mean, the simple way to put it, doesn't really change rate cut odd expectations and Powell next week. And whatever you thought about inflation coming into it, I mean, you kind of feel the same way. There's some concerns of sticky inflation coming back, but also at the same time, none of that is right here, right now, or in the near future. People are looking like Apple fill the first gap. Wow. Is Apple still? I got 2 MVOs. Apple still up. Very good for him, man. Netflix. What's the other one? No, Meta. I mean, they're right near 500. Still a big move. Snap didn't come back up. Airbnb, man. And then Abave, why you do this one? The FlixNet. Tesla did, I want to say it did good, but like, damn, only 0.5%? Man, they've been abusing Tesla. Just abusing it, man. Not cool. How much time? Wow, 25 minutes left. Again, about 5 minutes ago. A little longer, you just hit the new high. Yeah, Oprah stopped working with Weight Watchers. She left the board of directors. That was recent. That's why they dropped on their earnings. She just didn't renew her board of directors. She's no longer with Weight Watchers. I think she's done watching her weight. She's like, fuck that. I got Ozempic, dog. So, yeah, I think there are people bearish on that because of Oprah. You guys are laughing. All of this is true. This is real life. Oprah left Weight Watchers board. Now has a special on March 18th about Ozempic. Ozempic shaming. Shame. It's called Shame, Blame, and the Weight Loss Revolution. That's a hook. That's a Shame, Blame, and the Weight Loss Revolution. Brought to you by Oprah and Ozempic. I mean, I don't know. Ozempic, maybe it does. Dude, people are really, they're like, yo, you lose weight, your heart is better, you live longer, that's it. They've, Ozempic, we'll find out. It's been a couple of years already. I mean, we haven't, I don't know, couple of one-off reports of shit in the bed here and there, but, you know, some cosmetic effects. But other than that, I mean, I haven't heard anything like, no one's like grew a third finger or something. Well, you already have 3, you know what I'm saying? Maybe like a third ear is what I'm looking for. Like, I don't know. Nobody's had anything. I feel like I've seen more TikToks warning against the dangers of Red Bull. We waited too long. No, I just think it's up there. I mean, you could get in now and just FOMO one in and then average it later. But I don't know at this point. I wish I invested it from the moment I knew about it. It was just high already. But lately it just keeps going higher and higher and higher. That is the story of my life here with it. But you can, I mean, literally, I've said this, and if I've done this, I would be up like 20%, 30%. I told you if I just threw in one deposit at the high last time, I'd be up 30%. If I said that's it, and just chase it. And who cares? You'll buy it down later. Honestly, I'm kind of down. the future potential, not recent returns. I think Ozempic has a lot of potential. It's already, I mean, that's it. It's going to have at least, I think Ozempic, that's the weird thing is that I think it's, I think it has like 5 years minimum. 5 years before there's something better, or it kind of, we're like, oh shit, Ozempic is why my child can't read. I don't know. Like, I don't know what could possibly happen where like people find out down the road. What was it with, what's it called? What was the, but what happened with the one thing? Hydroxycut. Was it just the heart? Wasn't it like, it like gave people heart attacks? It just killed you? Yeah. What would it? No, what happened with hydroxycut? Do you guys remember that? It was ephedrine. It was just like, was it used for drugs, or was it just like, wouldn't it give you like a heart attack? It was prescription speed. Hydroxycut, you didn't even need a prescription. They still sell hydroxycut. I think they changed the formula. But back in the day, so like, I don't know if you guys realize this. Some of you were alive, some weren't. But like, do you guys realize hydroxycut made a shit ton of money for that little wave that it came out? Like, that first time people were like, oh, dude, you just take this pill and then you don't eat and then you lose weight. And they're like, it gives you energy. They were like on infomercials back in like 1999, 2000. Yeah, you could just buy it anywhere. Hydroxycut wasn't regulated. Bro, people, like, hydroxycut was insane back in the day. So, like, but, like, it was like, that was like a weight loss craze for a little bit. Besides, like, you know, Jenny Craig and shit like that. But I think it started killing people. And then they said, no more, yalla. But I think Ozempic, man, NVO, they got like 5 years minimum until something either. And if nothing happens and there's no competition, no like crazy negative effects, I mean, I think they're going to, you know, I think they're going to have an easy 10 in them.
I think
Griffin?
Look, the question with every investment is about whether or not it's the right price.
I know it's not supposed to be. I know it's not supposed to be
the fundamental of investing.
Player, but
you know, a building where rents have come down may still be an incredibly attractive building at the right price. And for the risks intrinsic in New York Community Bank, I think that this is the right price. And to be clear, Steve has an incredible record investing in the banking space. He's very thoughtful on these issues. I think if you wanted to know, you know, blow by blow how he thinks the bank should best be run to address the issues at hand, you should ask him to join you live on TV, because there are very few people in this world who are as talented as he and his team are at thinking about opportunities in the banking sector of the economy.
Do you expect more ripples, fallout?
I think we're going to see just a continuation of these one-off idiosyncratic stories over the next couple of years, as both commercial real estate struggles and as the broader economy encounters various different idiosyncratic setbacks. So we'll see more of these stories over the years to come.
Are there any risks?
All right, that was.
Okay. All right, we'll take it.
So please.
What the hell?
Tracking the biggest mover.
I just exited you out, sir. Exit you out. We got 17 minutes. Again, not too many earnings after the bell. We didn't make any plays. A couple in the morning tomorrow. Not much data tomorrow either. So that's like the blessing and the curse of this move. I mean, we're holding near the highs, but you don't really have anything for tomorrow. NVIDIA running. Apple, again, NVO. High ticker is gassing. SPY's up. I think the NASDAQ was just hitting a high. Yeah, NASDAQ just did. I'm only down 150 on that NASDAQ now. My goodness. Am I excited for Ater earnings? Oh, dude, you have no idea. I've been waiting. I've been waiting all day. How's Ater? So good luck, man. I hope it all plays out well. You still have time to sell out all of it. But I love you. Be smart. Be smart, man. Be smart. I didn't do WSM. TikTok executive Todd says a ban wasn't an imminent risk. Hamas conflict helped galvanize lawmakers to ban TikTok. Like they're sharing Osama bin Laden letters on TikTok. We can't, no, I don't know how to stop this. They're 12 years old. I know, stop them from, no, they're using these emojis. It doesn't make any, they have code words. Bitcoin is almost green? No way. Yo, Bitcoin's back to 71,000. I told homie he's better off trading that than some of these earnings. Because that's crazy. It's already up at 71,500. We don't have any plays. What's the play for Ater? Nothing, man. That's a joke. Because our 19-year-old Chad put $19,000 into it. And then at first he was threatening me to talk about it. And now we've evolved into a more peaceful relationship. You know, we've got to discover more about the situation. So, yeah, I'm not really the biggest fan. I don't know much about it, but be careful is all. That's kind of what I'm generally advocating. You know, be cautious. I don't know what you kids are up to nowadays, you know, but just be safe. BNB. Ulta, we're going to look at those tomorrow, but I think Ulta's kind of ran a little bit. I'm mad Bird went up already. I could have had that one, but no. Damn, 11. Good luck, man. Good luck. No earnings plays, surprisingly. ON, weren't their earnings bad? They're kind of recovering a little bit. Where's Oracle? Like, Josh, you know it's pronounced Oracle, right? Oracle. Who's the other one? ADM. Yeah, they didn't do anything. More birds. I don't know. I've only walked by a store in the mall that said bird. And I remember the logo from the earnings picture, but like, I have no idea. The shoes didn't look that bad, but that one's going to move 20%. And it's just like their valuation. I think they've moved 20% every earnings, all been bad. And then their valuation, I mean, they have as much cash as their current valuation, which is quite interesting. Celsius, we got out. I mean, those plays could have been a little bit better here. Bid is up 2. Damn, you got options on that too? Oh yeah, Mara, I'm still getting destroyed on that. Same price, still $20. But my goodness. Coin even went down though. Actually, coin's actually green. MU, Intel's going up 45. Pfizer, no square. You want to sell your long-term dark thoughts? Okay. Well, I'll put you in a dark place to think about it. Okay. Just go. Just, you know, you could go where you need to. You'll figure it out. You will figure it out. You know, it'll be good. AMD running. Man, I feel like we've had call-outs of AMD dropping and running several times today. Griffin won't confirm he is backing Trump in the U.S. election. You think Abivi is too high to buy into? Yeah, I mean, I like the company, but I think like 130 is kind of as low as you get on that. Or you could FOMO some Ozempic if you're going to buy a biotech at all-time highs. GitLab pop. You got one more minute till 10-minute rigged. And then NASDAQ up 1.5, SPY 1.1, Dow 0.6, and then Russell 0.02 down. About trying to fight for a comeback. We got MMM drip. Yeah, I think so. Of course, they give it to us on the day. The damn day that it has. Yep. 93.99 though was my drip price. Yo, that's not bad at all. What the fuck? I'm down. No way. All right, Fidelity. They gave me my 3M shares at $93.99. I'll take it. Market on close, $2.9 billion to the sell side. Dell on the low. Biden in meeting with Poland leaders says package of aid is announcing is not enough for Ukraine. Fitch says performance and credit quality at U.S. commercial-focused mortgage REITs will remain under pressure in 24. Got Ken Griffin comments, and then that's it. Fidelity doesn't give you a cost basis. Go to your orders. I'm on Fidelity. Just go to activities and orders. And then you should see reinvestment, and then click on it, and it'll say how many shares and what price. Nice. Our portfolio grew a little today. Yeah, bro, you're running into close. High ticker. A lot of chips, Micron, NVIDIA. There's BNB again, 10-minute rigged, a little bit of a move, but we are going higher now. So again, wait till the final 5 comes into play. Dollar selling off into the close as well. Bonds holding near their lows of the day, but like right around the auction level. Yeah, chips are going nuts. NVIDIA, SMCI, AMD, they're hitting above 200 now. So very, very good, Habibi. UPS on the high. High tickers like gassing. Again, give it a couple minutes. We'll see the final 5. And that will determine all of it. Tesla red, MSTR. Dude, Bitcoin came back up a lot. So I don't know. Yeah, MSTR's up 7. That thing was barely red earlier. Yeah, that's a wild swing. Kind of does look like Bitcoin, though, on the day. Again, Bitcoin's at 71.5. Actually, MSTR is trading higher. My goodness. My goodness. Absolutely insane, I'm telling you. Clover, no play on Clover. I don't have a play on anything. No earnings plays for today or tomorrow. And nothing was really good. I wanted Bird, but then it went up another like 5-6% by the time I came back to it. So I said I'm good. Not just to like gamble 20% either direction. That's the type of play I see it as. But best of luck. All my bird calls up 80. Ooh. Trump administration is good for capital markets, says Griffin. And then there it is. New high. Final 5 in 1 minute. Actually, there it is. Okay, I was a little premature. But there it is. New high. New high of the day, ladies and gentlemen. I did not close my gold short. I'm still in it. I'm down $250. And then I'm down $130 on my MNQ. Those are the ones from last week or earlier from the data. That was last week? Yeah, it was on Friday. Celsius. Yeah, I don't know what the price would have been with the ghetto spread, but we walked away with our 1,000%. Pinduoduo is holding up. I don't know where those China plays. JD held up pretty well. Baba's coming up. Baidu is actually ripping. Honestly, everything's doing pretty decent. A lot of things held up. Again, high ticker still going. 3, 2, 1. Final 5. No, anything? High ticker gassing on every corner. I think another high. But honestly, nothing too nutty. Lee up 9. There it is. New highs off of that. So, pretty strong close. Again, hot print, but a lot of people are just saying now slight beat. Slight, not even that much. Nothing really changed that much today. You are up 51.79. 5 minutes left. You're 9 points away from all-time highs. So, tomorrow morning, we're probably going to break gap up into something or not. That one will be interesting. But, ladies and gentlemen, 5179. I think it's about time. Yeah, we got to start getting ready. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, shout out to the long term. I think a great day for the long term once again. But you are a blessed group of individuals, and I want to keep it that way. And I want you to end your day with a very good attitude and spirit. So I'm here to tell you that it is about to get very loud in here. And when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your safe word for you to protect your ears if you are sensitive to any loud noises. Okay, because it's going to get really loud, and people have reported that the loud noises have ruined their day. It's made them bleed in various parts of their body. A lot of other ailments and dormant diseases have been recurring and spawned due to it. Some people have said they couldn't even go to bed. You know what I'm saying? It's real. So I think you guys are a great set of people. You've been a great audience all day today. So I want to make sure you end up good and close out the day in the best of attitudes and on the best experience. So when you hear me say earmuffs, just know that is your warning to mute your speakers if you are sensitive to loud noises, okay? All right? That sound good? Everybody with me? Are we all on the same page? We get it, right? Yeah? Good. Market's doing good. Maybe Airbnb runs up $10 real quick in the close. I don't know. Okay, earmuffs? All right, earmuffs. It's going to get loud. Earmuffs. 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 This is the time. Safety first. Come on. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the house with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 63 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful hot day, just like the CPI, and the market is enjoying every second of it. So still got a little bit more data on the way, so make sure you have your frequent flyers card. And the good news is we're no longer the COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get to that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chadadonia. Wow, you have one minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. What are you going to do? Are you playing any of the earnings? Don't have too many choices. You have less than 10 seconds remaining. Finalize those plays and bring it home. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or no. Let's go, baby. Oh, Chadadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personalities, plays, information. You are a part of it. Whether it was news or not. Even my lurkers, I need a GG. Let's go, baby. Good game. And you better drop a GG. It's for everybody. It's bigger than you. It's good sportsmanship. It shows. You're more likely to get banned without a GG. I don't make the rules, even though I make the rules, but I don't make the rules. You just gotta follow. It's very simple. Drop a GG. Show some love, baby. It's bigger than that. Let's go. I see you too, Twitch. I hope you know we stronger. It's one way to hold it down. They got laggy today. Y'all held it down, huh? Amen. Good game, baby. Members, non-members, stream alerts, honorary members, people holding it down. You doing a dono today. You didn't have to. You gifted another tag. God bless y'all. Thank you, baby. Let's go. God bless Chad. Good game. That's how you play. GG. I'll see you tomorrow. God willing. Good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Who? I don't know. I don't know, Chad. I don't know, Chad. I think we could keep playing it, no?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, Chad.
On my wrist.
I'm just saying, we in the game, baby.
Pull up in a bed body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat.
I'm just saying, baby.
I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of counting. Pull it to the valley, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the line, so got it looking like a million. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put it some more fighter, y'all don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a screaming athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me, nah. Same old J, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tent and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from her. They was sick of shit, but we still try to love her. Got so many wins that I can trip about a folly on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the season then keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
Chadadonia. Chadadonia. That's it, man. That's it, bro. I love you. God bless you. That is the day. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the opportunity. Oh, I forgot. We got a couple of the smaller earnings. I don't know how invested we are in any of these, but for real, man, I hope you guys had a wonderful day. Markets are wild once again. Tomorrow should be a little bit more calm, and then we're going to have a little bit more data to react to by the end of the week. It's going to get crazy next week with POW, but Chattadonia every day, one day at a time. So thank you for being here. God bless you. I appreciate every single one of y'all holding it down, especially if you are a part of the day. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. I hope I see you on the watch list tonight. Second link, youtube.com/the trading fraternity, baby, okay? Go check out the links in the description. You could be an explorer. I can show you the world. Shining, shimmering, long term. Tell me, Chad, what did you last do with your deposit? A long term. Filled with growth and the value. No one to tell us no. Or penny stocks. Now I'm in the long term with the Chad. No? Okay. It's motivational. I know. It's inspiring. Anyways, Chattadonia. On that note, God bless the long term. You get one, and God bless you if you've been riding along. Be a beacon, baby. Be a beacon. Be a beacon. Stop playing with me. Be a beacon. Get a long term. Be a beacon. Don't talk about it. Let it show. Stop it, baby. Stop it, baby. But you have a wonderful evening. I will see you throughout the description of this video. If you are an explorer, you will find me tonight. If you are not an explorer, I hope I see you in the morning, God willing. But that's not on me. That's not on me. You know what I'm saying? But I'll show up. I'll do my part. So God willing, I'll see you in the AM. But have a wonderful day. Thank you for being here. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Sacred in the World. And don't forget why we here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. Why we gonna set a goal, work hard. We gonna work to make something out of this life, but we ain't gonna wear ourselves out, baby. God is good, but that's not because we good. We know things gonna happen because they happen, baby. And we gonna ride with it, but we gonna vibe. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Wow, Chattadonia. Wow, Chattadonia. So I hope you enjoyed this Tuesday. Enjoy your evening. Finger to the sky. Tell Marcus. Thank you all once again, man, for always showing love. I will see you tonight and in the morning. And peace out. Hey, come on. Let me get in on the music. I can show you the world. I'll show you the world. Shining, shimmering, splendid. Tell me, princess, when did you last see trickle-down economics work? A whole new world. We're going to build back better, and some more. No one will tell us no. You know, the border's open, and now I'm in a whole new world. Hey, yo. Nancy. Exactly. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.